Chapter 1 The Morning After. Magic City. Bulgari Hotel. When Jiangchen opened his eyes, he found himself in an unfamiliar hotel suite. Lying on the comfortable and soft big bed, some sunlight shines through the curtains in front of me. My head is still groggy, definitely a hangover feeling. Rubbing his eyes, he took a deep breath and smelled the residual perfume on the sheets and pillows. The fragrance is intertwined with berries and magnolia, giving people a cool texture. Jiangchen turned sideways following the scent, and what caught his eye was a slim figure in formal attire, who just walked out of the bathroom. She had long straight black hair that fell on her shoulders like a waterfall, red lips, white teeth, and delicate facial features. Just put on makeup. She looked to be in her early 20s, but she exuded nobility from head to toe. Her every move exuded an extremely capable and unapproachable aura, which had a strong visual impact. This sudden and stunning sense of déjà vu made Jiangchen doubt for a moment whether he had seen a celebrity. She really does look a bit like a star. At first glance, she looks like Qin Lan, but upon closer inspection, from certain angles she looks a bit like Zhang Luan. And she looks even younger and more beautiful than them. So, she and I spent last night. Their eyes met, and they were both stunned. The atmosphere was awkward, and it seemed like crows and ellipses were flying overhead. When the woman noticed that Jiangchen had woken up, a hint of panic briefly flashed across her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Without waiting for Jiangchen, who was lying on the bed, to speak, the woman walked straight to the bedside table, picked up her brand name bag, rummaged through it for a while, took out a thick stack of cash, and then threw it in front of Jiangchen. Nothing happened between us. I don't remember what happened last night. You too, right? His expression was distant and his tone was cold. Before Jiangchen could respond, she turned and left. Only a chic-back figure was left behind. Jiangchen came to his senses only after hearing the tapping sound of high heels gradually fading away and the door opening and closing. Looking at the cash scattered on the bed, Jiangchen had a strange expression. What's the meaning? You took me for a duck? Oh my god. After counting, Jiangchen was stunned. 20,000 in cash. Is this woman a rich woman? What do you want to do with so much money? Hush money? But what shocked him the most was the obvious red spot on the bedsheet after he lifted the quilt. She looked like a strong woman, but she refused to recognize anyone after pulling up her pants. But she turned out to be a. Jiangchen silently put away the money and lay down again. Since she doesn't want to recognize me, let's just forget about each other. Anyway, this is not the first time. Let this beautiful night become a memory, although I can't remember much. Jiangchen is a senior this year and a top student in the law department of Incubation University. He is also a time traveler. It has been several years since I came to this parallel world. His hometown is in the rural area of Jiangsu and Zhejiang, and his family is not too poor. At least his family's assets are enough for him to go to school and live in a first-tier city. After arriving in Shanghai, with her good looks, she naturally became a veteran in the love world. However, while he was living a life of debauchery, he did not neglect his studies. There was no other way. Without a system, he could only follow the steps and rely on his own efforts to make a name for himself. 1 year later, Jiangchen graduated. In the early morning, Jiangchen, like the surrounding office workers, was walking through the busy traffic. Today is my first day to report to the legal department at Hanglun Plaza. Hanglun Plaza is the leading department store in the Suwei business district in the city center. The Su family, the top wealthy family in Shanghai. In Shanghai, everyone knows about it. The Hanglun group behind it has a market value of 15 billion, ranking among the top in the entire Daxia. Being able to work here, the future prospects are limitless. This should have been a very exciting thing. But at this moment, Jiangchen, who walked into the shopping mall office building, did not feel much excitement in his heart, but felt a little troubled. Because just a month ago, the system that he had been longing for a long time, and which was standard for time travelers, was finally activated. However, just when he was preparing to make great achievements in the world with the help of the system, he was surprised to find that this system was actually a nanny system. The nanny system, as the name suggests, allows him to get various rewards by taking care of children. Originally, this was an exciting thing. After all, according to the novels I read in my previous life, the rewards given by the system were often very magical. There is no need to say much about money and wealth, just those magical abilities and talents are enough to make people salivate. But the question is, where did he get the child? The system's requirements are very clear: you must take care of your own biological children to receive the reward. Could it be that he created a baby just to get the system's reward? Of course he had considered doing this, but having a child wasn't something you could just do. If you want to have children, you have to marry someone first, right? What, you mean pregnant before marriage? Well, I'm sorry, the 4 words pregnant before marriage are usually followed by another 4 words getting married with a baby. In this world, Dasha's views on love and marriage are still relatively traditional. So how could he possibly mess around with such an important life event as marriage? At least you have to meet someone you really want to spend your life with. Although Jiangchen plays around a lot, it is precisely because of this that he can more clearly distinguish the difference between playing around and a serious marriage. He is still very cautious about getting married. If you just marry someone randomly, your happiness for the rest of your life will be ruined. Of course, he longed to become rich through the system, and even become an omnipotent person. But he hopes to have both a happy marriage and system rewards. So he doesn't want to be hasty, he hopes to really meet the right person. But this is also what bothers him. In such a vast sea of people, when will he be able to meet a good person? I want to get the system reward as soon as possible, but I don't want to get married hastily. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Unknowingly, he walked through the first floor of the magnificent and busy shopping mall, swiped his temporary card and walked into the elevator of the office building. The moment he entered the elevator, what caught his eye was a beautiful face that felt familiar yet unfamiliar to him. The moment their eyes met, they both froze in place. Is it her? Is it him? Time seemed to stand still for a second, but a myriad of thoughts flooded into their minds. But the next second, they both looked away tacitly and suppressed the shock in their hearts. In the confined space, the atmosphere was so awkward that one could hardly find a 3-bedroom apartment without digging one's toes out. No one expected that the 2 people who would never meet again in this life would meet again in this way a year later. The woman is still as exquisite and noble as she was back then. Long straight black hair on shoulders, white suit and high heels. The aura of a heroine is overwhelming. Jiangchen glanced at her secretly, coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment, and pressed the button for the 23rd floor where the legal department was located. The woman watched it expressionlessly, taking it all in her mind, as if thinking about something. Chapter 2. Mr. Su, what did you say? About 10.07 seconds later, the elevator door finally opened. Knowing that the woman worked in the same office building as him and was most likely a colleague, Jiangchen politely nodded towards her and then walked out of the elevator as if nothing had happened. The moment the elevator door closed behind him, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Call. It's so suffocating. First day on the job. How did I meet her, may I ask? It's a bit bloody. Little did he know that the woman in the elevator also breathed a sigh of relief like him, lamenting the inexplicable arrangement of fate. Office on the 23rd floor. Jiangchen signed the employment-related documents, then absent-mindedly followed the HR to his workstation. Jiangchen had some knowledge of the situation of the Hanglong Plaza office building. Generally speaking, the higher the floor, the heavier it is. For example, the legal department on the 23rd floor is an important department in the company. Most of the businesses of the Hanglong Group are real estate, and there are hundreds of businesses in Hanglong Plaza. Inevitably, there are many brand replacements in the process, and with a large number of customers every day, various disputes often arise. This is also why shopping malls are willing to offer legal affairs a high salary, thus attracting Jiang Chen to submit his resume to Hanglong Plaza when he was a senior. Going further up the floors, you will find the company's senior management. Which floor did she press just now, 40th or 41st? Jiang Chen doesn't remember clearly. But you have to know that the entire office building has only 42 floors. This means that she is most likely his superior. Are you kidding me? Just by looking at her aura, you can draw such a conclusion, right? I hope I don't need to have any work contact with her in the future, it's so awkward. Jiang Chen became more and more troubled the more he thought about it. He was led to his workstation by HR and then greeted his leaders and colleagues. Dressed in a suit and tie, with a handsome face, he attracted the attention of many female colleagues. The female employees who were originally concentrating on their work all glanced at Jiang Chen's unfamiliar face, and then whispered in the corner where he couldn't hear. Which department is this new colleague from? He's so handsome. It must be our legal department, right? Most of the people on our floor are from the legal department. It's rare to see a handsome guy on our floor. Does that mean I'll have a chance to meet him in the future? Looking at him, with his short hair parted in the middle, wearing a suit and a handsome scholar, he instantly reminded me of Du Minjun. Not long after Jiang Chen took his seat and unlocked the company computer, his leader Lao Zhang suddenly pulled him to an empty meeting room nearby. Secretary Zhu just asked me to ask you to go to President Su's office. Lao Zhang looked at Jiang Chen with a complicated expression, and his tone was inexplicably more cautious than a leader's when talking to a subordinate. He asked mysteriously, "Do you know President Su?" "Huh?" Jiang Chen was confused. "What Secretary Zhu? What General Manager Su? What does this have to do with me? Wait, could it be that?" With a bit of trepidation, Jiang Chen came to the 41st floor. "Who is Mr. Su that I am going to meet next?" The answer is self-evident. And he is so young, and his last name is Su. There seems to be only one possibility. She is the daughter of the Su family, the young and promising female president of Hanglong Plaza, Su Shanhua. The president's office has Sia engraved on the sign on the door. What's her English name? He knocked on the door, and about 2 seconds later, Secretary Zhu inside opened the door, looked at him with curiosity in his eyes, and motioned him to come in. The spacious floor-to-ceiling windows inside the room overlooked the oldest and most prosperous commercial center in Shanghai, Zhujiaoui. But at this moment, Su Shanhua, sitting in a comfortable custom ergonomic chair, was in no mood to appreciate this prosperous and beautiful scene. She cast her gaze towards the handsome man in front of her, then subconsciously looked away, but her expression remained calm. Jiang Chen swallowed uncomfortably, but still strode towards Su Shanhua's desk. "Although I don't know what she's up to, I'll just make the best of it and deal with the inevitable embarrassment." Secretary Zhu consciously left the office and closed the door. The atmosphere in the whole room became heavy with the sound of the door closing. "Mr. Su, do you have something to talk to me about?" Jiang Chen looked at the elegant young woman in front of him and broke the silence first. Su Shanhua's eyes flashed with hesitation, but she still took a deep breath, looked directly at Jiang Chen and said seriously, "I gave birth to 3 children, all of them are yours." It was just a simple sentence, but it was like a bolt of thunder from the blue, exploding in Jiang Chen's mind and stunning him. "What did you say?" Jiang Chen stared at Su Shanhua's figure, which had not changed at all, in disbelief. "So, after that night, isn't the hit rate so high? And there are 3 of them. Triplets? I'll go. It is undeniable that the timing is right. Moreover, the system happened to be activated a month ago. Could it be that? But if it is really my child, then can I get rewards by taking care of the child through the nanny system? And it seems that the issue of marriage has been omitted. After all, she only informed me of this matter after the child was born. Does that mean that she has no plans to get married because of the pregnancy? What's more, she and I are from 2 completely different worlds, how could we be together? In this case, this seems like a godsend. You can take care of your children and get system rewards without having to worry about getting married. Of course, the premise is that the child is really mine." Su Shanhua had anticipated Jiang Chen's surprised reaction, but she did not repeat it a second time. She just said in an imperative tone, "Come with me after get off work." After saying that, she let Jiang Chen, who nodded in agreement, go out. Looking at Jiang Chen's tall back as he left, Su Shanhua suddenly felt relieved. It seemed as if the complex emotions that had been pent up in her heart for nearly a year, with almost no one to tell, were finally released a little, making her feel a lot more relaxed. She never thought of letting him meet the child. Until today when I saw him in the elevator. This caused her to have rare self-doubt. I wonder if this is some kind of arrangement by fate. She didn't know if this decision was right. But she couldn't help but tell him. The time to get off work was 6 o'clock in the evening, but Jiang Chen waited until 8 o'clock in the evening before receiving Su Shanhua's message and went to the luxurious underground parking lot. Sitting in the back seat of the Bentley, Jiang Chen and Su Shanhua were obviously very close to each other, but it seemed as if there were thousands of mountains and rivers between them. Looking at Su Shanhua, who was as cold as an iceberg and stern, Jiang Chen unconsciously took back the question that was about to come out of his mouth. Need I ask? Where else could this be going? But if it really is my child, then not only will I be a father, but I can also reach the peak of my life by taking care of the child. If that's the case, it doesn't seem so bad. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a little excited, and at the same time he was also looking forward to meeting these 3 children. No conversation along the way. 15 minutes later, they arrived at Yuding, the residential area where Su Shanhua lived. This place is very close to Hatchery University, so Jiang Chen has heard of the luxury houses in this area. If I remember correctly, the starting price is 300,000 per square meter, which is more expensive than Thompson one. Rich and inhumane. Walking into the 200 square meter mansion and looking at the spacious living room decorated in modern style, Jiang Chen felt very comfortable, but at this moment he wanted to see what the children looked like. Are you back? Aunt Zhou, who heard the noise, came out of the bedroom to greet her. But after seeing the unfamiliar Jiang Chen behind Su Shenhua, Aunt Zhou's expression suddenly became strange. This is Aunt Zhou, our confinement nanny. Su Shunqing briefly introduced her to Jiang Chen. Hello. Jiang Chen nodded and greeted. Hello. Aunt Zhou also said politely, then looked at the handsome Jiang Chen and seemed to understand something in an instant. Is the baby asleep? Su Shenhua put on slippers, put down her handbag, and walked straight to the bedroom. Ah, everyone is asleep. I made soup for you. It should be almost ready by now. I'll go serve it. Aunt Zhou tactfully went to the kitchen to leave them some space. Chapter 3: Dabao, Erbao, and Sanbao. Following Su Shenhua to the second bedroom, under the not-so-glaring night light, Jiang Chen saw 3 sleeping babies lying on a large and exquisite crib. They look pink and tender, just like little dolls, and they are sleeping obediently in diapers. The little hands and feet are chubby and the skin seems to be as smooth as a baby's. The most important thing is that the chubby face looks very cute. There is no ugly feeling of a newborn baby at all. It is so adorable that Jiang Chen's heart melts when he sees it. 2 girls and a boy. Seeing the 3 babies, Su Shenhua rarely relaxed her expression, revealing a faint smile, and took the initiative to introduce them to Jiang Chen, but her tone was still that of an unquestionable statement. I don't know if it was because of the thought that the children would finally be able to see their father or what, but at this moment in the second bedroom, Su Shenhua, who had imagined countless embarrassing situations along the way, felt unusually calm. Dabao and Erbao are older sisters, and Sanbao is a younger brother. Su Shenhua's eyes showed a hint of doting. She lay in front of the crib and was about to point it out to Jiang Chen, but was interrupted by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen reached out and gently grasped Su Shenhua's fair wrist, using a little force to signal her to stand up, as he had something to say. Say it outside. Su Shenhua looked up at Jiang Chen in a daze, but still cooperated and let Jiang Chen pull her wrist and lead her out of the room. The warm touch between their skins made her neck feel hot unconsciously. For 25 years, she has been a solo woman. Apart from her family, she seems to have had no other physical contact with the opposite sex except handshakes in formal occasions. Except that time. Thinking of this, Su Shenhua realized it later and quickly broke free from Jiang Chen's big hand that was still holding her wrist. After leaving the room, Jiang Chen did not forget to close the door of the second bedroom, for fear that the subsequent conversation would wake up the children. Are you sure this is my child? Jiang Chen asked directly. Although these 3 babies made him feel an inexplicable sense of closeness. And it made him, who had never been interested in children, feel like them for no reason. But some issues still need to be clarified first. Otherwise, he would really become a father. If it really is his own child, he would certainly take responsibility. And even if I don't work, there is no problem staying at her house to take care of the kids every day. After all, he is a man with a nanny system. What's more, the children are so cute. But if it is not your own child, it would be embarrassing. Even if you are a female CEO worth hundreds of millions, I am not interested in being a sucker. After hearing Jiang Chen's words, Su Shenhua's beautiful face, which was originally calm but a little bit at a loss, suddenly turned cold. The temperature in the entire corridor seemed to drop suddenly at this moment, giving people goosebumps. Feeling Su Shenhua's cold gaze, Jiang Chen had some difficulty keeping his eyes on her. This woman has such a strong aura, doesn't she? It feels like being stared at by a cheetah at night, making people feel uncomfortable all over. Su Shenhua just stared at Jiang Chen. She could have explained that she had never had sex with anyone else except him. But she didn't want to, and didn't bother to explain. She said nothing, but walked straight to the master bedroom at the other end, leaving Jiang Chen, who was confused after being knocked away. After a while, Jiang Chen, who didn't know what was going on, was about to go to the master bedroom to check, but he saw Su Shenhua walking towards him quickly with a pair of scissors in the dim corridor. Hey, calm down, panicked Jiang Chen quickly stretched out his hand to stop him. After all, this happened a year ago. I have the right to know the truth, right? Su Shenhua said nothing, but just walked towards Jiang Chen without caring about his relatives. Just as Jiang Chen was about to take action to stop her, she had already raised her hand and stabbed Jiang Chen with the sharp edge of the scissors. Jiang Chen quickly dodged backwards, but at the critical moment, the scissors stopped 20 centimeters away from his eyebrows. Su Shanhua tilted her head slightly in confusion, and her beautiful hair flowed down like a waterfall. Her clear and beautiful eyes showed innocence. Facing Jiang Chen's panic, she pretended to be confused and said, "Don't you want to know the truth?" "Of course, no problem. You can go for a paternity test now." Jiang Chen took the scissors handed to him by Su Shanhua, and half squatting on the ground due to loss of balance. Finally he understood her intention and breathed a sigh of relief. "Can you not be so scary?" Jiang Chen stood up complaining, "It's like you're going to kill someone. For the sake of you being the baby's father." Su Shanhua said this and pushed open the door of the second bedroom. Jiang Chen followed him in a daze. "What's the meaning? Are you not going to kill me because I'm the child's father? This woman is really a lunatic." Then Su Shanhua stood aside with her arms crossed on her chest, staring coldly at Jiang Chen, who was approaching the crib. Like a thorn in the back. Jiang Chen was speechless. But strangely enough, Su Shanhua was confident in letting Jiang Chen use the scissors to cut the children's hair. Just as Jiang Chen was about to start with Debeo and cut a handful of the children's hair for identification, Sanbao suddenly burst into tears without any warning, flapping his little hands and feet as if he wanted to express something. The crying soon alarmed Debeo and Erbao, and they joined Sanbao in making a fuss. Seeing this, Jiang Chen, fearing that the children might be hurt, had no choice but to stop and put down the scissors. Su Shanhua, who was standing by, also walked forward with concern and looked at the crying children, looking helpless. "Why are you crying all of a sudden?" Jiang Chen asked, "Are you feeling unwell?" Su Shanhua's bright and beautiful face showed a trace of panic. After thinking carefully, she stammered, "Either I'm hungry or I peed." Seeing Su Shanhua looking a little flustered, Jiang Chen suddenly realized that she was actually quite cute when she wasn't frowning. The three babies cried loudly and the scene was in chaos. Just as Su Shanhua was reaching out tremblingly to check Sanbao's diaper, Aunt Zhou, who heard the noise, appeared in time. "What's the matter?" Sanbao wet his pants. Su Shanhua took out new diapers and baby wipes from a drawer nearby. It can be seen that Su Shanhua really wants to change the baby's diaper, but perhaps because she is not confident in her skills or something, she is a little afraid to start. In the end, it was Aunt Zhou who changed the baby's diaper. Jiang Chen was not surprised by this. As the president of Heinlong Plaza, Su Shanhua did not look like a mother who could take care of children. This can be seen from the fact that she works overtime until 8 o'clock in the evening and still doesn't go home. I don't know if it was because the childless father was present or what, but when Aunt Zhou was changing Sanbao's diaper, she deliberately slowed down her movements and demonstrated, when changing a childless diaper, never lift his legs directly, as this will hurt his spine and joints. You have to turn him over to his left or right side, put a diaper underneath him, and then wipe his butt with baby wipes. Jiang Chen watched Aunt Zhou's demonstration carefully, and suddenly an idea came to him. If this is really my child, I should be rewarded by the system if I change the child's diaper, right? After all, the system has reminded us more than once that we must take care of our own biological children. What I mean is that I can now determine whether it is my child or not. Aunt Zhou, can you let me give it a try?" Seeing Jiang Chen's eager look, Aunt Zhou, who had just changed Sanbao's diaper, glanced at Su Shanhua beside her. After getting tacit approval, Aunt Zhou smiled and said, "Yes, the child's father should also learn how to take care of the baby." After hearing Aunt Zhou's revelation, Su Shanhua did not seem upset, nor did she deny it. Her expression was just a little unnatural, or maybe shy. "After checking the eldest and second child, I found that the eldest child also had poop." So Jiang Chen carefully followed Aunt Zhou's instructions and changed Debeo's diaper. Strangely enough, Debeo, who had been crying non-stop, suddenly became much quieter when he saw Jiang Chen leaning over to him. A pair of clear big eyes were blinking and staring at him, as if they knew instinctively that the person in front of them was their father. This made Aunt Zhou, who was standing by, feel a little surprised. You know, the eldest child is usually the most lively. Although he doesn't cry easily like the third child, once he starts crying, it's like a storm and he can't be stopped. Jiang Chen was doing this for the first time and was afraid of hurting the baby, so he didn't dare to use any force in almost every movement. It took him a while to successfully put a brand new diaper under Debeo's little butt. Looking at the handsome Jiang Chen, who was wiping Debeo's but seriously and patiently, Su Shanhua suddenly felt a strange emotion in her heart, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly unconsciously. Just when Jiang Chen was so busy that beads of sweat appeared on his forehead and he finally succeeded in changing Debeo's diaper, a mechanical prompt sound from the system came from his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the achievement, changing the baby's diaper, and the reward talent, God-level cooking skills. Jiangchen was so excited that he almost cried out. It's really my child. And just for changing a diaper, the system gave me a God-level talent as a reward? Who knows what kind of rewards the system will give next? At this moment, Jiangchen felt relieved and clear about his future plans due to the pleasant surprise. I'm sorry, Aunt Zhou, I'm afraid you will be unemployed next. Chapter 4 Cold Beauty. But the only problem is, how can I convince this crazy woman to let me stay and take care of the baby? Judging from her attitude, she asked me to come here today just to help the father and the babies recognize each other, that's all. Jiangchen turned around and glanced at Su Shunhua. Su Shunhua, who thought Jiangchen was excited because he had successfully changed the baby's diaper, was watching the scene with a smile on her face. However, when she noticed Jiangchen's gaze, her face fell almost instantly, and she turned her head away, looking calm and pretending nothing had happened. Seeing Jiangchen's happy expression just now, Aunt Zhou naturally thought that he was just feeling happy about being a father for the first time. But in my heart, I couldn't help feeling happy for my 3 children and Su Shunhua. The child's father is finally here. Will this family become warmer in the future? However, looking at the relationship between the two of them, they don't seem to be very close. That's right, he was not there from the time of pregnancy to the birth of the child. There must be something unspeakable hidden in this. Miss, I've served you some soup and put it in the living room. Drink it while it's hot, Aunt Zhou reminded, I'll take care of the child. Okay. Su Shunhua walked towards the living room, and Jiangchen quickly followed. Just as Jiangchen was about to open his mouth to talk about the baby, he saw Su Shunhua's legs suddenly go weak and she staggered and almost fell. Jiangchen quickly stepped forward and supported her. Are you okay? Su Shunhua, who fell into Jiangchen's arms, had a dull look in her eyes for a moment, as if she was dizzy. And when she slowly raised her head, she saw Jiangchen's handsome face with 3-dimensional features and clear contours so close to her. She could even feel the hot breath from his nose and the scent of male hormones emanating from his body. This made her heart beat faster and her breathing quicken. Even though I was just drunk that day, it seems my taste is not bad. Oh, how could my vision be bad? I am Su Shunhua. Such a thought flashed through her mind inexplicably. But soon, she realized that she was held in Jiangchen's arms. She suddenly woke up, got rid of Jiangchen's hand at the first time, and then held his shoulders and stood up. Under the bright light in the living room, after close observation, Jiangchen finally noticed that Su Shunhua's face was a little pale. Wasn't it a coincidence that she seemed very weak just now? I saw the bowl of steaming black chicken soup on the dining table in the living room. Then consider that the babies look like they are only less than a month old. Only then did Jiangchen realize that something was wrong. How long has it been since you gave birth? Shouldn't you be recuperating after giving birth? Why are you already working? Faced with Jiangchen's sudden concern, Su Shunhua was a little at a loss, but a faint warmth inexplicably surged in her heart. But even so, she sat down expressionlessly, unmoved, and scooped the soup from the bowl. She didn't know how to answer. What can she say? From the time the unexpected pregnancy was diagnosed to delivery, plus the confinement period. Nearly 7 months is already the limit, she simply can't afford to waste time? If I don't return to Hanlong as soon as possible, the entire Hanglong Plaza will be at risk of being taken over by others? And strictly speaking, the ones who intervene at that time will not be anyone else but your own family? The so-called affairs of wealthy families and the disputes among princes have always been like this. If I tell him, will he understand? Will he comprehend? Will he understand? He can't. So no explanation is necessary. This has nothing to do with you. Su Shunhua put a spoonful of chicken soup to his lips, blew a few times, and then slowly put it into his mouth. I asked you to come here today just because you are the baby's father and I want you to take a look. There is no other meaning. Is this drawing a line in the sand? Let me be careful? This woman is so cold and indifferent. Jiangchen was speechless for a moment as he was so good at killing the conversation with Su Shunhua. As if remembering something, Su Shunhua said, "Oh, you still don't believe it, right? Don't worry, I'll contact the doctor at the clinic for you, and you can go for the diagnosis now. Then this matter ends here. If we meet again in the future, I hope you will pretend not to know me." Although Jiangchen has learned through the system that the baby is indeed his, he still has to go through the paternity test process. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why he was doubting the child's identity just now and suddenly believed it now. Looking at this woman's attitude of keeping people at a distance, it would probably be difficult to convince her. I must have a motive that makes sense to her. So, in the end, Jiang Chen followed Su Shuanhua's instructions that night and took the baby's hair to do a paternity test. Logically speaking, there should be no place to do a paternity test at this time, but Su Shuanhua arranged it with just one phone call, which made Jiang Chen sigh at the Su family's all-powerful connections. The results of the identification were not surprising at all, with a matching rate of over 99.99%. With the report, Jiang Chen came again. No matter what the purpose was, family affection or the system, he didn't want this to be the last time he saw the babies. So no matter how difficult it is, he has to make his point clear. Coincidentally, Su Shuanhua, who should have fallen asleep at this point, tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. She really didn't know what happened today. Originally, she had never considered letting the child meet his father. After all, in the eyes of others, the child came into being for unknown reasons. Because of this, she was criticized a lot by her family. She almost lost her position as female president of Hunlong Plaza because of this. Once the child's father shows up, does that mean the accident that night will be made public? But she did just that. Curious coincidence. Just like why she chose to keep the child in the first place, there was no reason to explain it. Just wanted to do this. There aren't so many whys. But the scene of our meeting in the elevator this morning, the scene of that person holding my hand, and the scene of him accidentally hugging me kept appearing in my mind. And every time these images come to mind, some strange feelings arise for no reason. Especially the scene where he carefully changes the baby's diaper and wipes his butt. It feels a bit happy? Su Shuanhua suddenly sat up in shock and patted her cheek, which was feeling a little feverish. Hello? Su Shuanhua. Wake up! What the hell? Are you sure? Although he is indeed the child's father, he is just a stranger after all. As for that night, it was purely an accident, just an accident. Besides, I can't remember what happened. Letting him come and see the child is a great mercy on my part. What is there to be happy about? No, fire him tomorrow. Out of sight, out of mind. Just then, the phone vibrated. A call from Jiang Chen. It's him again. Su Shuanhua picked up the phone. Her tone was unhappy. Didn't I tell you? Don't contact me again. If you ever. What? You're already downstairs? Who asked you to come here? After hanging up the phone, Su Shuanhua hurriedly took off her pajamas, changed her clothes, turned on the light, ran to the makeup mirror, and started to fix her hair. Chapter 5. No one knows his son better than his father. No matter how cold and heartless she sounded on the phone, Su Shuanhua finally opened the door for Jiang Chen, who called her through the intercom. For fear of disturbing the baby, Jiang Chen did not ring the doorbell but knocked on the door gently. Su Shuanhua, who had been waiting behind the door, saw him through the peephole, and then deliberately waited for 10 seconds before opening the door. Click. After the metal door handle made a sound, what came into Jiang Chen's eyes was Su Shuanhua's face through the crack of the door, which was as cold as he had imagined. It's almost dawn, look at her outfit. It's so late, why haven't you slept yet? Jiang Chen said as he was about to go in. But Su Shuanhua was standing on the other side of the door with her arms crossed, blocking Jiang Chen's path. He looked reluctant and had no intention of letting Jiang Chen in. He even seemed to disdain to even look at Jiang Chen. He just turned his head away and said in a very arrogant manner, "Since the results of the appraisal are out, I think there is nothing more to talk about between us, right? I'll give you 1 minute. If you have anything to say, just say it here." Why don't you let me in first? Jiang Chen didn't expect that Su Shuanhua agreed to chat further but refused to let him in to talk. Huh? Su Shuanhua glared at him, with an expression that did not allow any doubt. But in fact, he was extremely curious, and Jiang Chen came over specifically to say something. Begging me not to fire him? Then he said that he had elderly parents and young children to take care of and could not lose this job. A cliché like this? Oh, please, can we rule out this small point first? Is it your turn as a new member of the legal department to take care of the child? Or is it that he wants to get close to me and marry into a wealthy family by marrying me, so he seizes the opportunity to play the emotional card with me? What are you going to say next? After you know the results of the appraisal, apologize to me? Jiang Chen didn't know what kind of weird things Su Shuanhua was thinking about, but when he saw her like this, he almost couldn't help rolling his eyes. Forget it. Since you are the baby's mother, I won't bother with you. Jiang Chen got straight to the point. I want to stay and take care of the baby. Su Shanhua felt as if her whole head was shaken, and the attitude she had put up with great difficulty to keep people at a distance collapsed in an instant. She blinked, was stunned for a moment, swallowed, and finally squeezed out a sentence. What did you say? In her imagination, Jiang Chen might ask for, negotiate, and beg for thousands of options. But the fact that he wanted to take care of the child never came up. The fact that he was able to work at Hanglong Plaza was enough to show that he still had some insignificant abilities. Usually, such people are ambitious. She has seen a lot of people like this. 1/10 of them were after her wealth, and the remaining 9/10 were after her wealth and beauty. Commonly known as a toad wanting to eat swan flesh. Oh no, there are also many elite children who are well matched with her, lining up to marry her. Well, it's about the size of a circle around the earth. But he came for the child? Impossible. He must be trying to get closer to me in another way. Ha, a little trick of men. Jiang Chen naturally anticipated Su Shunua's surprise, so he explained, you have to run the entire Hanglong Plaza, and you are busy every day. Even when you should have been recuperating after giving birth, you were completely devoted to work. It's obvious that you don't usually have much time to take care of the baby. Although the baby is ours, we are not husband and wife, and the baby is being taken care of by Aunt Jo, so I naturally have no right to ask about these things. But instead of doing this, why not let me, as a father, help take care of the baby? If the babies don't have their mothers by their side, shouldn't they at least have their fathers by their side? Jiang Chen spoke very seriously and with good reasons, which made Su Shanhua, who subconsciously wanted to refute, a little at a loss for words for a moment. In fact, if we really talk about the logic alone, as the president of Hanglong Plaza, Su Shanhua, who has been through many battles over the years, would naturally find it easy to find loopholes in his words and fight back. But the problem is, this person in front of me, is he the father of the child? Moreover, Su Shanhua could feel that his attitude was very sincere and not fake, and he really wanted to be with his child. This moment caused a subtle change in her heart. To be precise, it is an unknown and imperceptible feeling. From the time I found out I was pregnant and decided to give birth to the child to now. In the conflict and fight between maternal love and career. How many grievances have been experienced? You know your own feelings. She endured it all alone for so long, not because she was strong, but because she had no choice. In other words, she chose to take the most difficult path. In order to become the heir of Hanglong Group, she is willing to give up everything she has, kill decisively and use any means necessary. But facing the unborn child. 3 children who were destined to not be recognized by the family and might even lead to the destruction of all her efforts. But she couldn't bear to strangle their lives in the cradle. Even if their appearance was just an accident. Because of this choice, there are many uncertainties in the future. To be honest, she had no idea how to face it. Especially children. How should I tell them when they grow up? Myriad possibilities turned into troubles, surrounding her like a nightmare, turning and turning. It was endless, and after a busy day at work, she felt even more scared when she got home and quieted down. Since when, she didn't dare to turn off the lights before going to bed and always left a night light on. It was as if he was afraid of being enveloped by endless darkness and eventually swallowed up. Jiang Chen's reappearance was like a gust of wind that blew past for no apparent reason, opening a window for her. Unconsciously, some sunlight came in. Warm. Better than a night light. Especially after he said this. Baby, you call it quite smoothly. Su Shunua's eyes moved and she muttered softly. Jiang Chen didn't hear Su Shunua's mumbling clearly, but was a little surprised by the cute expression she suddenly showed. In an instant, Su Shunua's expression changed again, with an arrogant look. Although she was only 167 centimeters tall, she looked down at Jiang Chen, who was 183 centimeters tall, with a haughty look. Why do you have to take care of it? Can you take care of the child? Isn't Aunt Jo taking good care of you? Besides, Aunt Jo is not only good at taking care of children, but also at cooking. How can you compare with her just based on this? Jiang Chen had naturally anticipated these 3 fatal questions. I've thought of 1,000 ways to deal with it. But when he was really asked, he didn't know what to say. Because to be honest, he is just a new dad. The only thing about cooking, miss, did you do something wrong? With my current cooking skills and mastery of cuisine, even if I make a living from this, I will never lose to the internet celebrity Salt Bae. Of course, this is a later story. Jiang Chen paused and said, the baby's growth cannot be separated from the mother, and even more so from the father. Besides, with my learning ability, taking care of a baby is no problem. Besides, as the saying goes, no one knows a child better than his father. I am not necessarily any worse than you in taking care of the baby. Su Shenhua almost laughed out loud when she heard that. She tried to keep a straight face and stared at Jiang Chen. So you don't plan to go to work? Babies are more important than careers. Someone has to take care of them. Jiang Chen said without hesitation. Su Shenhua nodded thoughtfully and made 3 rules. Let's say, today is Monday. Starting from today, the 1-week trial period will be yours. I agree that you can take leave this week to take care of the children. But if I'm not satisfied with your performance this week, you'll have to get out of here or in the company. From now on, I will go my way and you will go your way. We will never cross paths again. Deal. Jiang Chen extended his hand without hesitation. Okay, you go on your way and I'll take care of my baby, okay? Su Shenhua shook his hand perfunctorily and finally opened the door and motioned him to come in. Aunt Zhou and the baby are in the second bedroom, they are all asleep. You can sleep in the living room today. After saying that, Su Shenhua walked straight towards the bedroom without looking back. Jiang Chen glanced at the sofa in the living room and sighed. This moody woman. It's really a headache. Fortunately, I still have some conscience and know that my baby cannot be without fatherly love. Phew. This is finally the first step. While taking care of my own baby, I am heading towards the peak of my life. What more could one ask for? At this moment, Su Shenhua, who had closed the door of the master bedroom, leaned against the door and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Graduating from hatching eggs, that's so great, right? Good at learning? You'd better be. How dare he say no one knows a son better than his father? Is this saying applicable in this context? How could he come up with such an idea? Neuropathy. Chapter 6 Complexity. The next morning, Jiang Chen got up early. Maybe it was because I was so excited after having a baby that I woke up naturally at 6:30. Of course, it may also be that I am not used to sleeping on the sofa. He ran to the bathroom and rummaged through the drawers and found a spare toothbrush. After a quick wash, Jiang Chen couldn't help but walk towards the second bedroom to see what was inside. I don't know if Aunt Zhou has woken up. Just as Jiang Chen was about to knock on the door, he faintly heard a baby crying in the house. Just at this moment, Aunt Zhou opened the door and walked out. Oh, Mr. Jiang? Good morning. Aunt Zhou looked at Jiang Chen in front of her, obviously a little surprised. Because she clearly remembered that Jiang Chen came last night and left shortly afterwards to do a paternity test. She also knew clearly that once he left, she didn't know when he would come back. Judging from the young lady's attitude towards him yesterday, it was obvious that she had no intention of keeping him. So why is he here so early in the morning? So, Miss changed her mind and let him stay? If that's true, it's a good thing. Seeing how seriously he changed the baby's diaper yesterday, you can tell at first glance that he is a considerate person. The young lady has suffered so much in the past year. Now that the child's father is here to share the burden, it will surely relieve a lot of her pressure, especially psychologically. Good morning. Jiang Chen smiled brightly. Jiang Chen had a good impression of Aunt Zhou. At first glance, you can tell that he is a kind-hearted person who has no ulterior motives and is willing to work hard. Presumably this is also the reason why the Su family specially arranged for her to be Su Shenhua's confinement nanny. What's more, she has been taking care of her baby these days. Why is the baby crying? Did he poop again? After saying hello, Jiang Chen asked about the baby's condition with concern. No, they're just hungry and it's time for milk. I was just about to make milk powder for them. Aunt Zhou said as she walked towards the kitchen. Jiang Chen followed. Auntie Zhou, please teach me how to do it. Aunt Zhou looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. You want to learn? She didn't expect that Jiang Chen had such a strong sense of responsibility. First, I changed the diapers, and then even things like making milk powder were not missed. And it's not even 7 o'clock in the morning, and he has already got up to look after the children. This is simply the realization of being a nanny. He is a rare good man. Well, as a father, there's no reason for me not to learn how to take care of my own baby. After hearing Jiang Chen's words, Aunt Zhou nodded with some satisfaction, and her eyes showed even more approval for Jiang Chen. As a confinement nanny specially hired by wealthy families, she has seen all kinds of families over the years. It is rare to find a man like Jiang Chen who cares so much about his family and children. It is a blessing for the child to have such a father. It's a pity that, given the status of a young lady, there might be some tension between the two of them. Aunt Joe didn't think about it further, but went to the kitchen with Jiang Chen. Then he took out the expensive imported milk powder and 3 exquisite sterilized milk bottles from the cupboard. Opening the can of milk powder, Aunt Joe couldn't help but sigh. When I heard the news that Miss was pregnant, I thought I had heard it wrong. You know, the young lady has never had a love relationship since she was a child. She turned down all the people her family introduced to her. She only cared about her career. As a result, suddenly you're going to have a baby? I'm still a triplet in this life, my God. At this point, Aunt Joe realized that she had spoken out of turn. Although Jiang Chen seemed to have settled down, he was still an outsider to the Su family. It is not appropriate to reveal too much about the young lady. Mr. Jiang, just pretend you didn't hear what I said. Jiang Chen nodded to show his understanding, but still couldn't help asking, so, from the time the baby was born until now, it has only been you, Aunt Joe, who has been helping to take care of him. Hearing this, Aunt Joe sighed. Boss Su and his friends only came to visit once. The Mr. Su here naturally refers to Su Xuanhua's father. That is, the chairman of the entire Honglong group. Since you are the child's father, I will say one more word. It's really not easy for Mississippi. You have to be busy with work and take care of 3 children at home. She was so exhausted right after giving birth. In the end, she wanted to go back to work before she even finished her confinement. I tried to persuade her several times, but it was useless. That's just the way the young lady is. She sticks to her word and no one can persuade her otherwise. When she said this, Aunt Joe's expression unconsciously revealed a hint of sadness and heartache. At that time, I thought, if she was a girl from an ordinary family, it would be great if she had a husband to take care of her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have suffered so much grievance. Aunt Joe murmured softly in a trance. Little did he know that these words had silently struck Jiang Chen's heart. Jiang Chen remained silent, but he had already gotten a glimpse of what Aunt Joe was talking about. No matter how you look at it, the baby's mother is a very career-oriented person. Crazy is crazy, strong is strong. But at least there is love for the baby. Otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen to give birth to the babies alone and bear all of this when she's so busy with work. What does all this mean? I'm afraid it's far more than just the position of president of Hunlong Plaza. But the Su family behind it. The Su family is complicated, and complicated just thinking about it. So, maybe this woman appears cold and heartless on the surface, but is actually warm-hearted on the inside? Jiang Chen couldn't help but recall Su Xuanhua's appearance in front of the crib last night. It can be seen that she cares about the baby very much. She is not entirely the icy beauty that people imagine. For example, the morning after the first meeting. The encounter that night was too dreamy and too distant. The same is true of the status gap between the two people now. So much so that Jiang Chen couldn't naturally put himself in the role of her husband. After all, they are just strangers who meet again. They seem to be husband and wife, but in fact they are not. It was only because of the babies that God built a bridge between the two of them that seemed solid, but was actually not stable and could collapse at any time. Jiang Chen didn't care much about this. After all, the baby comes first. As for me and her? Forget it. I can't afford to offend her with this kind of temper. But finally, the child's father is back, that's the best. Seeing that Jiang Chen's expression was a little heavy, Aunt Joe, who knew that the atmosphere was too good at the moment, wiped away the gloom on her face, and her smile became sunny again. Having said everything that could be said, everything that should be said, and everything that wanted to be said, Aunt Joe stopped talking and went straight to opening a cabinet, taking out a pair of disposable gloves and putting them on. Jiang Chen followed suit. Aunt Joe took out the spoon from the milk powder can and instructed, add a flat spoon of milk powder like this to 30 milliliters of warm water. Sanbao is a boy, he can eat more, he can eat 4 spoonfuls at a time. Although Dabao and Erbao are older sisters, they eat less. 3.5 spoons at a time is enough. Aunt Joe put the spoon back after saying that. Jiang Chen thought she wanted him to do it himself, so he immediately took over and took out the spoon again. Then he scooped a spoonful, waited, tilted his head to compare, and after confirming that the amount was about right, he prepared to pour it into the bottle on the far left. Hey, you can't fall yet. Aunt Joe hurriedly tried to stop him. To make milk powder, you need to pour some hot water into it first, and then pour the milk powder. As she spoke, Aunt Jo picked up the bottle and walked towards the constant temperature electric kettle on the table beside her. This thermos can adjust the temperature. The water temperature for mixing milk powder is about 40-50. You see, I usually adjust it to 42. At this temperature, the milk powder can dissolve without destroying the nutrients in it. Too hot will burn the child, too cold will hurt the child's stomach. Look, this is about 30 milliliters, don't put less water. If the concentration is too high, the child will have indigestion. Jiang Chen took note of it silently and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I originally thought that taking care of a baby wouldn't be difficult, but I didn't expect that there are so many things to pay attention to just making milk powder. But Jiang Chen didn't find it cumbersome at all. After all, this is feeding your own baby, your own flesh and blood. There must not be any mistakes in the details. If the baby is accidentally hurt, he, as a father, will be heartbroken. Seeing Jiang Chen's serious look, Aunt Jo couldn't help but smiled and shook her head. He has the heart to be a good father, but he is too young and does not have the experience. Seeing Aunt Jo brewing a bottle, Jiang Chen couldn't wait to try it out. Let me try. At the same time. Master bedroom. The alarm clock rang. Su Shanhua woke up in a daze, squinted her eyes tiredly, picked up her phone and subconsciously pressed remind me later. Just as she was about to snooze for a few more minutes, she suddenly remembered that she had an important meeting this morning, so she dragged her sleepy body out of the warm blanket. Unexpectedly, he used too much force and fell under the bed. Pain. This time I'm really awake. Chapter 7, Not Poor. How hard it is to wake up early. Female CEOs are no exception. But Su Shanhua is Su Shanhua after all. As a strong woman, forcing myself to get up is no big deal. After washing up, she was still a little sleepy and prepared to go out in her pajamas. At this moment, I suddenly remembered, wait, there seems to be someone else at home. So Su Shanhua quickly dressed up, changed into professional clothes, and left the bedroom in high spirits. I looked at the time and it was only 7 o'clock. The crying of 3 children in the second bedroom continued one after another. Is this guy still sleeping? Thinking of this, the calmness of the early morning instantly occupied her mind. This made her doubt her decision to let Jiang Chen stay last night. Really? Why did you agree to let him stay? I was planning to fire him. What's going on with me? It's impossible for a grown man like him to take care of a good child. Su Shanhua immediately went to the living room, having already made up her mind. If Jiang Chen is still sleeping in at this time, just tell him to get out. The dolls are all crying, but he doesn't respond even though it's so loud. What's the use of him? But I was surprised to find that the living room was empty. Even the sheets on the sofa were neatly folded. What's going on? Is he running away? Bold. This damn man is really unreliable. As soon as I got to the company, I asked the HR department to fire him. Su Shanhua thought so, but the most urgent thing was to go and see the babies first. So she immediately rushed to the second bedroom. But the next scene shocked her. Jiang Chen was seen holding Debeo in one hand and feeding her with the other hand while taking the bottle from Aunt Jo. Good baby, it's time for dinner, we won't cry anymore. Seeing Jiang Chen's gentle tone and doting look, Su Shanhua stopped unconsciously and stood in front of the door of the second bedroom, actually a little dazed. It turned out that he had already gotten up. And feed the baby as soon as possible. TCH, who are you doing this for? Seeing Su Shanhua coming, Aunt Jo greeted her with a smile. Miss, breakfast is ready. Go eat first. We will take care of the child. If it were normal, Su Shanhua would naturally have no objection. But seeing how devoted Jiang Chen was in taking care of the baby, Su Shanhua became a little reluctant. Suddenly I remembered what Jiang Chen said last night. The baby is without his mother's company? Oh, you know it again? It's okay, let's feed the babies and then eat together. As she said that, Su Shanhua carefully picked up Sanbao, who was still crying. Seeing this, Aunt Jo couldn't resist and handed Su Shanhua another bottle of milk powder, and then she picked up the second baby skillfully. Jiang Chen, who was standing beside the baby's crib, looked at Su Shanhua, who was dressed in a professional suit, with some curiosity. The scene of the female president, who looks so heroic, feeding her baby attentively, is really a contrast. Noticing Jiang Chen's gaze, Su Shanhua immediately glared back at him. What are you looking at? Facing Su Shanhua, who seemed to be full of energy, Jiang Chen was now a little accustomed to it. There's really no hope for him. He has a bad temper to begin with, and he gets grumpy when he wakes up. But this does not affect Jiang Chen, who is happily raising her baby. Looking at the warm baby in my arms, he was sucking the bottle with big gulps. Jiang Chen felt sincerely satisfied. So in response to Su Shuanhua's bad temper, he just raised his eyebrows and said jokingly, "You are pretty, isn't that okay?" Now Su Shuanhua couldn't do anything about it. Although Jiang Chen said it casually, Su Shuanhua still felt very happy to receive his praise. Although she enjoyed it, Su Shuanhua still looked nonchalant and didn't even look at Jiang Chen. "Do I need you to tell me that?" If Su Shuanhua hadn't been holding Sanbao in her arms, she would probably have lifted her hair to show off her graceful demeanor and pretend to be handsome. So the young couple and the confinement nanny, Aunt Zhou, each held a baby and fed it, and the scene was very disharmonious. After a while, the baby in Jiang Chen's arms drank up all the milk in the bottle. The system prompt sound also sounded as expected at this time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the achievement, feeding the baby, and the reward talent, Fashion Pioneer. Fashion Pioneer? What is this? Jiang Chen asked the system in surprise. The Fashion Pioneer talent will provide the host with first-class aesthetic ability and can accurately grasp the fashion trends of each season. In other words, Jiang Chen's vision in the fashion industry is now no less than that of benchmark figures such as Karl Lagerfeld of Chanel. At this time, Jiang Chen already knew clearly what kind of clothing and decorations would become popular. He can even give a score based on his intuition just by looking at a person's outfit. For example, Su Shuanhua, who is wearing a brown YSL short wool jacket, a black plain ruffled bow tie short shirt, and black trousers. It can be said that she is domineering yet feminine. Her every move exudes an intellectual feminine beauty. If the score is out of 10, Jiang Chen's first reaction after winning the Fashion Pioneer Award would be 6 points. It seems a bit low. But in fact, it's not that she matched it badly, nor that it didn't suit her. And it was almost purely because Su Shuanhua, who was still at home, was still wearing her home plush slippers. If you put on high heels, they will be 8 points upwards. She is worthy of being the female president of Hunlong Plaza. You have great taste in dressing. Fashion Pioneer, quite interesting. But why do I feel that it's a bit of a waste of this talent to use it on me? To put it bluntly, most of Hang Lung Plaza's profits come from luxury clothing. If Su Shuanhua had such a talent, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. But if it is me, how can I use this talent? Compared to God-level cooking skills, Fashion Pioneer obviously has greater earning potential. Entering the fashion industry? It's not impossible. Now, taking care of the babies is equivalent to losing my job. The source of income is a problem. Although the baby's needs can be met by the president's mother. But I can't just stay penniless like this. After all, she and I are not husband and wife, and I am certainly not her kept gigolo. After all, she and I are still independent beings. Even if I succeed in staying here and taking care of the baby now, I certainly can't rely on her money to live the rest of my life. Become a son-in-law? Marry into a wealthy family? He. I am a man with a system. Is it necessary? It seems entirely plausible to make some money from this talent. I still have to figure out how to do it. After all, I don't have much money on hand. Of course, this is all in the past. Let us talk about it when we have time. The most important thing now is to spend time with my 3 adorable babies. Chapter 8, Paradise. After the baby finished feeding, he stopped crying and just lay in the crib, dancing and moving around, seeming to have a lot more energy. Dabao, Erbao and Sanbao all focused their eyes on Jiang Chen's face, who was lying in front of the crib. They babbled in baby talk and grinned from time to time. They were so adorable that Jiang Chen almost melted them. Do you miss your daddy? Nan, who am I? Jiang Chen smiled and stretched out his finger, gently poking Erbao's cheek. Seeing this, Aunt Zhou and Su Shuanhua almost stepped forward at the same time to stop it. The reason is very simple. The second child has a quieter temperament, which is different from the first and third children. Although it is usually relatively quiet and won't make too much noise. But she is actually very sensitive. Unlike Sanbao, who cries and makes a fuss at every turn. The feedback from the second child is often more subtle. In Su Shuanhua's opinion, this is very similar to her. She would show any discomfort she had. It doesn't necessarily mean crying loudly to express protest like Dabao or Sanbao. Sometimes she would just blush, frown, and twitch her hands and feet, as if she was going to hit someone. Anyone could see that she was very angry. If Debeo was a carefree big sister and Sanbao was a naughty crybaby, then Erbo was just like her mother at work, a black lotus who knows how to endure but never forgets to take revenge. This aspect of Erbo makes Su Shunhua love and hate him. So even when it comes to feeding and changing diapers, Su Shunhua will leave the chores for the second baby to Aunt Jo. She was afraid that if she wasn't careful, her precious daughter would hate her and hold a grudge against her. Therefore, when they saw Jiang Chen teasing Erbo so unscrupulously, Su Shunhua and Aunt Jo subconsciously wanted to stop him. I simply don't want the childless father to accidentally annoy the second child. But what they never expected was that they were really worrying too much this time. Erbo, who has always been introverted, did not feel the slightest bit of disgust when he felt Jiang Chen's index finger lightly touch his cheek. Instead, he giggled, which was extremely rare. Erbo was just as beautiful as Debeo and Sanbao. Just like Su Shunhua, with big eyes and long eyelashes. And the nose is straight like Jiang Chen's. Very beautiful. Her black eyes were like stars, twinkling and twinkling as she looked at Jiang Chen, who was so close to her. At the same time, she stretched out two little hands and held the index finger that Jiang Chen extended, very excited. Aunt Jo and Su Shunhua, who were standing by, looked at this scene and looked at each other in bewilderment. You know, on weekdays, the second baby makes them more worried than the third baby. After all, Sanbao likes to cry, but he will be fine if he is coaxed. But the second baby is different. She has learned to sulk at such a young age. Not to mention Aunt Jo, even if her mother Su Shunhua poked her little face and teased her like this, she might be unhappy. But unexpectedly, when it came to her father's physical contact with her, she didn't resist at all. Instead, he looked very happy. It turns out that Erbo loves his dad so much? It's really hard to imagine. Is Daddy here? You know it. Smart baby. Feeling the warm and tender little hands of Erbo, Jiang Chen felt warm in his heart and couldn't help but kissing Erbo on the face. Erbo was still smiling, but his little hands subconsciously wiped his face, as if he was wiping away Jiang Chen's saliva. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen laughed. This look of disgust was really a bit like her mother's. They were exactly the same. But seeing that Dad only cared about the second baby, the first and third baby on both sides immediately became unhappy. Feeling left out, Debeo looked at Jiang Chen aggrievely, almost crying. Sanbao didn't even bother pretending and just started crying again. Oh, the baby is jealous. Jiang Chen quickly kissed Debeo, which made her behave herself. But when Jiang Chen saw that the bad boy Sanbao started crying again for no apparent reason, he became less patient. How can a real man cry like that? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen gently stuffed Sanbao's hand into his open mouth while he was crying, commonly known as blocking the baby's mouth. It's no wonder that Jiang Chen is really talented in taking care of babies. This trick is very effective. Soon Sanbao forgot to cry and started sucking his fingers hard. Seeing that Jiang Chen had easily dealt with these three troublesome little darlings, Su Shunhua's irritability after waking up immediately disappeared. No matter how hard-hearted a female CEO is used to being in the workplace, it would be hard not to feel sweet when seeing such a warm scene, right? What's more, the person in front of him is the baby's father. For many years, day after day, she has been just like a man, completely ignoring her own feelings and devoting herself to her career. Every morning, it seems like a soldier determined to die, rushing to the front line without hesitation. She was so sleepy and tired. She didn't want to get up early and face all the mess at the company. But there is no way. If you want to become the heir of the family, sacrifice is inevitable. Over the years, she has continued to work hard and gained her father's trust through outstanding achievements time and time again. As a result, the career is booming and the business is in full swing. The only thing that is cold is your own boudoir, your own space, your own home. Especially after having children, this sense of separation becomes increasingly obvious. So every day when the alarm rang, she felt like dying. It's not that I really want to die, it's just the same feeling of wanting to die as an ordinary worker. But her ideals and visions pushed her to break through her own feelings again and rush out of her comfort zone like a man. In the cold and pain, he stood up resolutely. Didn't he sleep well? Feeling weak. Unimportant. The important thing is, how far is it from the 20 billion sales target that I and my father promised at the beginning of the year? Have you negotiated with and introduced the next brand that can boost the mall's sales? Is there room for improvement in the shopping mall's structure? Have those businesses that cannot provide profit growth and employees that cannot provide value been eliminated through the last in first out system? Sometimes, just on the way to the company, she has to make several decisions worth millions or even tens of millions. So Su Xuanhua's morning is different from that of ordinary people. It often feels like being on a battlefield, smelling blood and getting up. Even after having children, it's almost the same. But I don't know why, after Jiang Chen appeared, it seems everything has changed. It's like being able to still feel the warmth of your family before heading to the battlefield. Watching him, as a father, mingling with the babies like this, makes people feel inexplicably comfortable and calm. For a moment, it felt like being in a paradise, away from worldly disputes. But the more this happened, the more scared she became. I'm afraid that one day, all this will be gone forever. Because she and he are from two different worlds after all. So Su Xuanhua deliberately looked at her watch and cruelly broke this warm scene. It's getting late, time to eat. Chapter 9, Long-Term Plan. Jiang Chen didn't quite understand what Su Xuanhua said, but Aunt Zhou, who was a confinement nanny, naturally understood. The lady is inviting him to eat with her. It seems that the young lady really wants Mr. Jiang to stay? Fortunately, Aunt Zhou, who had guessed Su Xuanhua's thoughts long ago, prepared an extra breakfast for him after she and Jiang Chen finished making the milk powder. The marble dining table in the living room is long and can seat 8 people. According to the rules of the Su family, the husband and wife sit on the main seats at the two ends, and look at each other from the farthest distance when eating. Jiang Chen naturally did not receive such treatment. He just sat next to the main seat at the other end at Su Xuanhua's suggestion. Just like an unwelcome guest. It's inconvenient to talk to each other even when we are eating together and we have to be so far apart. This made Jiang Chen very uncomfortable. However, when he wanted to get up and sit closer, he was stopped by Su Xuanhua with a cold look. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes inwardly. But I'm too lazy to worry about this little thing. Although it feels a bit like living under someone else's roof now, at least I can be with my baby. That's enough. Aunt Zhou brought over 2 breakfasts in a short while. A bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge, a plate of vegetable salad, a small bowl of cut fruit and a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice. It is simple, light but nutritionally balanced, and there is a lot of knowledge in it. Each intake point is carefully designed based on family physical examinations over the years. Su Xuanhua also officially announced at this time, he will be here to take care of the baby for a week. Aunt Zhou, you have been working hard these days. Let him take care of the baby. You just need to help out. Then starting today, let Mr. Jiang live in the second bedroom? Aunt Zhou certainly had no objection. First of all, Jiang Chen is the child's father. Secondly, taking care of 3 children alone like she did before is actually very tiring. Especially at night, I can hardly sleep well every day. It is very common for 3 children to wake up and cry in the middle of the night. Yeah. Su Xuanhua agreed after taking a sip of porridge. Aunt Zhou already had her own small room, but Su Xuanhua let her sleep in the second bedroom with the baby just to make it easier to take care of the child. Originally, the baby crib was placed in the master bedroom, but later because Su Xuanhua returned to Hanglong Plaza and needed to ensure her sleep quality, Aunt Zhou had to take over. Now that Jiang Chen has volunteered, let him go and accompany the baby at night. Of course Jiang Chen had no objection. He has been eager to start his career as a full-time dad. The dinner table was very quiet, both of them were just eating by themselves. No one took the initiative to bring up any topic anymore. Well, apart from the baby, what else can they talk about? But every time Su Xuanhua raised her head and saw Jiang Chen's handsome profile, she couldn't help but have some doubts in her mind. Why on earth would he choose to give up his career and stay to take care of the baby? What exactly does he want? Hard to guess. But a week should be enough time to see something. You'd better not show any clues. Otherwise, you will be miserable. She thought so. Although her inner intuition told her that the man in front of her had no other intentions except wanting to be with the baby. After breakfast, Su Xuanhua put on her handbag, put on her high heels and prepared to go out. Jiang Chen, who was standing by, saw that even after giving birth, her figure had not changed. I couldn't help but sigh that this woman is so well maintained. From this angle, you can see her curvy figure and perfect waist to hip ratio. The lines of the black trousers clearly outline her slender long legs. There is an air of nobility emanating from his entire body. Cool and noble. One can't help but feel that it can only be viewed from a distance, without any blasphemous thoughts. She has a very young and pretty face, but she also has a mature beauty that does not belong to her age. When she bent down to put on her high heels, her beautiful long hair slid across her delicate and fair face, as if she was so beautiful that time slowed down. Jiang Chen looked a little dazed for a moment. I have to say, I was like that at that time. The vision is quite good. Su Shenhua looked back, looking at Jiang Chen, who was standing there in a daze, puzzled. What are you doing? Then, without waiting for his response, she seemed to suddenly remember something, glanced at her watch, and sighed softly. I have something to tell you when I come back in the evening. After saying that, he opened the door and left. Just like that morning. Oh, okay. Jiang Chen sniffed the lingering fragrance when she left, not knowing what to feel. When I arrived at the second bedroom, Aunt Zhou had already cleaned up the room. Looking at the three adorable babies sleeping peacefully in the crib with even breathing, Jiang Chen's lips curled up unconsciously. My baby, so cute. It's no wonder that he inherited the excellent genes from his parents. But inexplicably, it's as if I'm preparing for danger in times of peace. Jiang Chen could clearly feel that this rare peace could leave him at any time. After all, this is not his home. And the relationship between him and Su Shenhua is so awkward. Even if she really agreed to let me stay here and accompany the baby. But, how long is the shelf life of this decision? A year, a month, or really just a week? Given her fickle nature, even if she agreed to a lifetime commitment, she might suddenly change her mind the next day, right? What should I do then? Because of her attitude, will she never see the babies again? That won't work. Besides, the current situation seems to be an ideal one where we don't have to interfere with each other and we can stay with our baby without getting married. In the final analysis, it is just a stopgap measure. Will it always be like this? Not to mention myself, what if she gets married one day? Who will the baby be with then? Given the power of the Su family in my current situation, it would be harder than ascending to heaven to obtain custody of the baby. No, something must be done. After much thought, Jiang Chen finally came to a conclusion that he thought was the only feasible one. Su Shenhua attaches no less importance to her career than to her baby. In that case, the most reliable way is undoubtedly to deeply bind yourself with Hunlong Plaza. Offer Su Shenhua an offer that he couldn't refuse. This is equivalent to adding a layer of cooperation to the current unclear relationship. In this way, I am both the baby's father and the baby's mother's business partner. So it's reasonable for two people to be close, right? And if one day she goes crazy and wants to kick me away and not let me see the baby, would I need to think twice for the sake of cooperation? For a normal family, this idea may seem crazy. But because she is Su Shenhua, the daughter of the Su family and the female president of Hunlong Plaza, this is the only way Jiang Chen can think of to solve the problem from the root. If, I must say, there is no better way. Yes, of course. That is to marry Su Shenhua. Ha ha. Chapter 10. Brother, I'm a father now. Marry. And her? That is of course impossible to happen. Even if we put aside the idea of being well matched, put aside the huge gap in their family background, wealth, social status, and identity. Even if we ignore these realistic considerations, objectively speaking, there is hope if they really love each other. That's impossible. Because there is no affection between them. That night, from any perspective, can only be described as an accident. Jiang Chen, who was almost blacking out at the time, couldn't remember what exactly happened. I can only vaguely recall that she was a girl who was very attractive to me. Just one glance, and he turned his attention from the flowers and nightclub under the lights and wine to her. Moreover, they not only have a good eye for each other, but also seem to get along very well. We chatted so happily that every time we clinked glasses, it seemed like we had a tacit understanding. He had never felt this way before. And these were probably all he could remember. If everything had stayed at that time, perhaps it would have been a more perfect script without regrets? Unfortunately, this is not the case. The vine of fate seemed to have taken a detour and inexplicably began to grow luxuriantly. No one knows whether this is a good thing or a bad thing. But now that things have come to this, it doesn't matter anymore. What is important is these three babies in front of me who are like little angels. Adults' affairs shouldn't affect them. Don't worry, baby. No matter how difficult this matter is, Dad will find a way to stay with you. Jiang Chen reached out and gently stroked Sanbao's cheek. All of a sudden, all the other worries, such as what surname the baby should take, whether to tell his parents, how to maintain a long-term relationship with Su Shenhua, etc., all disappeared in a flash. But it seemed as if God couldn't stand the fact that he was so absorbed in enjoying the good times as father and daughter and father and son. The cell phone in my pocket vibrated, which was very unpleasant, breaking the silence. 3VX messages. It's my childhood friend Jian. He is also his college classmate and best friend. What do you mean? How do you feel on your second day at Hanglong? A touch at noon? Jian joined a famous law firm earlier than him. The location is also in Zhujiawi. So naturally, an invitation to lunch came. Speaking of which, since graduation, they were all busy looking for jobs and hadn't had a good time together for a while. I'm not in the company today. The situation is a bit complicated. Jiang Chen didn't know what to say, so he could only reply like this. Jian sensed something was wrong and received a call shortly afterwards. Hello? What's going on? From the echo from Jian, Jiang Chen immediately understood that he had taken the time to hide in the corridor to make the call. Nothing. I took a few days off. What are you doing? You're just starting and you're asking for leave. Are you crazy? Hey, I can't explain it to you clearly. You wouldn't believe it even if I told you. What? What's going on? Jiang Chen took a deep breath. Although he had already anticipated the fact that one day he would have to tell the people around him about this after he found out yesterday that he had 3 babies. But I really didn't expect that this day would come so soon. Think it over again. Jiang Chen decided to tell him the truth. If it were someone else, he might not trust him, but he absolutely trusted Jian, who was almost like a child and whom he knew well. I'll find a place and talk to you in person at noon. 12:30 noon. Zhujiawi. Melo City. This shopping mall, like Hanglong Plaza, is a famous landmark in Zhujiawi. Looking north from Hanglong Plaza, you can see this unique spherical shopping mall, Metro City. In order to avoid suspicion and at the same time ensure that his brother does not have to run too far, Jiang Chen specially chose this place to meet. Inside a tea restaurant in Melo City, Jiang Chen and Jian, dressed in suits, sat opposite each other. They all look like office workers. One reason is that I am really at work, and the other is that I didn't bring any spare clothes, so this is the only set I can wear when going out. What did you say? Triplets? Jian stared at Jiang Chen with his eyes wide open. Then he chuckled. I said, it's only your second day at work, and you're already crazy? Ah, yes, Hanglong is the place you've always wanted to work at. The salary is good, and the location is in the center of the entire Magic City. You think it's very prestigious. I know all this. You've said it more than once. But what's wrong with you now? You finally got it, so you're getting anxious? Are you kidding? The baby is out? As he spoke, Jian stood up and stretched out his hand to touch Jiang Chen's forehead. Hey, what are you doing? Jiang Chen dodged quickly. Strange, I don't have a fever, so why am I so mentally unstable? Jian murmured as he touched his forehead again and compared the temperature. I really have a child, no kidding. Oh, really? How old is the child? Less than a month. Oh, so who is the child's mother? I have seen her before? Is she the campus belle or the department belle? Why don't I have any impression of her? Not in school. Where is that? A bar? Come on, if that's the case, I'm going to strip you of your title of nightclub elf. As Jian spoke, he picked up the silk stocking milk tea in front of him. However, when he saw Jiang Chen's serious expression, he suddenly seemed to realize something, so he slowly put down the cup. Wait, you are not. Remember that day? I was so drunk that I almost blacked out, and there was a girl I really liked sitting in the booth. Of course, this is the first time I've seen you drunk and taking care of someone like this, but didn't you send her home afterwards? She and I drank so much, how can I send her home? Wait, Jian seemed to be awakened by surprise, so you and her? You beast. Jian pointed at Jiang Chen angrily. I thought you two were in pure love, and you only held hands when you were drunk, and didn't even kiss. But you actually. Ah. She looks like someone who never goes to a bar. You even swore to me that she was the one you really wanted to date and that you should take things slow, unlike other people. Do you have any principles? How could you do this? I already told you, I drank too much. Okay, so what? You didn't take any precautions and you had a child? Yes, I just found out about it yesterday. Seeing that Jiang Chen was sincere, Jian finally realized that what his good brother said might be true. On my first day at work, I got this kind of news. Thinking of this, Jian suddenly felt a little sympathetic towards Jiang Chen. Who is she? I mean, what does she do? Why did she contact you so suddenly? Her surname is Sue, and she is the daughter of the Sue family. TSK, isn't she just a rich second generation? What's the name of the daughter of a wealthy family? And the Sue family? Oh, could it be that her last name is Sue and she must be the daughter of the Sue family? Shurjian picked up the milk tea and put it into his mouth with a look of disdain. Yes, it's the Sue family, the Hanglong group that you said was a nouveau riche, Zhangchen said calmly, the president of Hanglong Plaza, my boss, Su Shanhua. Puff Shurjian spat out all the milk tea that he had just taken in his mouth. Chapter 11 I won't kneel and lick her. Completely ignoring the strange looks from the people around him and his own loss of composure, Shurjian stared at Jiang Chen in shock for a full minute. He really couldn't imagine that what he heard was the truth. So, Su Shanhua, the daughter of Su Yang of Hanglong Group and the female president of Hanglong Plaza, is pregnant with your children, and they are triplets? Shurjian picked up the wet tissue in front of him and wiped his mouth. That's right. Jiang Chen nodded. I have to say, it feels really good to have someone to talk to. Otherwise, what happened last night would be like a blockbuster bomb, which would be kept tightly in the arms and not be made public at all. But at this moment, it was as if a heavy burden had been lifted off my shoulders in an instant. He suddenly understood why Su Shanhua had inexplicably called him to meet the babies yesterday. So what's the situation now? Shurjian looked a little panicked. She wants to fire you? So she doesn't let you continue to work? Or does it mean that he acknowledges your child's identity as his father and is ready to give you a legitimate status? Hiss, if it's the case of the two of you, one is the female president of Hanglong Plaza, and the other is a new member of the legal department. The latter's situation seems unlikely. Jiang Chen shook his head. It's not to the point of firing me. Anyway, I ran into her by chance yesterday, on the first day of reporting, and then she took me to her house to meet the babies. Then, we did a paternity test and confirmed that this was my child, so I said I could keep it and take care of the baby. She agreed and gave me 7 days off. She agreed? Shurjian looked incredulous, then he leaned back, shook his head and smiled. So it seems that she really wants to marry you, right? What? Jiang Chen was confused. Think about it. First, she let you meet the child by chance, and then she promised to let you stay at her house to take care of the child after not seeing you for a year, and even asked for leave for you. What's the difference between this and living together? Shurjian thought thoughtfully. How can this be considered living together? She and I. Stop talking, just tell me, what are your plans now? Don't laugh at me, but to be honest, I plan to stay with the baby as long as possible. Baby, this name is quite intimate. I didn't expect that after just one day, you love your child so much that you are ready to be a father. I remember that you never liked children before. After all, they are my daughter and son. Yeah, that's right. If you want to get close to the Su family of Hanglong Group, just working part-time is not enough. Hey, what? Where did I say I wanted to get close to them? What else? You love your baby so much, I don't believe it. Believe it or not, but anyway, we have only discussed it with her for 7 days. We don't know what will happen after 7 days. Shurjian lifted his chin, thought for a while and then said, so what you are worried about now is that you will never see your child again? That's about right. Jiang Chen took a bite of the delicious meal in front of him with a bit of sadness. You don't care about the position? Are you not afraid of being fired? Jiang Chen didn't know how to explain this for a moment. He couldn't just say that he had a system, right? Even if I do, Bao Bao's mother is the female president of Hanglong Plaza. If she wants to fire me while I'm still on probation, isn't it just a matter of saying a word? That's right. Anyway, my mind is on the baby right now, and I can't care about anything else. Shurjian nodded, I can understand. Since fate has arranged it this way, there is no reason for you not to make good use of it, right? But I think this matter is also very difficult for you. After all, the other party is the daughter of the Su family of Hanglong Group. Hey! At this moment, Jiang Chen really wanted to order a bottle of wine and have a good drink with his brothers. I understand, Shurjian thought he understood. In fact, I think you have a great chance. Thinking he was talking about the baby, Jiang Chen instantly became interested. What do you mean? Think about it, you and Su Shanhua are in love with each other. Otherwise, how could there be a fruit of love? It's just that the result came too early. As long as you and her slowly cultivate feelings and become the son-in-law of the Su family, it will only be a matter of time. Jiang Chen understood now. After all this time, he still thought that he wanted to marry into the family. Just when Jiang Chen was about to explain, Shi Jin said, "Actually, you don't have to really develop feelings for her, you know? In other words, you don't have to love her to death, right? Anyway, something has happened between you, and you have a child. Although you are not husband and wife in name, you are actually better than husband and wife. With your ability as a scumbag, it's not difficult to coax her and make her fall in love with you again like she did that night when she was drunk." Shi Jin's words were blunt and harsh, but they hit the nail on the head and inadvertently opened up Jiang Chen's mind. Yes. I have no feelings for her, but if I want to be with her, it shouldn't be difficult to pretend to love her and be nice to her, right? At least by doing this, you can impress her from an emotional point of view. In other words, find a way to make her fall in love with me. In this way, wouldn't my chances of staying with my baby be greatly increased? The point is, it's all just a show. I don't really have to be with her. Just like when I used to have fun playing with those girls. At most, this time I will be more dedicated, more caring, and more loving. Once this is done, you can stay with your baby with more justification. As Jiang Chen was thinking, Shi Jian on the other side continued to talk. Think about it, if she really recognizes you from the bottom of her heart and really marries you, then by then, not to mention the children, even the entire Hanglong Plaza might be yours. Hold on for a few more years. When Su Yang is no longer able to do anything, Su Shenhua will inherit Hanglong. As his son-in-law, you might even be able to become the vice president of the entire Hanglong group. And what do you have to do now? Just get on good terms with her, Su Shenhua. It's that simple. Although he felt that Shi Jian had a point, Jiang Chen still said with disdain, "Oh, do you think I am that kind of person? Just because she is the daughter of the Su family, I have to kneel down and lick her? Come on." Half an hour later. Hanglong Plaza. Looking at Jiang Chen, who was carefully choosing a gift beside him, Shi Jian couldn't help but tease. "Hey, who was it that just said so righteously that he wouldn't lick anyone's ass? You're preparing a gift so quickly, who are you planning to surprise? What do you know? I'm not giving it to her, but to our family as a souvenir." Jiang Chen picked up a cute pink Polaroid camera with satisfaction. "Oh, you're quite picky. A strong woman like her must have all kinds of things, such as gold and silver jewelry and nutritional supplements. On the contrary, she may not have such romantic things. You really have the potential to marry into a wealthy family. You can win the heart of the female president and open up a way to cross the social class. TSK. Stop talking nonsense. Are you planning to skip work if you don't go back to work? Hey, let's go. Life is so hard for workers. You are from a wealthy family and don't have to go to work." Shi Jian was about to turn around and leave, but suddenly he seemed to remember something and came over again. "By the way, can you let me go see your 3 children someday? See if they look like you." Go. Chapter 12. Who was the gift for? After Shi Jian left, Jiang Chen continued to choose gifts and bought a photo album and cute stickers. At this moment, Su Shenhua and his group happened to pass by here in a mighty manner. Originally, she just casually glanced into the store, but unexpectedly she saw Jiang Chen's figure, which seemed somewhat familiar to her. Su Shenhua stopped and confirmed again and again through the glass window. She was so angry that she was ready to rush in and confront him immediately. "I told you to stay at home and take care of the baby, but you couldn't sit still and ran out on the first day? Still coming to Hanglong? What's the meaning? Mr. Su, what's wrong?" Secretary Zhu, who noticed something was wrong, stepped forward and asked with concern. It was not until then that Su Shenhua came to her senses and regained her composure. In this situation and with her status, it is inappropriate for her to do this. "I'll settle the score with you when I get back." Nothing. After saying that, he continued to walk along the original route. Only Secretary Zhu was left behind, looking confused. "What happened to Mr. Su these 2 days? Why do I always feel like something is wrong?" After buying the gifts, Jiang Chen did not rush back. Instead, we went to the first floor square. Several pop-up stores clustered together in the center caught his attention. Pop-up stores are also called brand guerrilla stores. Their characteristics are limited time and temporary stores, which usually only last for a few weeks. They are used to promote brands and capture some seasonal consumers. Most of them were niche clothing brands he had never heard of. There are many styles including Japanese, retro, American, sports, national trend, genderless, etc. It seems that Hanglong seems to be planning to introduce some trendy brands? Otherwise, there wouldn't be so much fanfare to attract so many pop-up stores of the same type. There aren't many visitors, most of them just pass by and take a look. Jiang Chen just took a quick look and went back home. Because with just one glance, he already knows the characteristics of these different brands, as well as which ones can lead the trend and achieve hot selling effects. 9 p.m. Yuding Building 2. Su Shanhua swiped her card with a tired look on her face, went upstairs and arrived at the door of her home. If I had to describe this day in one sentence, that must be considered exhausting. The case for bringing in new and trendy brands is pending. There are so many brands, all very vibrant and popular among young people. In the end, only one could be chosen. It was so difficult that even Su Shanhua, who was experienced in this area, found it a bit difficult. The introduction of trendy brands is an inevitable trend, and other well-known shopping malls are already doing it. And a lot of resources have been devoted to increasing sales. Hanglong Plaza naturally also makes this one of its key plans for the spring. But among hundreds of such brands, only one can become popular. If the real potential stocks are not selected, then Hanglong Plaza will miss a lot of opportunity costs. But judging by the performance and response of today's pop-up store, she is not satisfied. That would have been fine, but Father Su Yang posed another problem. She was asked to go on a blind date with the youngest son of the real estate tycoon, the Lin family. Hanglong Group has many expansion plans this year, including shopping malls, hotels, amusement parks, etc. Among them, the hotel alone is destined to have a close cooperative relationship with the Lin family. Although Su Shuanhua's current focus has always been on Hanglong Plaza, because her father Su Yang promised that as long as she can achieve the goal of sales exceeding 20 billion this year, she will be the future heir of Hanglong Group, rather than her younger brother, Su Zhanglong. But this goal is not so easy to achieve. Therefore, Su Yang was willing to make concessions and put the turnover of emerging industries, especially the hotel, into Su Shuanhua's pocket. Of course, the prerequisite is to marry the young master of the Lin family. Su Yang also specifically said that Mr. Lin didn't mind at all that she had a child. I hope she can make good use of this opportunity. But the problem is, how could she agree to such conditions? She is Su Shanhua. All the achievements I have today were made with the help of my father's reputation and by standing on the shoulders of giants, but in the end, they were all achieved with my own hands. Asking her to marry and compromise just to become the heir? Impossible. Because of this incident, I had another quarrel with my father Su Yang today. In addition, at noon, Jiang Chen was caught not at home taking care of the baby, but instead went shopping in the mall. This was simply a wanton abuse of her trust. The crime is unforgivable. With many worries in her heart, Su Shanhua stretched out her slender fingers, unlocked the combination lock and opened the door. What came into view was Jiang Chen's handsome face. But at this moment, Su Shanhua was so angry when she saw this face. After entering the room, Su Shanhua was about to question him and end Jiang Chen's career as a nanny in one fell swoop. But Jiang Chen took out an exquisite Tiffany blue gift bag from behind with a warm smile on his face and handed it over. Su Shanhua was a little confused. What is going on here? Knowing that the truth has been exposed, you want to make amends? Oh, you think I'm so easy to talk to? For you. Jiang Chen didn't know what Su Shanhua was thinking, and just looked at her with a smile. Open it and take a look. As the saying goes, don't hit someone who smiles at you. Faced with Jiang Chen's enthusiasm, even Su Shanhua, who was about to explode at any time, had to temporarily suppress the dissatisfaction and suspicion in her heart. Because now she was more curious about what Jiang Chen was going to give her. When she was changing into slippers, Jiang Chen took the initiative to help her carry her handbag and took over a stack of documents. What made Su Shanhua feel even more was that this guy was being so attentive to her for no reason and must have something to hide. Sit on the sofa and take out the things in the gift bag. 2 wrapped gifts. This is a Polaroid camera? And a photo album? After opening the gift, Su Shanhua was obviously a little surprised. Since she was old enough to understand, the gifts she received were almost always various expensive luxury goods and decorations. I've never received a gift like this before. You are usually busy with work during the day, so when you have some free time, you should take good care to record your life with your baby. Jiang Chen explained. The process of your baby growing up should be treasured. Otherwise, when you want to look back later and find that it is gone, it will be too late. Su Shanhua never expected that Jiang Chen would think so much. It is indeed as Jiang Chen said, she has been busy with work. although I usually stay with my baby after get off work. But things like taking photos of the babies and making photo albums. She had never thought about it because her mind was full of career. The gift he gave was quite thoughtful. Su Shenhua flipped through the beautiful beige blank photo album in her hand, and suddenly thought that filling it with photos of her baby seemed like an interesting idea. Thinking of this, Su Shenhua's anger suddenly subsided and his mood gradually relaxed. But his face remained stern and he continued to question. So you went to Hanglong to go shopping just for this matter, regardless of the baby? What do you mean shopping in the mall? You are here to prepare gifts for our family, okay? Besides, I wasn't there for long, so it won't delay us. Wait, what did you say? Su Shenhua interrupted when she heard the keywords triggered in her ears. You haven't been gone for long? No, the one before that. Prepare gifts, what's wrong? Who are you preparing a gift for? Chapter 13. You're right. Give us. Jiang Chen realized his mistake and quickly changed his words. Give us and the baby's family. Who are we family with? Su Shenhua frowned, put down the photo album, crossed her arms over her chest, and stared at Jiang Chen with a warning look. For a moment, Jiang Chen felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar under Su Shenhua's gaze and was in great pain. This woman, why is she so serious about everything? 3 babies and their parents, living under the same roof, aren't they a family? Is it necessary to distinguish it so clearly? It's really sick. Besides, if I want to record the baby's life, I can just use my mobile phone. Why do I need these? Seeing Jiang Chen's frustrated look, Su Shenhua inexplicably felt a sense of pleasure, and her expression relaxed, but she was still unwilling to give in. That's different. Jiang Chen said righteously, picking up the photo album on the table. This is a parent-child commemorative album. How can it be compared with a mobile phone album? When the babies grow up, if you want to see what they look like when they were little, are you going to look through them on your phone? Is this the same feeling as holding this album full of Polaroid photos? Life should have a sense of ritual. He is quite reasonable. TSK, Su Shenhua turned her head away, trying to hide her smile. Suddenly, her expression changed again, and she picked up the Polaroid camera and the commemorative photo album of her and her children. Do you lack a sense of ceremony? Don't do these things next time. I kept you here to take care of the baby, not to play tricks. After saying that, Su Shenhua stood up and walked towards the bedroom holding the Polaroid camera and photo album. Looking at her slim figure walking away, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. This is probably what they mean by putting a warm face on a cold butt, right? Didn't you say you had something to tell me tonight? How come you forgot everything? This woman is really amazing. It's really beautiful, and it's really cold. An ice beauty, right? But logically speaking, even an iceberg will eventually melt, right? She, on the other hand, has hardly ever looked happy since we met yesterday. Anyone who marries her will be unlucky for the rest of his life. I was also seriously ill, and I really listened to Shi Jian's advice. Get closer to her and build a good relationship with her. Why don't you just let me go to heaven? If I had this perseverance, what could I not succeed in? But for the sake of the babies, we can only take it one step at a time. Finally, the gift was accepted. Although he thought so, Jiang Chen actually didn't know either. Was it simply because he got inspiration from Shi Jian, or was it because he instinctively wanted to do something for the baby's mother? Just as Jiang Chen was about to return to the second bedroom, a stack of documents left by Su Shenhua on the living room table caught his attention. Unable to resist his curiosity, Jiang Chen casually opened it and took a look. Only then did I realize that it was actually a comprehensive assessment of the pop-up store brands I had seen that morning. It contains complete information, including the sales of the pop-up store in the past few days. And you took this home specifically to study it? It seems that Hanglong attaches great importance to these trendy brands. The baby had fallen asleep quietly, and Jiang Chen, who had nothing to do, started to read the reports. There is nothing wrong with the report and the analysis is quite professional. What is lacking is a higher-level perspective. If we only look at the recent sales of pop-up stores, some brands are indeed performing poorly. But in fact, it is not comprehensive enough to use this sample size as an important factor in rating a brand. Only with a vision like Jiang Chen's can one see things that ordinary people cannot discover. For example, the national trend brand CH, which has a low rating in the report, is actually the most underestimated dark horse among these brands. CH's combination of traditional Chinese culture and fashion elements is still too advanced for ordinary people in this fashion circle that is accustomed to following foreign brands. It is no wonder that the people under Su Shenhua cannot appreciate the value and potential of CH. If we were to ask which of these brands is most likely to soar to success, it would definitely be CH. If Jiang Chen had the money, he would have invested without hesitation. So Jiang Chen, who couldn't stand it any longer, added some comments on several reports. Master bedroom. After taking a shower, Su Shenhua sat on the edge of the bed in her pajamas. She picked up the pink Polaroid camera that was as cute as her baby, looked at it for a while, and took a selfie of herself. After admiring the printed photos for a few seconds and placing them on the bedside table, she picked up the beige parent-child commemorative photo album. Never tire of looking through it again, even if it's blank. But every time I feel the texture of the paper, I can imagine that every page of this album in the future will be filled with photos of my babies. When the baby is feeding and crying loudly. When I was held in my parents' arms. When she was 1 month old, when she was 1 year old, when she was learning to walk, when she could talk, when she put on her cute school uniform and carried a small school bag. Think of these images. And when I am old, I will also open this photo album like I do now. Su Shenhua couldn't help but smile knowingly. That's right. Rather than a mobile phone album, it is also a parent-child commemorative album. More feeling. Just as Su Shenhua was immersed in such fantasy, there was an inopportune knock on the door. Su Shenhua quickly hid the Polaroid camera and photo album in the cupboard. Come in. It turned out to be Aunt Jo. Miss. What's wrong? Aunt Jo was a little surprised by Su Shenhua's question. Didn't you ask me to wait for you to come back and tell you about Mr. John's situation today? Oh, so that's it. Su Shenhua then remembered that she had indeed told Aunt Jo about this matter. After all, her so-called probation period is no joke. If Jiang Chen, the baby's father, really behaves badly, she will kick him out without mercy. Aunt Jo, who is a confinement nanny, is also with the baby all the time. Is the best testimony. So the current situation actually feels a bit like reporting work. It's really strange. After get off work, I came home and had to do this. It was my own request. Su Shenhua suddenly felt that all this seemed a little absurd. So, how's it going? Although she already had an idea in mind, Su Shenhua still pretended to know nothing and asked. Miss, it may be a little inappropriate for me to say this, but I have to tell you the truth. Seeing that Aunt Jo looked a little embarrassed, Su Shenhua instantly became interested. Oh? In other words, there is indeed something wrong with this guy Jiang Chen? Ha, I knew he was up to something a long time ago. Aunt Jo continued, in my opinion, it's really rare to find a father as caring as him. It's hard for anyone to do better than him. Ah? Su Shenhua was dumbfounded. You mean, he's fine? More than good, he seems to have a natural talent for taking care of children, and he can learn it as soon as he learns. Chapter 14 I'll shoot. So, he learns almost everything about taking care of the baby right away, such as making milk powder, feeding, and changing diapers. He does it very well? Su Shenhua was a little bit incredulous after hearing Aunt Jo's conclusion. You have to know that these things do sound simple. But in fact, it is easier said than done. Even if we let her come, it will take a while. How can a grown man like him be so good at such things? But seeing that Aunt Jo spoke very highly of Jiang Chen, Su Shenhua didn't know why. Although she thought it was a good thing rationally, she felt a little dissatisfied in her heart. But didn't he run away and not come back for a long time? How did you know? Did he tell you? Aunt Jo was a little surprised, but she helped Jiang Chen explain, that's true, but he came back in about an hour. If not, I'm afraid it wouldn't be my turn to take care of the child all day. Now Su Shenhua didn't know what to say. After a while, he asked again. So, you think he is fully capable of taking care of the baby? Well, most of the time, he stays with his child. To be honest, he really loves his child. From what I have seen, it is rare to find such a considerate father. He also. Aunt Jo said. Then Su Shenhua didn't want to listen anymore and interrupted, okay, I get it, you should go to bed early. After Aunt Jo left, Su Shenhua couldn't help but sigh. Are you kidding? Even Aunt Jo praised him highly? If she wasn't our confinement nanny, I might really suspect that she had received some kind of benefit. So, I'm not as good as him in taking care of the baby? Jiang Chen? Are you kidding? Thinking of this, Su Shenhua immediately prepared to go to the second bedroom for a surprise inspection. Let us see if this guy is as perfect as Aunt Jo said. Maybe he is actually a bastard who cheats his father. Oh no, cheats his child. Oh, I'm busy with my career? I don't care about the baby, do I? So you care more than I do? I have been pregnant for 10 months now. Why haven't I seen you for such a long time? Before pushing the door open, she took the Polaroid camera that Jiang Chen gave her. This Polaroid camera, which was originally meant to record beautiful moments, is about to become the perfect prop for recording evidence at this moment. Snort. Didn't he expect that? So Su Shenhua, wearing her pajamas and holding a Polaroid camera, walked along the corridor as carefully as a cat, stealthily approaching the second bedroom without making any sound. The door to the second bedroom happened to be open. Perfect. It seems that he is not the kind of person who is so cautious that he is impeccable. It is often when we are least prepared that we are most likely to reveal our flaws. Do you really love babies that much? I don't believe it. Once I collect evidence of your crime, I can kick you out with justification. However, when she finally got to the second bedroom, the scene before her surprised her again. Jiang Chen was seen lying in front of the crib with a fascinated look on his face, muttering to himself. Oh no, it seems like he is humming a song? Or the local dialect of Shanghai? Good baby, eat well and have a good sleep. While humming, he picked up the baby? This is the three treasures? Oh yeah, what was I going to say to him when I got back tonight? Baby name thing? I had forgotten about the trick he played on me, really. Good baby, eat well and have a good sleep. Sleep well and you will be healthy. A healthy body will make you grow taller. Be a good baby tomorrow morning. Sanbao is always naughty and active, and he loves to cry. For some reason, she was very well behaved in Jiang Chen's arms, showing no signs of crying. It was just a pair of small hands that pulled Jiang Chen's chin, and when they were pricked by his stubble, they subconsciously retracted their hands. Then he started to pull Jiang Chen's face again. Looking at this scene, Su Shenhua couldn't help but smile for some reason. This moment is warm and peaceful. It was as if all the worries that had accumulated throughout the day just disappeared. Then Su Shenhua couldn't help but pick up the Polaroid camera, pointed it at the back of Jiang Chen holding the baby under the nightlight, and pressed the shutter. Jiang Chen, who originally had his back to Su Shenhua, was so focused on Sanbao that he did not notice Su Shenhua outside the door. But the flash of the Polaroid camera still exposed her whereabouts. Jiang Chen turned around while holding Sanbao, and looked at Su Shenhua with a puzzled look. She had already hidden the Polaroid camera and the film behind her. Their eyes met and the air was quiet. Feeling inexplicably guilty and embarrassed, Su Shenhua quickly took small steps back until she completely disappeared from Jiang Chen's sight. She quickly ran back to the master bedroom, gasping for breath. Shouldn't have been discovered? It would be embarrassing if we were discovered. As soon as I received the gift, I couldn't wait to use it and even took a photo of it secretly. Wouldn't that show that I really like this gift? After hiding the Polaroid camera in the cabinet, Su Shenhua picked up the small 3-inch photos that had just been printed. Why is it so blank? After waving in the air and blowing a few breaths, the heartwarming scene in the color photo slowly emerged. Well, I took really good pictures. Su Shenhua looked at her work with satisfaction. Then he brought out colored pens, glue, and photo albums. Open the first page. I pasted this photo of father and son and the selfie that I had just placed on the bedside table at the top of the first page. Then pick up a pink pen and write March 17, 2025 on the two photos. Mission accomplished. Su Shenhua closed the photo album contentedly and put it in the bedside table. Then, I started to worry about whether I should take another look at the babies before going to bed. The embarrassment just now has not completely cooled down. It makes me feel like I'm spying on someone. Just then, she suddenly realized something. Wait, this is my home. Why should I avoid him? Thinking of this, Su Shenhua strode towards the second bedroom with confidence. On the other side, under Jiang Chen's patient chanting, Sanbao had fallen asleep peacefully. Just as Jiang Chen put Sanbao back to his two sisters, the system's prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the achievement, lulling the baby to sleep, and the reward is, Fortune Treasure Box Small. A treasure chest of good fortune? Is it the kind of treasure chest that I thought it would be, that bursts with gold coins? The host can open the Fortune Treasure Box Small, to randomly obtain 500,000 to 1.5 million yuan. Sure. The first pot of gold, isn't it coming? So Jiang Chen chose to open the treasure chest as soon as possible. Ding! Successfully opened the treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for winning 1.2 million yuan. The next moment, the phone vibrated and received a text message. Kaesang Bank, your account 4426 received 120,000 yuan at 22:12 on March 17. Good job. Just by coaxing Sanbao to sleep, 1.2 million was deposited into the account? Isn't this much better than working? With this money, there are many things we can do next. For example, investing in CH can be put on the agenda. Jiang Chen opened the browser and briefly checked the information of CH Company. As he expected, it was a small company that had been established not long ago. The registered capital is only 2 million. There is even only one offline store, and it is located in a relatively remote location. Given their scale, setting up a pop-up store in Hanglong must have cost a lot of money, right? I will try to contact the shareholders tomorrow to see if I can buy out their shares. Su Shenhua came again at this time, leaning against the door, and saw Jiang Chen grinning foolishly at the baby in the crib. She couldn't help but feel puzzled. What is he so happy about? You are smiling so happily, just because you put the baby to sleep? Chapter 15. The child has my last name. Noticing Su Shenhua's scrutinizing gaze, Jiang Chen looked up at her and asked casually, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, just came to take a look," Su Shenhua said nonchalantly. "Oh, by the way, didn't you say this morning that you had something to tell me when you got back? Well, let's go out and talk." So Jiang Chen stood up and prepared to leave, turning off the night light. I found a short video this afternoon that said turning on the night light will affect the baby's sleep. So after all three babies fell asleep, he didn't plan to turn on the lights anymore. However, when Su Shenhua was about to turn around at the door, she was surprised to find that in the darkness of the second bedroom, there were dots of starlight on the ceiling. Twinkling, twinkling, star-shaped green fluorescent stickers are all over the head, flickering faintly in the night, as if you were looking up at the starry sky. So beautiful. Su Shenhua was a little stunned. She slowly walked into the house and looked up. "What is this?" "These are the stars I picked for the babies," Jiang Chen said with a smile, "so that when they wake up in the middle of the night, they can open their eyes and see the entire starry sky. I think they will like it." Su Shenhua nodded subconsciously. Like the babies would like it. Very beautiful indeed. But his expression changed immediately. He glared at Jiang Chen and muttered, "Who told you to mess around in the baby's room?" Jiang Chen responded confidently, "What's wrong? Doesn't it look good?" Tisk, taking the initiative. Su Shenhua muttered, then turned and walked out. Seeing Su Shenhua suddenly reveal a hint of cuteness like a little wife, Jiang Chen suddenly felt happy. So he quickly followed Su Shenhua, put his arm around her shoulders and teased, Okay, next time I'll report it to the baby's mother first, and then. At the moment of physical contact, Su Shenhua stopped and was suddenly stunned. What caught Jiang Chen's eyes next was Su Shenhua's knife-like eyes. Jiang Chen quickly let go of his hand on Su Shenhua's shoulder, took 3 steps back to create some distance, then looked around and pretended nothing had happened. Fortunately, Su Shenhua did not pursue his overstepping behavior, but just sat quietly with him on both sides of the sofa in the living room. "It's nothing serious, just letting you know about naming the baby." Notify? Jiang Chen's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Could it be that? You have no objection to the baby taking my surname, right? Su Shenhua's question contained only unquestionable affirmation, without the slightest intention of soliciting opinions. Jiang Chen was silent. In fact, he didn't particularly care about this matter. After all, they are not husband and wife. Moreover, from the time the baby was born until now, Su Shenhua has been taking care of him alone. Even if Su Shenhua hadn't found him, he might not have known until now that he already had a child. But, it's a bit awkward that the child doesn't have the father's surname. Before Jiang Chen could even open his mouth, Su Shenhua had already made the decision. You have no objection, right? Very good, then it's settled. Also, I've already picked a name for the baby. Su Shenhua took out paper and pen and wrote down as he spoke. The eldest is Wan Ning, the second is Rua Han, and the third is Rui Lin. Jiang Chen nodded. There is nothing wrong with the names, they are all very meaningful and catchy. It's just about whose last name to take. That's it, I'm going to sleep first, you should go to bed early too. After saying that, Su Shenhua stood up, picked up the stack of documents that had been left on the table, and left. Jiang Chen looked at her, hesitant to speak. Until Su Shenhua's back completely disappeared from sight. Jiang Chen let out a long sigh and lay down on the sofa. She is truly a female CEO who has the final say. Although it's a bit helpless, it seems that this is the only way for now. After all, the relationship between her and I is too complicated now. Although one is the baby's father and the other is the baby's mother. But in fact, there are not many intersections and ties between her and me. What's more, she is the rich and powerful daughter of the Su family and the president of Hanglong Plaza. I'm just a newly employed dad. Things like what surname a child should take cannot be resolved by just having a quarrel or arguing. If I want my babies to have my last name, I'll have to think it over carefully. A blacksmith must be strong himself. I never thought that this principle applies not only in the workplace but also at home. If I persist in doing what Shi Jian said, will she really fall in love with me one day? By that time, I have the final say on things like what surname the child should take. But is this really a good thing? Why does it feel a bit scary to think about it? By that time, wouldn't it be like living with a tiger? Hiss. Master bedroom. Su Shenhua, lying in bed with the night light on, picked up the stack of brand evaluation reports. Reviewing these reports again, one conclusion was reached. This was supposed to be the last thing she wanted to do before going to bed tonight. No matter how sleepy or tired you are, you have to complete the task. But at this moment, she was inexplicably in a good mood. I didn't feel sleepy, but rather refreshed. It's so late, why bother reading the report? Let us see tomorrow. As soon as this thought came to mind, Su Shenhua felt something was wrong with him. But she still chose to follow her heart and not think about work. Instead, she excitedly opened the bedside table and took out the beige photo album that Jiang Chen gave her. Then, as if he was looking forward to watching a drama he had been following recently, he slowly opened the photo album, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose. The top half of the first page. On the left is a photo of the guy and his son holding sanbao, and on the right is a beautiful selfie of himself. Accompanied by the date March 17, 2025 written in pink pen above. A masterpiece of super sweetness. Su Shenhua looked at the photo album and smiled. She felt a warm sense of satisfaction and accomplishment that she had never experienced before. I didn't have this feeling when I first received my father's praise and recognition. I didn't have this feeling on the first day I took over Hanglong Plaza. This feeling did not occur to me during the celebration banquet when the sales of Hanglong Plaza exceeded 8 billion for the first time. But why is it that such trivial fragments of life can make people happy so easily? Strangeness. Then he looked at Jiang Chen and Sanbao, who were separated from himself in two photos, appearing on the left and right. Su Shenhua felt that something was not perfect and frowned slightly. Would it look better if it was a photo of us together? At least his looks match my beauty. He is very attentive to the baby. I will change their diapers, feed them, buy them green star stickers, and hold them and sing nursery rhymes to put them to sleep. He would also buy me Polaroid cameras and photo albums so that I could record these things. If we were really family. That seems. It's pretty good too. Chapter 16 Workplace, please refer to your position. However, almost as soon as these thoughts arose, Su Shenhua woke up immediately. The photo albums in my hands fell onto the quilt. Su Shenhua stretched out a hand, touched her cheek, and muttered to herself. What am I thinking? Am I crazy? Become a family, with him? How is this possible? Theoretically, even the probability of being with that idiot from the Lin family seems to be higher than being with him, right? This analogy doesn't seem right either. If I have to compare it this way, the probability of being with him is higher. Because the probability of being with him is infinitely close to zero. And the probability of being with Lin Zihao is negative. When Su Shenhua thought of Lin Zihao's disgusting face, she almost instinctively felt physically uncomfortable. If it wasn't for the desire to contract a new hotel project and achieve this year's 20 billion turnover target, I wouldn't want to meet him, let alone even hear his name. Why on earth did my father take advantage of this and try to facilitate my marriage with him? Su Shenhua became angrier the more she thought about it, so she turned off the lights and went to bed. Close your eyes and your worries disappear. The next day. Jiang Chen, who had not slept well in the second bedroom all night, was once again awakened by Sanbao's crying. That night, Sanbao cried several times, and it was impossible to comfort him. When Jiang Chen got up to check on Sanbao, he discovered that he was covered in sweat. Jiang Chen realized something was wrong and quickly called Aunt Zhou. Looking at Sanbao's condition, he might be calcium deficient, Aunt Zhou said after listening to Jiang Chen's description and observing Sanbao for a while. He was like this before, with unstable emotions, waking up in the middle of the night crying, and sweating in the morning. What should we do then? Jiang Chen asked with concern. If this is the reason, just take him out to get more sun to promote calcium absorption. I took him to the balcony to get some sun for 15 minutes before, and then he stopped making so many noises and slept normally at night. Then what about taking him to the community to bask in the sun? Wouldn't that be better? Jiang Chen asked, worried that just basking in the sun on the balcony was not enough. In Jiang Chen's opinion, if they want to bask in the sun, they should do it with all 3 babies. Go outside and breathe some fresh air. The environment of the community is very good and the space is also very large. Occasionally, when the temperature is suitable, go downstairs for a walk. It will surely be helpful to the baby's physical and mental health. Although the baby is still young, it's not a good thing for him to stay in the room every day. Of course, but with 3 children, it will be more troublesome. You know, the young lady is still in confinement after giving birth, and pushing 3 strollers is not easy. But now that you are here, it should be much easier. Hearing this, an idea suddenly came to Jiang Chen's mind. These 2 days, when he was looking up parenting information, he accidentally saw a stroller designed specifically for multiple births. It is different from those baby strollers at home that only one person can sit in. If I buy a stroller like that, it will be much more convenient to take my baby for a walk around the neighborhood. In the afternoon, Jiang Chen asked Aunt Zhou to help look after the baby while he went out to meet with the shareholders of CH Company whom he had contacted in the morning. Perhaps it was because CH's style was too advanced and its prices were high, so its sales had been rather bleak, and even the first store had difficulty making a profit. The original plan to open 10 chain stores within a year is no longer feasible. In addition, the pop-up store did not perform well in Hanglung Plaza. This made the partner who had invested together with the boss of CH Company to establish this brand consider withdrawing. As luck would have it, Jiang Chen contacted the company at this time and wanted to invest. Upon learning that Jiang Chen wanted to buy more than half of the shares in one go, the 2 parties hit it off. CH Company only has a small office, not far from Zhujiaoui, which is located in the center of Shanghai. Jiang Chen soon met the boss and his partner. Because they were the only 2 shareholders and they had already understood the situation tacitly, they immediately signed an equity transfer agreement with Jiang Chen, thus reaching a win-win deal for all parties. What remains is to amend the company's Articles of Association, submit a change registration application to the Ministry of Industry and Commerce, and other subsequent matters. Liang Yong, the founder of the CH brand and the company's boss, is also the chief designer of the CH brand. He is only in his early 30s. I thought Jiang Chen was just a rich second generation with nothing to do, and he just wanted to invest 1 million yuan because he liked his style. However, after talking with Jiang Chen, Liang Yong was pleasantly surprised to find that the other party was actually an expert. He has profound insights into fashion trends. So he warmly invited Jiang Chen to have dinner together and talk about the future plans for the brand. Jiang Chen did not refuse, after all, it was time for dinner. But he said he only had a little over an hour. Then Jiang Chen decided on the location at Oriental Department Store next to Hanlong Plaza. Because the stroller he ordered that morning was in that mall. I just finished my meal and went to check the goods on the way. 6 p.m. Oriental Department Store. On the 6th floor there is a Michelin Western restaurant with an average price of over 3,000 per person. As soon as Su Shenhua entered, she saw Lin Zihao, whom she didn't want to see at all, standing up from the viewing seat and greeting her enthusiastically. Shenhua. Su Shenhua pretended not to notice that he was dressed neatly but looked like a beast in human clothing. She turned around and took a deep breath. Then he slowly walked to Lin Zihao's table and sat down. At this moment, Su Shenhua had already suppressed her reluctance to attend the appointment. He just forced a polite smile and looked at Lin Zihao, who was sitting opposite him. So, how do you plan to cooperate? Not making a sour face was the limit of what Su Shenhua could do, so she went straight to the point. Of course, let's deepen our cooperation. Lin Zihao, with his slicked back hair and pale face, chuckled. He thought he was sunny and cheerful, but in Su Shenhua's eyes he was extremely vulgar. Let's order first, Shenhua, what do you want to eat? Lin Zihao acted like a gentleman and handed the menu to Su Shenhua. I don't think our relationship is such that you can call me that, right? In a work setting, please refer to my position. Su Shanhua gave him a cold look, crossed her arms across her chest, and showed no intention of reaching out to take the menu. I don't have much of an appetite today, so just order whatever you want. Chapter 17 Jiang Chen? Lin Zihao coughed lightly and pretended to be embarrassed to take back the menu, but he was not scared by Su Shanhua's attitude at all. Instead, his eyes became more passionate. Okay, President Su. Why do you have no appetite? Are you feeling unwell? Lin Zihao ordered some food and some good wine, and finally answered Su Shanhua's original question. Shanhua, although my uncle wants to promote our marriage because of the friendship between our two families, I respect your opinion very much, and I will never use the resources I have as a threat to win your heart. Just as Lin Zihao said. The Lin family and the Su family are old friends. As early as Su Shanhua's grandfather's generation, he had a friendship with the Lin family. Father Su Yang and Lin Zihao's father Lin Fan have been partners for many years and help each other. When Su Yang's business failed and he was in dire straits, it was the Lin family who lent a helping hand, which led to Hanglong's current success. For this, Su Yang has always been grateful to the Lin family, and the relationship between the two families has always been good. Therefore, in fact, as early as when Su Shanhua was in elementary school, she had met Lin Zihao, who was 1 year younger than her, many times at gatherings between the two families. But one thing remains unchanged, that is, from childhood to adulthood, Su Shanhua has never had the slightest affection for Lin Zihao. On the contrary, there was only disgust and disdain for him. Because she had long realized that Lin Zihao was not only greasy, but also seemed a little sick. In short, he was not mentally normal. But Father Su Yang chose to turn a blind eye to this, as if only his friendship with the Lin family was in his eyes. This is also why Su Yang really hopes that the two of them can be together. On the one hand, it was because of the equal status of the two families, and on the other hand, when the two children were not yet born, the two families had half-jokingly arranged marriages for them. In addition, it further consolidates the business relations between the two companies. The Lin family's Oriental Group and the Su family's Hanglong Group can be said to be evenly matched in Shanghai. Next to Hanglong Plaza, Oriental department store where Su Shanhua and Lin Zihao are currently working, is the Lin family's property. Of course, the Lin family is not as good as Hanglong in the department store business, and is more outstanding in the hotel business. Although Su Shanhua knew that Su Yang had no intention of sacrificing his own happiness for the family business. After all, it was mainly because of his good relationship with the Lin family. But Su Shanhua, the female president of Hanglong Plaza, could certainly see that it was impossible to say that there was no business consideration at all. And this is exactly what she cannot accept the most. If you want to marry a princess for a royal marriage or a rich girl for a marriage alliance, please travel back to ancient times, okay? There was only one reason why she was willing to meet Lin Zihao today. That is, when Lin Zihao invited her to dinner, he clearly stated that he was willing to ignore the expectations of his elders and start working directly with Su Shanhua without discussing an engagement. The Lin family has only one precious son, Lin Zihao, and he has inherited all of the Lin family's hotel businesses in Shanghai. Su Shanhua knew that he still had a certain say, so he agreed to the meeting. Later, they had a disagreement on the meeting place. Su Shanhua wanted to discuss things at Hanglong's restaurant, but Lin Zihao wanted to invite her to the restaurant in his own hotel. Finally, we compromised and came to Oriental department store. As the president, Su Shanhua would not delay business opportunities because of this, no matter how much she disliked Lin Zihao. In the business world, she never makes decisions based on her personal preferences. As long as her bottom line is not crossed, she will keep a cool head and make decisions that maximize the interests of the entire Hanglong Group. This is exactly what her father Su Yang likes about her. Therefore, even though what Lin Zihao said in less than 5 minutes had made her want to vomit more than once, she still motioned for him to continue. Lujiazui, the M Hotel will be no less than Bulgari, and everyone knows this. Lin Zihao looked very proud as he talked about his project. Oriental Group chooses to operate jointly with other groups in order to integrate resources and provide the best hotel services with the highest efficiency. But you also know that from a business perspective, Hanglong is not the best choice for us. I'm considering leaving this opportunity to you, isn't it because of the friendship between us and our two families over the years? So, I think it's unnecessary to tie this matter to a marriage treaty. Su Shanhua didn't breathe a sigh of relief until she heard the last sentence. This guy finally said something sensible. That's great. Hanglong is also willing to sincerely provide you with a cooperation plan in terms that will satisfy you. However, just as Su Shanhua let down her guard a little, placed her hands on the table, and prepared to talk about her plan, she was interrupted by Lin Zihao. Lin Zihao stretched out his right index finger and put it to his mouth, making a hush sound. Shanhua, we can talk about this later. Su Shanhua suppressed her displeasure and asked, so what are we going to talk about today? Lin Zihao smiled crookedly, today, let's talk about what happened between us. I want to give you this great opportunity. Shouldn't you show some appreciation? Hearing this, Su Shanhua almost wanted to flip the table and explode, but in the end she took a deep breath, barely suppressed her temper and asked word by word, what kind of expression? Lin Zihao suddenly reached out and held Su Shanhua's delicate hand that was pressed on the table. I don't think there's a rush to get married, but if we're dating, shouldn't you give me a chance? Su Shanhua suddenly broke free from Lin Zihao's dirty hands, and looking at his face with an expression of debauchery and frivolity, she felt as sick as if she had eaten a fly, and at the same time, she felt an urge to slap him hard in the face. Or splash the water in front of him on his face. I don't know how she developed this extraordinary endurance, whether it was to maintain the dignity of the two families, or whether it was after she became a mother that the originally angular, sharp side of her character, like a knife, gradually dulled. Su Shanhua finally suppressed the rage in her heart and said, in this case, we have nothing to talk about. After saying that, he picked up his bag and left angrily. Seeing that everything was messed up, Lin Zihao, who felt humiliated and hurt, finally began to show his true colors, beating his chest and stamping his feet. Ah, you bitch. Lin Zihao chased Su Shanhua all the way to the restaurant entrance. Then he grabbed her. Anyway, he was in his own shopping mall, so he had nothing to worry about. Su Shanhua, do you really think you're a loser? Lin Zihao's face began to become a little ferocious, and he sneered, I don't mind the fact that you have a child, but you despise me instead? What's wrong with me that makes me unworthy of you? In the end, you're just a slut that has been worn by other men. Let go. Su Shanhua, who was in pain as her wrist was grabbed tightly, struggled to break free. She knew how disgusting Lin Zihao was, but she never expected him to be so brazen. At this moment, compared to anger and fear, a feeling that emerged in her heart was fatigue, and hidden in the fatigue was a lot of grievances. Over the years, she has seen a lot of scenes and suffered a lot of injustice and grievances. But such an excessive scene at the moment was still far beyond her tolerance. It is true that she is a battle-hardened female CEO in the business world, but she is also a woman. Hee, you don't even dare to reveal the father of your child. It seems that you have something to hide. After all, you are a person with a bad work style. Why are you pretending to be noble here? Lin Zihao grabbed Su Shanhua's hand tightly and pulled it towards himself, as if he wanted to teach her a lesson. Tourists in the mall, waiters in the restaurant, and even guests all gathered there. With a look of shock on his face, he watched the scene. But no one stopped it. If it weren't for the fact that she had just given birth and hadn't completed her confinement period, and her body was still weak, Su Shanhua would have pushed the man away and kicked him hard in the vitals. But at this moment, she felt that her hands were about to be broken by Lin Zihao, but she couldn't exert any strength at all. At this moment, Lin Zihao suddenly loosened his grip on her hand, allowing her to finally break free. Then, Lin Zihao was kicked out unexpectedly. Su Shanhua lost her balance, and before she could even finish watching Lin Zihao's miserable condition, she herself lost her balance and was about to fall heavily to the ground. But just then, a very strong hand hugged my shoulders and held me firmly. Su Shanhua opened her eyes in panic, and saw a handsome face with clear contours in front of her. Jiang Chen? Chapter 18. What a bloody plot of a hero saving a beauty. Are you okay? Looking at Jiang Chen's concerned expression, Su Shanhua, who had been stunned for a long time, even forgot how to react. I just felt that in a trance, time seemed to have paused. It was because of this that she was able to safely digest, with Jiang Chen supporting her, the emotional roller coaster that went from fright to helplessness to shock and then gradually to surprise in a flash. How did he end up here? It appeared so perfectly. For some reason, I could feel Jiang Chen's strong hands holding me firmly. I inexplicably felt a sense of security in my heart. Fortunately, he is here. Staring at Jiang Chen's beautiful phoenix eyes. She has long eyelashes and dark brown eyes that are clear and deep. Su Shanhua suddenly found that her heartbeat was a little out of control, but it couldn't be said to be as exaggerated as a deer beating wildly. But at this moment, you can clearly hear the bang-bang sound coming from the chest. How dare you attack me? Lin Zihao, who had fallen to the ground, struggled to get up and made a sharp sound of anger, interrupting the brief time pause magic between the two people in front of him. Jiang Chen carefully helped Su Shanhua up, then took a step forward, protected her behind him, and looked at Lin Zihao coldly. Su Shanhua came to her senses and pulled his sleeve, trying to tell him that this matter had nothing to do with him and he could handle it himself. With her personality, she has always borne everything alone. No matter how bad the situation is, I don't want to involve irrelevant people. She was not used to the feeling of being protected, and she never asked for it. But after feeling Jiang Chen's determination, she wavered again. Her intuition told her that she should leave the next thing to the man in front of her. She didn't know why, but at this moment, Jiang Chen inexplicably made her feel like she could trust him with confidence. Seeing Jiang Chen staring at him without giving in, with a look as if he wanted to eat him, Lin Zihao felt a little scared for a moment. But perhaps because he felt a little embarrassed just now, he still insisted, "What do you want to do by looking at me like that? What, do you have the guts?" Jiang Chen had already guessed what Lin Zihao would say, so he interrupted and said, "Are you trying to say that if I have the guts to do something to you again, I will send me to the detention center?" "No problem. Your behavior just now restricted her personal freedom." In other words, it violated her right to physical freedom, which is the personal right that her body movements and behavior are not subject to illegal interference. Even if it is not serious enough, it has violated the Public Security Administration punishment law. What's more, you still refused to give in even when she clearly stopped you verbally. It is not impossible for your behavior to constitute the crime of illegal detention. The infringement you just committed is sufficiently evidenced by both surveillance video and eyewitnesses at the scene. If you don't mind, we can try it and see who goes in then. Jiang Chen's words were clear and logical, and every word was brilliant. They directly burned out Lin Zihao's CPU. Even Su Shanhua was a little confused after hearing this. Although Lin Zihao did not think he had done anything wrong, he couldn't help but back off when he heard words like restricting personal freedom and constitutes illegal detention. Especially when he saw Jiang Chen's calm, confident demeanor and speech in front of him, he subconsciously felt that this guy was not a good person and should not be easily provoked. Therefore, Lin Zihao, who realized it later, couldn't help but feel that he was in the wrong. If he made a big fuss because of his momentary impulse, it would be a complete disaster for him. How could he be willing to get into such unnecessary trouble? But even so, the fact that he was kicked down cannot be easily covered up. So, Lin Zihao suddenly had an idea and changed his angle to counterattack. "Who are you? Huh? What's your relationship with her? We are having a quarrel between lovers, so why do you have the right to interfere? And what about illegal detention? Ha ha. Couple? You're his boyfriend, then who am I?" Jiang Chen smiled, then reached out and hugged Su Shanhua, seemingly with a big hug, but in fact very gently, then pretended to be a little angry and said to her, Su, didn't I tell you a long time ago that people like him, even for business, should not be associated with? Su Shanhua widened her eyes and looked at Jiang Chen, but did not refute. "What did you call her?" Seeing Su Shanhua's acquiescent attitude, Lin Zihao was a little bit unbelievable. Jiang Chen then glanced at him calmly and said, "By the way, aren't you curious about who the child's father is? Do you know now?" After saying that, he hugged Su Shanhua, turned around and left gracefully. Only Lin Zihao, who was instantly shocked by the huge information, was left looking confused in the eyes of the crowd of onlookers. The people gathered around immediately started whispering to each other. "Did you take the photo? Oh my god, what kind of plot is this? I got it. Luckily I started recording it right away, it's so exciting. I thought I could only see this kind of thing in TV dramas, but I didn't expect it to actually happen right before my eyes. No, this guy is so handsome. I was worried about this girl, and he just showed up and knocked that guy down in one go. What kind of bloody plot of a hero saving a beautiful girl is this? If I had a boyfriend like this, I would wake up laughing in my dreams." On the other side, Jiang Chen and Su Shanhua, who were taking the escalator downstairs, were unusually silent. Everything that had just happened was far beyond what either of them had expected. After the overly gorgeous and beautiful two-person show ended, the remaining sense of alienation made people feel even drier. Perhaps, this is the embodiment of the sense of separation between ideals and reality. Or maybe, like sitting in a car with a piece of candy in your mouth. It was sweet, enjoyable, and the years were peaceful. But suddenly there was an emergency brake. As a result, the whole candy was swallowed and even got stuck in the throat. However, Jiang Chen still hugged her, and Su Shanhua surprisingly did not resist as usual. This actually made Jiang Chen confused. However, just as Su Shanhua opened his mouth to say something, Jiang Chen subconsciously thought that she wanted him to let go, so he stopped immediately. In this case, Su Shanhua didn't know what to say. The atmosphere is subtle. The air seemed to be filled with a suffocating atmosphere of awkwardness and a few scattered sweet smells. Until they reached the next floor, the two could no longer bear it and almost wanted to break the silence at the same time. What happened was that they looked at each other and said in unison, "That," and then stopped abruptly. "You speak first? You speak first?" Even if there are no words spoken, there is still the same tacit understanding. The two of them stopped like this, facing each other, mouths open as if they were about to say something, staring at each other as if they were going to perform a pantomime. In the end, Su Shunhua spoke first. "Why are you here?" Jiang Chen couldn't possibly tell Su Shunhua about the investment in CH, so he could only say, "I'm here to buy something for the baby, what about you?" The last two words were a bit redundant, because Jiang Chen, who was dining in the same Western restaurant, knew almost the whole story. Coincidentally, Su Shunhua didn't know how to answer either. It's impossible to tell him about expanding the hotel business, right? So Su Shunhua avoided the main point and said, "Just talking about business." Chapter 19, Marriage and Childbirth Should Be Handled with Caution. This answer is impeccable no matter who you ask. Yes, of course it's for business. But, it is tacitly understood. This business deal did not go smoothly. So Jiang Chen did not continue the topic, but held Su Shunhua's hand with some concern. "Are you okay?" If it were normal, and Su Shunhua got bumped, would Jiang Chen care? Of course. But I don't care that much. However, after witnessing what had just happened, he instinctively felt a desire to protect far more than usual. Who can stand seeing your own woman being harassed by another man like this? Although to be precise and rationally speaking, she is just the baby's mother and not his own woman in the strict sense. But sometimes, reason cannot defeat emotion. Jiang Chen just couldn't tolerate such things. Therefore, he also became particularly concerned about the injuries of his woman. He couldn't help but hold Su Shunhua's fair and slender wrist and wanted to pull up her sleeve to see what was going on. However, feeling the strange temperature between the collision of skin, Su Shunhua, whose face began to feel a little hot, quickly pulled her hand away. "I'm fine." Su Shunhua took another step, as if she had turned over a new leaf, and changed the subject as she walked. "You said you wanted to buy something for the baby?" "What?" Realizing Su Shunhua's trick, Jiang Chen would have chosen to follow her words and not talk about what happened just now. "But I don't know why, I always feel a little uneasy and want to explain something. I am usually busy taking care of the kids at home. As a mother, can you please give me some peace of mind?" Jiang Chen thought so in his heart, and justified his worries. So he said seriously, "Don't meet him alone again. I know you must be doing this for your career. But this person has seriously affected your personal safety." Looking at Jiang Chen's serious face, he kept muttering and giving instructions like an old father. Su Shunhua was a little surprised, looked at Jiang Chen with some curiosity, and felt even more relieved. "I hate men who like to preach the most. She keeps nagging like an old woman. You look like a recent college graduate. What do you know? But I don't know why." Listening to Jiang Chen's chattering, I felt warm in my heart. Etc. What's going on? I, the president of Hanglong Plaza, have to listen to a new employee teaching me how to do things? So Su Shunhua interrupted impatiently, "Hey, have you said enough? Are you teaching me how to do things?" But before he knew it, his tone didn't seem as overbearing as usual. His expression wasn't as tense as before. More like, scolding? But obviously Su Shunhua did not realize this. Neither did Jiang Chen, who was in the middle of speaking when he was suddenly interrupted. It just made me more certain that this crazy woman was incommunicable. Since you don't want to listen, then so be it, love whoever you want. However, just when Jiang Chen was about to stride forward and ruthlessly push her away, Su Shunhua tugged at his sleeve again. "Hey, what do you want to buy?" Jiang Chen was a little confused when he saw Su Shunhua's cute expression and actions. Why is she looking at me with her eyes so wide open and expectant? She purses her lips as if to act cute. What is she trying to do? And the action of standing straight and gently pulling my sleeve. Is this person still Su Shunhua? Are you sure you're not sick? Jiang Chen coughed lightly, trying to wake up and get rid of her almost unreal but somewhat cute side that tickled his own chest. "Buy a baby stroller." Su Shunhua frowned, puzzled. "Don't we have one at home?" Jiang Chen looked at her helplessly and sighed. "Sister, can the stroller at home only carry one baby? Do you think it's convenient to take the baby out like this?" Does it mean that from now on, you and I, Aunt Joe, and the 3 sworn brothers of Peach Garden, have to get together to send the babies outside to breathe fresh air? You usually stay at Hanglong during the day, so do I have to take on the responsibility of walking the baby? Answer me. What? Su Shanhua was completely unable to digest Jiang Chen's well-reasoned words. The reason was, what did you just call me? Big sister? You want to die. However, when Su Shanhua followed Jiang Chen to the baby store where he had reserved a new type of stroller for multiple babies, she couldn't help but sigh at the large double-row stroller in front of her that looked like a small car. This car is quite cute. The first and second babies sit in the front, and the third baby sits in the back. I can push the 3 of them by myself. Su Shanhua had put all her energy into her career, and knew very little about these so-called novel things. Perhaps like Jiang Chen before, she had never thought that a stroller could have a back seat. By the way, why did you suddenly think of taking the baby out? Su Shanhua asked casually. Jiang Chen wanted to explain the reason, but after thinking it over he gave up. So she doesn't have to worry. Anyway, the responsibility of raising the baby now falls on his shoulders. Although the baby is still young, it is still very helpful for their physical and mental health to go out occasionally to bask in the sun and breathe fresh air. Are you going to take the postgraduate entrance exam? You're just taking them for a walk, but you're talking so official, Su Shanhua complained. And what about all that stuff you just said to that guy? What about illegal detention? Is it that serious? I didn't expect you could actually scare him. Su Shanhua suddenly remembered this and said it with a bit of disdain. But in fact, I still have some respect for Jiang Chen. As expected of a law graduate, he is quite capable in handling things at critical moments. I won't say that. What else can we do? Have a fight with him? Jiang Chen continued to ask, what do you think of this car? If there is no problem, I will buy this one for my baby. Su Shanhua held her chin up and pretended to think for a moment before saying, no problem, but is there a better color? I don't think this all-black color is suitable for babies. Let's take a look at other styles. Babies must look pretty when they go out, from head to toe. Jiang Chen was speechless. I shouldn't have asked you. This is a baby carriage, not a luxury car. It just needs to be comfortable, practical, and safe. How much more beautiful do you want it to be? I want my car to look better. What's wrong with that? Jiang Chen's words instantly ignited Su Shanhua's argumentative nature. It's just a stroller, a stroller. Do you think the baby will care if it looks good enough when sitting in it? Why not? That's my baby. The female salesperson in the store felt a little embarrassed when she saw the newlyweds quarreling over something. Such a small matter can cause a quarrel? It seems that getting married and having children really requires caution. Chapter 20. What are you buying? We have other styles, but we only have this style in our warehouse right now. If you need it, it can be shipped in about 3 days. The salesperson took advantage of the gap between the two people staring at each other and tried to smooth things over with a smile on his face. Okay, then show me what styles are available first. Su Shanhua replied with a smile, looking very happy. It was unclear whether she was really happy about choosing a car for her baby, or happy about irritating Jiang Chen. Just take care of it. It's up to you. I will definitely buy it back today. Jiang Chen shook his head and decided to ignore her. This woman is really troublesome. Sanbao can't even sleep well, and you are still picking on him. I shouldn't have listened to that guy Shi Jian's advice. What's good for her? How to communicate with her? What the hell? This woman. Forget it, for the sake of her being the baby's mother. Don't bother with her. If she acts like a troublemaker again in the future, just ignore her. So Jiang Chen looked directly at the salesperson and said, hello, we bought this car. Please arrange for it to be delivered to the address where the order was placed. The words were already spoken, and Su Shanhua had no time to stop them. She could only bite her lips with some anger and glared at Jiang Chen fiercely. However, what she didn't know was that the fierce intimidation she displayed to Jiang Chen in her imagination actually looked more like a reproach. Then she took the list of strollers handed to her by the salesperson and started to choose on her own, clearly distinguishing herself from Jiang Chen, who was standing helplessly beside her. Jiang Chen, who didn't want to talk to her at the moment, also started walking around by himself. It's a good opportunity to see if there is anything I missed or didn't buy for my baby. Besides, the baby will be 1 month old soon. It's time to prepare the things needed for the full moon gift. Jiang Chen took out his cell phone and checked the memo he had made specifically for this purpose. Green onions and eggs. Buy it when the time comes. Red sheets. I have one at home. Red clothes. Got to buy a few sets. Hand and foot prints. I have to buy it. It should be sold here. Gold bracelet and gold lock. It's a bit expensive. Now most of my money has been invested in CH, and I don't have much cash on hand. Let her, as a mother, pay for it. Seal the wine. Of course you have to buy mutai. Let the mother pay for this too. It's not that we can't afford it, but if our parents work together, it's more cost effective. So Jiang Chen immediately picked out 3 sets of commemorative hand and footprints. On the other side, Su Shanhua, who had chosen a car, also came over in small steps. She stood with her hands behind her back, her head raised, and her lips pouted, looking at the thing in Jiang Chen's hand curiously like a nosy little girl. What is this? I won't tell you. Jiang Chen imitated Su Shanhua and responded unhappily. TSK, Su Shanhua bared his teeth. If you want to buy these, you might as well go to Hanlong, the ones there are better. Su Shanhua said disdainfully, not knowing what Jiang Chen's plan was in buying these. The two of us, going to Hanlong? Jiang Chen looked at her and asked, then is there a possibility that the employees who work there see their CEO walking with a strange man to buy some baby products? What do you think they will think? Su Shanhua, who didn't think of this at first, suddenly felt that it made sense after hearing what Jiang Chen said. It's quite thoughtful. Although I thought so, I still had to be tough. So what? I'm the boss of Hanlong. Who dares to say anything? Jiang Chen stopped walking in front of the shelves filled with goods and took a deep breath. Sometimes I really wonder if you were a man in your previous life and were reincarnated as a woman out of necessity. Su Shanhua did not think this was ironic, and nodded thoughtfully. There is nothing wrong with this statement. After all, I am in a high position, and I can push Hanlong to the top, plan, and have a long-term vision. I am only 25 years old. Such achievements and abilities are probably much better than those of ordinary men. Su Shanhua touched her cheek narcissistically and sighed. But I am a woman, with both strength and beauty. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes so much that they almost reached the Milky Way, and he just sneered coldly at this. In fact, although Su Shanhua seems conceited, what he said is also true. At this age, he is able to run Hanlong Plaza so well. It can be considered rare. Not to mention the second generation of rich people, even the first generation of rich people may not be able to do better than Su Shanhua. But, with Jiang Chen's current vision, the halo of these achievements naturally faded. If you are really that good, why do you need to take home those evaluation cases of pop-up stores and trendy brands to study? What is there to hesitate about in this choice? Isn't it obvious which brand is the real potential stock? Hurry up and cooperate with CH. As the saying goes, good things should be kept within the family. I don't care. But we are all making money anyway, so why shouldn't I make money together with the baby's mother? By the way, should I try to remind her? I wonder if she read the comments I made that night? Glancing at the silent Jiang Chen, who seemed to be thinking about something, Su Shanhua thought that Jiang Chen was ashamed of himself, so she smiled and comforted him. I know you were thinking about the baby, and you look like a good father, but it's more because of some other thoughts, right? In fact, you don't have to think so much. I'm not as out of reach as you think. At least, as a friend, I'm still very reliable. Jiang Chen looked at Su Shanhua, his eyes unconsciously revealing a concern for the mentally ill. Unexpectedly, Su Shanhua interpreted this look as an affectionate gaze like that of unrequited love in some TV dramas. Why are you looking at me like that? Really? Su Shanhua pretended to be helpless and muttered in a low voice. Chapter 21. Who says marriage is bad? Marriage is great. Jiang Chen really couldn't understand her at all, so he went back to the salesperson and asked about the festive red baby clothes. The salesperson immediately showed him several sets of clothes. This set is very popular. It is also suitable for children to wear on ordinary days. Su Shanhua, who was unaware of the situation, completely couldn't understand what the salesperson was saying. Is it suitable for daily wear? What's the meaning? If I buy this little piece of clothing but don't wear it every day, then when should I wear it? And this bright red color is very festive, but if you wear it casually, it would be a bit tacky, right? Really, this guy has such poor aesthetic taste? It's okay to just buy a baby car, but why do you have to buy clothes that are so uncute? Then let's go with this style, 3 sets. Jiang Chen chose a red newborn baby outfit embroidered with a golden word fu. Although the clothes themselves are not particularly cute, just imagine that at the full month ceremony, the 3 babies are all wearing the same red clothes and lying in a row on the big bed, moving around there. How cute that picture would be. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel excited. 3 sets? The salesperson looked at Jiang Chen with some surprise and confusion. Are they all the same style? Do you want to buy 3 sets of different styles so that the children can take turns wearing them? I am happy that with today's performance, the upper limit has been raised again. What is confusing is that I don't understand why the other party would buy 3 identical sets for the child. No need, the same ones will do. What Jiang Chen wanted was for the 3 babies to wear exactly the same clothes. What about the size? Do they have to be the same? If you're not sure about the size, we can help you choose it based on your child's age. This size should be for about 1 month, all 3 sets will be fine, Jiang Chen said directly, seeing the confused look of the saleswoman in front of him, who obviously didn't understand his needs. I have more than 1 baby, but triplets. The saleswoman suddenly realized. I suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Why didn't I think of this possibility? Triplets? My God, is she so fertile? Then she couldn't help but look at Su Shenhua beside Jiang Chen with a look of shock. Oh my God, and the mother is still so young and beautiful, and her figure hasn't changed at all. Is it so well maintained? You can't tell at all that she has given birth to a child, or is a mother of triplets. Why is there such a big gap between people? It's really enviable, I can't envy it enough. Noticing the saleswoman's uncontrollable surprise, Su Shenhua suddenly felt her face getting hot. She had obviously seen all kinds of big scenes, so even when facing Lin Ziheo's entanglement just now, she was not overly panicked. However, for some reason, at this moment, his face suddenly turned red with shame, and he quietly stepped back and then took 2 steps to the right, hiding behind Jiang Chen. Then he secretly punched Jiang Chen's back with his little fist. This dead guy. Why tell this to others? How embarrassing for me. Jiang Chen, who was suddenly attacked, turned around angrily, but saw Su Shenhua with a red face, biting her lower lip, staring at him with a pair of beautiful big eyes, with a resentful look. This embarrassed and angry look was in stark contrast to her usual cold and icy attitude. So cute. It instantly gave Jiang Chen a heart-pounding blow. I didn't expect that she could be shy sometimes. If she was always like this, it would be really hard to resist. So Jiang Chen gently placed his hand on Su Shenhua's arm and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" I felt the gentle touch of Jiang Chen's big hand, and saw Jiang Chen's gentle eyes filled with care. Su Shenhua, whose defense was already a little broken, suddenly felt his heart beating faster and faster. So much so that she subconsciously reached out a hand to cover her chest. Then, worried that his current situation would be seen, he quickly turned around, turned his back to Jiang Chen and looked away proudly. Su Shenhua, what's wrong with you? Are you in heat? How so? Can you please wake up? How embarrassing. Seeing Su Shenhua like this, Jiang Chen became even more excited. Without further ado, he took a step forward and hugged her, putting his head close to her, pretending to be innocent and whispering with concern, "Su-su?" This sound of "su-su" was the final blow, it was simply the last straw that broke the camel's back. At this moment, Su Shenhua's heart was in turmoil. Under the impact of various emotions, she felt like she was about to explode. Su-su? Who allowed you to call me that? Ah. But when Su Shenhua suddenly looked up and was about to fight back, needing Jiang Chen's gaze, she scolded and warned him harshly. But I found that the sound that came out of my mouth was surprisingly soft, as thin as a mosquito's hum. I warn you, don't call me that again. The tone and voice that should have been cold and distant, as if to keep strangers away, inexplicably turned into a coquettish tone as if she was a little shy. Even if Su Shenhua realized something was wrong as soon as he opened his mouth, it was too late. She was so embarrassed that she was about to go crazy. I could only clench my fists in anger and stamp my feet quietly to vent my dissatisfaction with myself. I tried hard to manage my facial expression, put on a sour face, and tried my best to make myself appear to be very angry. It's over. Big fail. This character is completely broken. Looking at Su Shenhua's shy, annoyed, unwilling and embarrassed look, Jiang Chen felt his breathing stagnate. No. Is this still the Su Shenhua I know? Why do I feel like a little wife? Oh my God. Isn't this so cute? if Jiang Chen had previously simply felt that Su Xuanhua's beauty had a certain appeal to him. Seeing Su Xuanhua's arrogant look, even Jiang Chen, an experienced womanizer, almost fell for her. Please, which man can control himself facing such a contrasting female CEO who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside? And when Jiang Chen realized that this side of Su Xuanhua might have only appeared in front of him, a desire for possession arose unconsciously in my heart. Although it may not be particularly appropriate, but Jiang Chen's mood at the moment, to use a line from the song Princess, might be my princess, I want to monopolize your beauty. He hoped that no matter now or in the future, Su Xuanhua would only show this side of him. A mother of such a baby is really hard to resist bullying. But the only man who can bully her is herself. At this moment, the atmosphere was a little too hot, and both of them felt a stuffy feeling from the inside out. So after Su Xuanhua lowered her head and looked away first, Jiang Chen also pulled away his hand, which had been hugging Su Xuanhua without resistance, and then looked around, pretending nothing had happened. There's no way. If I don't calm down, I really can't stand it. The saleswoman who was witnessing all this and was almost suffocated by the dog food, finally took a deep breath and said, "Ahem, sir?" Jiang Chen was still immersed in his previous emotions, unable to extricate himself, and he didn't even hear her call. "Sir?" The saleswoman called out twice, and Jiang Chen finally came to his senses. He turned around, gradually regained his composure, and motioned to the saleswoman to continue. "Then I'll pack it for you according to this style and size?" "Yeah, no problem." The saleswoman also tried hard to put on a professional smile again. "Okay, please wait a moment." After saying that, he quickly fled the scene. I couldn't stay in front of them for even a moment. They are a talented couple, young and beautiful, and have triplets. Their relationship seems to be in an ambiguous stage. I'm completely full of this dog food today. Really, who says marriage is bad? It would be great to get married. Hee hee. Chapter 22. Is this President Su? At this time, Su Xuanhua gradually calmed down after taking several deep breaths. She looked at Jiang Chen and her tone returned to normal. "Let's go, why are you still standing here?" "Oh." Jiang Chen nodded. Seeing that there was nothing else to buy, he strode to pay the bill and unknowingly left Su Xuanhua behind. "Hey, why are you walking so fast?" Seeing that Jiang Chen was so unromantic, Su Xuanhua of course complained. "The mall is about to close, and I have things to buy later." What else do you want to buy?" Jiang Chen said nothing and just paid the bill. Su Xuanhua, who was originally worried that Jiang Chen would not have enough money, saw that the billing device showed that the new items did not cost much, just over 1,000 yuan, so she tacitly agreed to let him pay. Little did she know that her decision actually helped Jiang Chen a lot. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the achievement, first time spending money on the baby, and the reward talent, God-level kickboxing fighting skills. Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard the system prompt. Another God-level talent? I felt the muscle memory surge into my body, coming from nowhere. Jiang Chen soon realized that in stand-up fighting, especially in street fights, he was almost invincible. In the future, if I encounter any emergency situation and have to take action, I will have some self-defense ability. Jiang Chen carried the bag and took Su Xuanhua shopping in the mall. Of course, they went to Chow Tai Fook to buy gold bracelets and gold locks for the baby. Little did they know that at this moment, two Henglong employees who had just got off work were also strolling here. They were both from the legal department and had made an appointment to have dinner at Oriental Department Store after work. After dinner, I naturally started walking around. Then I happened to see the familiar figure of Su Xuanhua from afar. "Fong, look!" Cheng Cheng suddenly grabbed her colleague Fong Fong and pointed to the other side in the distance. "Isn't this Mr. Su?" "What?" Fong Fong, who was replying to a message on her phone, looked up in surprise and looked in the direction Cheng Cheng pointed. It seems to be true. Who is that guy next to her? Oh my god, is he her secret boyfriend? Su Xuanhua has always been portrayed as a single strong woman in the company, and many female employees privately regard her as an idol. Naturally, people often talk about Su Xuanhua after dinner. But when it comes to matters between men and women, there have basically never been any scandals. Everyone has always believed that Su Xuanhua, who is a workaholic, would not have such thoughts. Even if she wants to date or get married, as the daughter of the Su family, she will definitely be with the second generation of a wealthy family. It's not their turn to arrange couples behind people's backs. Furthermore, the employees who have always been in awe of Su Xuanhua are reluctant to discuss her private life. But the scene before them completely shocked Chung Chang and Fong Fong. Their desire to see more was aroused, and they couldn't help but want to find out what was going on. Who is that man? Is it possible that Mr. Su's single persona is about to come to an end? Oriental Department Store, 6th floor. Su Shunhua and Jiang Chen, who were carrying large and small shopping bags, walked side by side. Because I just asked Jiang Chen what he wanted to buy, but he didn't answer. So Su Shunhua deliberately didn't ask the question a second time. It wasn't until Jiang Chen walked towards a gold and silver jewelry store, Zhou, that Su Shunhua realized something was wrong. What does this guy want to do? The things here don't seem to be bought for babies, right? The baby is still so young, does he need to wear gold and silver? Why buy these? Does he want me to buy him something? No, wait. Did he misunderstand something? No way? Could it be that he thinks we are in that kind of relationship? I support him? Please. Jiang Chen, Mr. Jiang, are you okay? Although it's true that you look like a human. And he is the baby's father. But does this mean I have to buy you expensive gifts to please you? Haha, no sir, did you get something wrong? Ah. No wonder there has been something wrong with him since the paternity test results came out. First, find a reason to stay at my house. Then, I deliberately pretend to be very attentive to the baby. Conceal the truth. Even Aunt Jo was fooled. And it seems that even I have been deceived? Ahem, it's not important. The important thing is that he pretends to be noble. On the surface, all they have in their eyes is the baby, but in reality. So, giving me a gift under the pretext of leaving a souvenir for the baby also has ulterior motives? Just now, you teased me on purpose. Maybe, even what happened in the Western restaurant was not accidental? This man is too scheming. Although Su Shunhua imagined a lot of things in her mind, she still followed Jiang Chen calmly on the surface. After all, as a female CEO, she should have some scheming. It would be better to just take advantage of the situation and pretend that you know nothing. See what he wants to do. As for the showdown, it won't be too late until he reveals his true colors. Ah, Zhou, Su Shunhua looked around after entering the store and pretended to sigh. These are the things you said you wanted to buy. Although Jiang Chen could tell that her tone was a little strange, he was unable to read her thoughts. So they simply assumed this was a symptom of her illness. It seems that after that brief moment of warmth, the familiar Su Shunhua is back again. Oh, my babies. How did I end up with such a mother? You didn't even know your baby was almost 1 month old. One day when you grow up and become your own parents, you will be furious when you find out about this, right? Forget it, at least you have a good father. Let me take care of what my mother can't take care of. Jiang Chen quickly asked the clerk about the gold bracelet and gold lock. Su Shunhua was a little puzzled. Since you want to buy gold, why buy these? After seeing the clerk take out several styles, Su Shunhua was even more confused. This amount doesn't look very expensive. Just a few thousand each? Oh, could it be that he wants to take a step-by-step approach? Smart. I know that at this time, it is not appropriate to ask for too expensive gifts given our relationship. So I specifically picked some that were cheaper for me. And once I satisfy him, after the first time, there will be a second time. Oh, he is so smart. Are you sure you're from the law department and not the male model department? So Su Shunhua just smiled and watched Jiang Chen pick out the gold bracelet and gold lock. And when Jiang Chen asked her whether the choice was suitable, she always smiled and nodded happily, saying it was very good. This made Jiang Chen feel even more puzzled. Isn't that very picky? How come now whatever I say becomes the truth? So fickle? But it's also good, it saves us from having to argue again. When Jiang Chen finished choosing the jewelry and it was time to pay the bill, Su Shunhua knew that the climax of this show had finally arrived. Chapter 23. What are you thinking about? Sure enough, it was just as she expected. Jiang Chen gestured for her to pay the bill. Are you sure you want me to pay for just this little thing? Su Shunhua said with a surprised look. What else? Jiang Chen asked back, I'm a new employee. I've asked for leave to stay home and take care of my baby before I even receive my first month's salary. As the baby's mother and the company's president, shouldn't you share the burden? Seeing Jiang Chen being so shameless, Su Shunhua couldn't help but laugh. You really are so shameless. Then she pulled Jiang Chen aside, and as if to save his face, she whispered, So you think you have me in your hands or something? Being kept by a female CEO, starting with raising a baby? Have you read too many tomato novels? Jiang Chen didn't understand what nonsense she was talking about and just looked confused. You don't have to make that expression. I know what you're thinking. Su Xuanhua's face suddenly turned cold. You don't think that just because you're the baby's father, you can have unrealistic expectations, right? Yes, to me, it's just like buying some snacks, but you don't seem to know your place clearly? Did you overstep your boundaries? Now Jiang Chen finally understood what Su Xuanhua meant. This woman, does she think that this gold bracelet and gold lock were bought for me? Awesome. How could there be such a moody person? When we were at the baby store earlier, I actually thought she was cute. I guess I'm crazy too. Just when Jiang Chen wanted to explain, Su Xuanhua interrupted. Okay, actually, I thought you were a good father, but I'm sorry, there is no hidden clause behind my agreement for you to stay. Consider it a gift from me to you. You can choose whatever you want in this store, but from now on, we won't have to see each other again. Now Jiang Chen was completely speechless. If I were a gigolo, would this be all I wanted? Isn't that too unambitious? This is an all-round insult to my personality and pursuits. Okay, NMD, I'll pay for it myself. Love whoever you want. I can't stand it anymore. I really can't get along with this guy at all. Anyway, there is always a way to make money. Just as Jiang Chen walked towards the counter again and took out his mobile phone to pay. However, in the eyes of the clerk in front of him, how things developed was completely different. He mistakenly thought that the woman was dissatisfied, so she ran aside and whispered conspiracy. Sir, can I pay the bill now? Jiang Chen nodded and completed the payment directly. Seeing this, Su Xuanhua was a little puzzled. What is going on here? According to the normal script at this time, shouldn't you be loyal to me and clarify the matter? Why do you have to buy this thing? What do you want to prove? Can't you just put it back? Is this something you have to buy? When I saw Jiang Chen again, he was carrying a lot of bags and walking out without looking back. Su Xuanhua shouted directly, Hey, where are you going? If he didn't have to go back to her house to take care of the baby, Jiang Chen would probably have just left. When Su Xuanhua caught up, Jiang Chen said unhappily, I was planning to go shopping again, but now I think it's unnecessary, so I'm going back. Wait, what are this gold bracelet and gold lock you bought for? Are you going to give them to someone? Who are you giving them to? Su Xuanhua, who finally realized that something was wrong, asked the question in his mind. Jiang Chen sighed and said loudly, Of course it's for the baby. Who else would I give it to? You're asking this and that, don't you know that the baby will be 1 month old soon? Full moon? Su Xuanhua was stunned. Of course she knew about this, but she had so many headaches recently that she forgot that the baby would be 1 month old in a few days. But at the same time, as she is raising a baby alone, she knows very little about the full month ceremony. Every time I think about waiting until I have some free time to study what to prepare. As a result, I forgot about it as soon as I turned around. So, the gold bracelet and gold lock he bought, including the 3 sets of red baby clothes mentioned above, were all prepared for the full moon? But I treated him as a gigolo who hoped to be kept by someone legitimately? What happened today? How embarrassing. What should I do now? At this moment, Su Xuanhua felt Jiang Chen's meticulous care for the babies, and she was moved but also a little ashamed. Thinking about what I just said to him, I even felt a little guilty. This misunderstanding is really. If it were any other time, especially in the workplace, Su Xuanhua, who has always been heartless, would definitely not care so much about what she said and whether it would offend anyone. You should know that there are countless employees in the company who have been scolded by her and cried. Most of them were people who had the opportunity to report directly to her, starting at the department manager level, and some were even men. Su Xuanhua never once felt pity or embarrassment. After all, she only judges things based on facts, and she will never admit her mistake even if she finds out that she is the one who was wrong in the end. She can recognize her mistakes and correct them, but she will never admit them. But faced with the scene in front of him, Su Xuanhua was suddenly in trouble. And he was really a little worried that what he had just said might hurt Jiang Chen. Although reason told her that Jiang Chen was her employee after all. At most, he just has another identity as the baby's father. In fact, it has nothing to do with me. But even if I think this way, I can't deceive others by my feelings. Do you want to apologize to him? But when he explained it to me, he was also very fierce. Thinking of this, Su Shenhua looked at Jiang Chen, who was a little angry in front of her, and once again put on the airs of a female CEO as if by reflex, and muttered, "But why are you talking so loudly? Are you scolding me?" Jiang Chen held his forehead helplessly, and finally said earnestly, "I'm not blaming you. I know that as a mother, you have a huge Hunlong Plaza to manage, and it's inevitable that you will be negligent in taking care of your child, but can you please trust me as a father a little more?" It was the first time that Su Shenhua heard Jiang Chen speak to her so seriously. Knowing that she was in the wrong, she was speechless. No one knew why, but Su Shenhua never felt afraid or uncomfortable even in front of people of much higher status than herself. Facing Jiang Chen at this moment, he didn't dare to look directly at him. However, just when Su Shenhua was getting ready to apologize to him for his remarks, Jiang Chen said expressionlessly, "At this hour, you will have to go back to work overtime later, right? I'll go back first." Then he turned around and walked away without looking back. Su Shenhua wanted to ask the driver to take him home but hesitated to speak. In the end, she just stood there and stared at his receding back. Chapter 24. Such talents cannot be buried. At the same time, around the corner in the distance, Cheng Cheng and Fong Fong, who had followed all the way, witnessed everything and secretly recorded it with their mobile phones, looked at each other in surprise. What the hell? Did Miss Su have a fight with her mysterious boyfriend? And it looks like the other party has the upper hand? Wait, Fong, do you think this man looks familiar? Yes. I thought so too. Now that you said that, I am even more certain. Have you seen him in the company? Who could it be? Wait, no way. Who is it? Do you remember the new employee who reported to us 2 days ago and started work on his first day? Ah, that handsome guy who looks like Do Min Jun? What are you going to say? Wow. No way. Yes, I think it's him. Otherwise, why hasn't he come to work these days? This is so exciting. I never thought that Mr. Su eats so well behind the scenes. 9 p.m. 41st floor, Hunlong Plaza. President's office. Su Shenhua, who was reviewing a table of documents, felt upset. Can't see anything. My mind kept talking to myself, and the scenes that happened tonight flashed through my mind like a kaleidoscope. It started when that bastard Lin Zihao revealed his true colors and started to touch her. Jiang Chen appeared in time. It seems that from that time on, I always felt that I liked him more. But how did I end up going shopping with him? I also mistakenly thought that he wanted me to pay for him and support him. Really? Harmful. Su Shenhua closed his eyes and lowered his head in annoyance, leaned his head on the desk with his hands, and rubbed his temples. After a long while, I finally calmed down the random thoughts in my mind. So he opened his eyes and picked up the stack of documents in front of him. It was the report that I brought home that day but didn't have time to read again. The decision to introduce new fashion brands for spring will be announced internally tomorrow. Although all relevant departments have prepared proposals long ago, she still has to make the final decision. This is related to this year's sales target and is a high-risk and high-return initiative. Therefore, Su Shenhua is naturally very concerned about this matter and is almost willing to do it himself. However, when she opened the report again, she unexpectedly discovered that this report was a little different from the previous time she read it. It seems like there's something more? When was this note? No, comment added? Who did it? When Su Shenhua read a page carefully, he immediately realized that the person who wrote this annotation was not a simple person. The same report, under his interpretation, actually brought out a completely new perspective, allowing her to notice many details that she had not discovered before, and drawbacks that she had not thought of before. The insights are profound and impressive. Su Shenhua immediately called Secretary Zhu and asked when the report was sent and by whom. However, she learned that the report was delivered to her last night and has been with Su Shenhua until now. Now Su Shenhua was even more puzzled. So this is the document that was brought home yesterday and no one else touched it? So what's up with this comment that appeared out of nowhere? Did I remember it wrong? That's impossible. I've never seen these handwritings before. Maybe I took the wrong backup document last night. The one in my hand is what I really need to see. Forget it, let us ignore it for now. I'll ask who did it tomorrow. Su Shenhua then carefully read all the comments in conjunction with the report itself. It actually felt like a sudden enlightenment, and I even experienced a rare gap in cognition. This made Su Shenhua, who was always confident, admire him unconsciously. Especially the CH brand, which she had not been optimistic about at first, changed her mind after reading the comments. Although Jiang Chen did not write anything long, but it is concise and clearly analyzes the advantages and disadvantages of CH's products from the perspectives of the market, competitors, and design style. A common SWOT analysis may seem ordinary at first glance, but it hits the nail on the head and is more valuable than a report compiled by several important departments under Su Shenhua. It opened her eyes. When did such a talented person emerge in the company? I have to find time to talk to him. We can't bury such a person. 11 p.m. Jiang Chen in the second bedroom has not gone to bed yet. It's not that I can't sleep, but that I can't sleep at all. The 3 babies have been crying since he came back. According to Aunt Jo, it is the same during the day. I was busy at this point, checking the babies' diapers and feeding them. But they still cried loudly for no reason. 3 baby sisters and brothers cry together. That was truly earth-shattering. Even Aunt Jo, who had fallen asleep, was startled. Auntie Jo, what's going on? The babies have been exposed to the sun during the day and have just had their milk, so why are they still like this? Aunt Jo quickly and skillfully lifted Debeo up and placed him on her belly, then gently stroked his back. It looks like the baby is coming early. February trouble? Jiang Chen had seen this saying when he was looking up information these days, but he didn't quite understand it at the time. Now he couldn't remember what to do if he encountered this situation. The main reason is that the baby's stomach and intestines are not well developed yet, so they are prone to indigestion and intestinal bloating, which is why they cry and make a fuss like this. Usually, babies become like this when they are about 2 months old, but seeing that the 3 babies are crying more frequently than before, it is most likely that they are making a fuss in February and we need to help them pass gas, like this. Just as Aunt Jo was explaining patiently, there was a puff sound and Debeo farted. Debeo's originally frowned brows gradually relaxed and his crying stopped a little. Look, Debeo has let out the gas, but it's not over yet. We need to let her fart a few more times. Then, while Aunt Jo was comforting Debeo, Jiang Chen followed Aunt Jo's instructions and imitated her to pick up the second baby with one arm, and then followed suit by stroking the baby's back with the other hand. However, Erbao's exhaust work was not as smooth as Debeo's. Jiang Chen held her and stroked her for a long time, but there was no reaction. Instead, Erbao cried even harder, with tears in his eyes, which made Jiang Chen feel a little distressed. Auntie Jo, is my method wrong? Seeing that Jiang Chen's expression showed a bit of panic, Aunt Jo couldn't help but sigh that these 3 children were blessed to have such a caring father. Aunt Jo smiled and put Debeo in the crib. It's okay. If you can't pass it out like this, then change the position. Sit down like this and let Erbao lie on your legs. Don't move your legs yet. Yes, just like that. Then bend your knees, lower them, rub Erbao's belly, and lift your legs. Chapter 25, Once the baby cries, the misunderstanding is resolved? After a while, under the demonstration of Aunt Jo, Jiang Chen initially mastered several ways to help the baby expel gas. With his unremitting efforts, Erbao finally succeeded in farting. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the achievement, help the baby pass gas, and be rewarded with the talent, Master Carver. Then a large amount of information floods into the brain, and muscle memory is formed. The next moment, Jiang Chen had already mastered carving techniques including jade carving, wood carving, etc. And Jiang Chen's first reaction was, wouldn't it be possible to make gifts for the babies by myself? This seems to be more memorable than buying a gift that everyone else can buy from a shopping mall, right? Of course, with Jiang Chen's current master-level carving skills. Of course, it is not difficult to make money with this skill. But for Jiang Chen, it is not appropriate to use this skill to make money. In addition to the carving itself, you also have to find ways to take orders, etc., which takes up too much time. What's more, we have already invested in CH, which has great potential. With his help, it is only a matter of time before it soars to great heights. Don't worry about money. When the company makes a lot of money in the future, maybe you can get millions or even tens of millions in dividends in one go. So Jiang Chen stopped thinking about it and focused on taking care of the second baby, while also comforting the third baby who was crying nearby. Sanbao, don't cry. Daddy will hold you in a moment. At the same time, Debeo had farted 3 times and had become much more well-behaved. Next, all you have to do is help the second and third babies to exhaust their gas. Just at this time, Su Shenhua came back. As soon as I entered the door, I heard a baby crying from the second bedroom. What's going on? Why is the baby crying so hard? just like a symphony. Where is Jiang Chen? Isn't he back? Hey, it seems that I, as a mother, have to come to the rescue at the critical moment. So she quickly took off her shoes, forgetting even to wear slippers, dropped her bag and trotted to the second bedroom. As soon as she appeared at the door of the second bedroom, Aunt Jo greeted her, "Miss, you are back? Why are you so late today?" "Ah, something happened at the company." Looking at Aunt Jo and Jiang Chen who were taking care of the baby in front of her, Su Shanhua suddenly felt a little hesitant. Especially when she noticed that Jiang Chen's gaze was obviously colder than usual. Yes, in her haste just now, she had forgotten that she was still having a conflict with the baby's father. But now that I'm here, I can't just hide again like last time, right? This is my home. Besides, I usually come to accompany my baby after get off work every day. It's only because he came that I'm not the same as before. The second and third babies are still crying, and as a mother I have to comfort them. Never mind. It's embarrassing, so be it. Humph, so that this guy won't think that I'm an incompetent mother. Miss, now that you are back, I won't bother you anymore. Seeing that Su Shanhua was willing to take care of the baby and the situation was under control, and she had already taught Jiang Chen how to help the baby pass gas, Aunt Jo tactfully left first, leaving the child and his parents some space as a family. Well, it's so late. Thank you for your hard work. Aunt Jo, you should go to bed early too. Su Shanhua said with a smile. However, after Aunt Jo left, the atmosphere in the second bedroom suddenly became solemn. In fact, Su Shanhua had thought about what would happen if she saw Jiang Chen again after she came back. You should say a few words to him. Try to clear up the misunderstanding. But, for some reason, the stubborn mouth suddenly couldn't be opened when it was really in front of him. Especially when he saw Jiang Chen, who was cold towards him and didn't even want to say hello. This made her even more discouraged. You speak first and say something to me. Is it that difficult? Even if we just continue the previous quarrel topic. But in fact, what Su Shanhua didn't know was. In fact, Jiang Chen was not as she thought. He was not pretending to be indifferent and ignoring her. But now my mind is on the baby, and I'm worried that if I disagree with her and start quarreling again, it will disturb the baby. Of course. Jiang Chen was not without temper. Of course he was upset about Su Shanhua's misunderstanding of him before. It's just a small matter, and it's nothing compared to the baby's crying. Seeing that the eldest baby had closed his eyes obediently and was showing signs of falling asleep, Jiang Chen was trying to comfort the second baby, but the third baby was still crying and tossing in the crib. Based on Su Shanhua's previous personality, she would definitely be bossy and blame Jiang Chen at this time. Why do you only take care of the first and second baby and ignore the third baby? But on this extremely special night, Su Shanhua, knowing that she was in the wrong, was too embarrassed to say anything to Jiang Chen. After all, I am the mother who even forgot about my baby as full-month gift. And she even treated the baby's father as a gigolo who lived off her. So, Su Shanhua picked up Sanbao. Rui Lin, don't cry. Don't cry. Mom is here. Seeing that Su Shanhua was still holding Sanbao as usual, Jiang Chen quickly reminded her, "Hey, what are you doing? You can't hold him like this." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's tone, Su Shanhua became angry again. Are you teaching me how to do things? Okay, even if you are teaching me how to do something, you can't say it nicely. Why are you so fierce? What do you mean, taking revenge for personal gain, right? Su Shanhua ignored Jiang Chen and hugged Sanbao, muttering, "It's okay, Sanbao. Mommy is not like some people. She won't leave you alone and bully you." Jiang Chen was completely speechless. He could only put down the second baby who was about to fart, and then went to Su Shanhua. "I said, you can't hold the baby like this, you have to let the baby face downwards. Do I need you to teach me? I don't even know how to hold a baby?" Jiang Chen just hugged Su Shanhua. Feeling Jiang Chen's warm embrace, Su Shanhua couldn't help but blush and her heart began beating fast. What does this guy want to do? Is this appropriate in front of the baby? Really? But the next second, Jiang Chen carefully snatched Sanbao from Su Shanhua's arms without saying a word. My baby is in February now, and his stomach is bloated after feeding, and he needs to pass gas. How can he pass gas if you hold him like you normally do? This made Su Shanhua a little bit at a loss. What the hell? February noise? Ah, February is coming. I remember. But isn't that something that only happens when the baby is 2 months old? Could this be the reason why the second and third babies are crying? How did he know so clearly? Oh, so he touched me just to snatch the three treasures away? You're the only one who can take care of the baby. But seeing that Jiang Chen had a serious expression and seemed to really know how to make the baby more comfortable, Su Shenhua still watched Jiang Chen demonstrate carefully. You have to hold the baby like this to help him pass gas, got it? Oh. Although Su Shenhua didn't like Jiang Chen's attitude of giving instructions in front of her, since it was related to the baby, she didn't want to be careless, so she could only listen attentively with reluctance. You try it. Jiang Chen handed Sanbao to Su Shenhua again. Ah. Slow down. I'm not ready yet. Chapter 26, Aunt is coming? They tossed and turned like this until the early morning, when Jiang Chen and Su Shenhua finally completed the huge exhaust project and completely soothed the babies until they fell asleep. Jiang Chen looked at the time and realized that it was already so late, so he looked at Su Shenhua and said, "Go to bed." But Su Shenhua was still squatting in front of the crib, showing no intention of leaving. Jiang Chen was a little puzzled. Hey, it's already past 12 o'clock, you're not going to work tomorrow? What is it to you? Su Shenhua almost blurted out. But after seeing Jiang Chen's helpless expression, Su Shenhua couldn't help but explain, I have something to tell you. So the two of them walked into the living room in tacit understanding as usual. But this time, Jiang Chen didn't have the patience to sit on the sofa or something, so he just stood in front of the dining table. What's the matter? Su Shenhua took a deep breath, but the words were on the tip of her tongue, but she couldn't say them. As a result, under Jiang Chen's gaze, he could only avoid the topic and say, it's about the full moon ceremony. It's not that I don't know about this, I just haven't had time to prepare yet. Seeing Su Shenhua's tense expression, but with a hint of concealment in her eyes, Jiang Chen didn't know what was wrong with her, and just responded lightly, okay, there are still some things that we haven't bought yet. The full month gift should be wine for the babies. The company should have Moutai for regular social events, right? Oh, then I'll bring back 3 bottles tomorrow. 3 bottles are not enough, we need 6 bottles, Jiang Chen corrected. The first bottle is the coming-of-age wine, which will be opened after the baby reaches adulthood, and the second bottle is the love wine, which will be opened after the baby gets married. You seem to understand a lot. Su Shenhua's eyes moved, but she muttered with disdain. Well, what else? Jiang Chen turned around and prepared to go back to the second bedroom. Who is like you as a mother, who only knows how to do it all day long? Jiang Chen. Su Shenhua interrupted before Jiang Chen could finish speaking. Jiang Chen, thinking that Su Shenhua was going to argue again, turned around helplessly. Just when I was making up my mind to have a quarrel with her, I saw Su Shenhua with her hands behind her back, lowering her head and looking around, as if she was a little restrained. At first glance, it even looks a bit like an elementary school student who has made a mistake. Well, thank you for today. Su Shenhua's voice was very soft, almost like she was whispering to herself. Huh? Jiang Chen was a little confused as he didn't understand what Su Shenhua was talking about at first. But a strange emotion unconsciously surged in my heart. She thanked me? Are you sure? Is this something she could say when she was sober? Oh, do you want me to say it a second time or something? Jiang Chen's reaction immediately aroused Su Shenhua's dissatisfaction. In an instant, a pair of beautiful eyes widened like copper bells and glared at Jiang Chen. Please, I, Su Shenhua, would like to thank you. Shouldn't you be grateful and flattered? What are you doing, playing dumb? I've already said it, thank you. Just when Su Shenhua couldn't help but raise her voice and was about to lose her temper, Jiang Chen covered her mouth with his hand. Jiang Chen put his index finger on his mouth with his other hand, don't disturb the baby. Feeling the warmth of Jiang Chen's palm, Su Shenhua did not feel her heartbeat quicken this time. I just feel that there shouldn't be physical contact between men and women, so isn't it a bit too casual for this guy to touch me? You cover me so tightly, are you afraid that I might suffocate? Su Shenhua pulled Jiang Chen's hand away, but also lowered her voice. I don't want to talk about this anymore. After spending a few days together, Su Shenhua finally understood. Jiang Chen is not someone who can take any tough measures. Trying to treat them like employees is simply not going to work. But it's hard to find fault with him. The only reason he stayed was because he was the baby's father, and Su Shenhua felt that the baby would be better off with his company. And in this matter, at least so far, Jiang Chen has done nothing wrong. Some even exceeded her expectations. Especially after what happened tonight. Even if she didn't want to admit it, she had to admit it. But, as to why Jiang Chen met me tonight. Su Shanhua still felt a little confused. Because it's such a coincidence. But why on earth did you appear there? Were you really just passing by to buy a car and some gifts for the baby's full moon? You know, in Su Shanhua's opinion, if Jiang Chen wants to buy these things for his baby, there are too many shopping malls to choose from. The Zhujiawi area, especially the central areas like Hanglung Plaza and Metro City, is full of large shopping malls. Although she wasn't sure whether this stroller was only available at Oriental Department Store, at least other shopping malls must have similar ones. How come he chose to go to Oriental Department Store at the same time as me? If you don't go to Hanglong because you want to avoid suspicion and fear of being recognized, then why choose Oriental Department Store? The coincidences are hard to understand. Of course, Su Shanhua had tasted the bitter fruit of doubting Jiang Chen more than once, and this question did not mean that she thought Jiang Chen had any ulterior motive. I just wanted to know what Jiang Chen was going to do. Because her intuition told her that it must be more than just buying a stroller. But Jiang Chen certainly wouldn't give her the answer she wanted. If he wanted to allay her doubts, he could have said that it was because he had just finished his meal at the Western restaurant. But if he said that, Su Shanhua would definitely ask him why he went to Oriental Department Store to eat instead of staying at home to take care of the baby. The result will only be that the more you talk, the more trouble you will get into and the more difficult it will be to explain. There is no benefit for Jiang Chen to talk about the investment in CH. So the only answer he could give was the same as before. Of course, I just happened to pass by. How else could it be? I deliberately left the babies behind to follow you? Jiang Chen said unhappily. Anything else? If not, I'll go to sleep. After saying that, seeing that Su Shanhua had nothing to say for the moment, Jiang Chen turned around and went back to the second bedroom. Su Shanhua, who stayed where she was, grinned at Jiang Chen's back in displeasure when she saw this. Will you die if you talk to me a few more words? Ha, if you don't want to talk, then don't talk. I don't want to know yet. Su Shanhua returned to the master bedroom, washed up and lay down. I took out my phone and checked my schedule as usual. Tomorrow is Friday, and I will definitely not forget the resolutions made at the meeting. Well, this day is all about company matters. Even if I can't remember something, I will remember it when I get to the company tomorrow. Then, the day after tomorrow, Saturday, I can finally spend time with my babies with peace of mind. Wait, why is there something going on Saturday? The note is: Aunt? Ah, is Aunt coming to see the baby again? Come on then. Sleep, wait. Aunt is coming over on Saturday? Then you saw there was a man in my house? Or the baby's father? Chapter 27, After all, I still cherish talent. Su Shanhua instantly realized that something was wrong and sat up in shock. This is not going to work. Although my aunt is very similar to me, she is not as conservative and traditional as my parents. And he always takes special care of me. But it's about the baby's dad. It wouldn't be a good idea to let her know, right? Well, why don't we let Jiang Chen go out that day? Anyway, he likes to go out all day long, so let him do it. Thinking of this, Su Shanhua immediately took out her mobile phone and started editing the message, preparing to notify Jiang Chen before she forgot about it. But halfway through editing the information, she hesitated again. I always feel that doing this is a bit unfair to him. Especially after experiencing this series of events today. Since I was determined to let him come and meet the baby, I even left him at home to take care of the baby. Then why hide it? But, if my aunt knew about this, how would she react? Will she tell her parents? Ah, so annoying. Su Shanhua let out a long sigh and simply locked her phone. Just in time to see the time displayed on the screen. It's already 12 o'clock in the evening. But when I realized the time, I suddenly felt tired and my eyes became a little dry. After such a fulfilling day, who wouldn't feel sleepy? It's time to go to bed. How do I feel, ever since Jiang Chen came? Are you going to bed later and later? Su Shanhua, who was a little confused, was about to turn off the lights, but then she remembered that she had not put in eye drops yet. So I opened the bedside table and saw the Polaroid camera and photo album that Jiang Chen gave me. Ah, we haven't taken any photos today. The scene of us letting the baby pass gas just now would be quite heartwarming if we took a photo of it. Thinking of this, Su Shanhua couldn't help but reach for the photo album, ready to review it. But the moment his hand touched the photo album, he suddenly remembered that this guy had just given him a cold look, and he immediately became unhappy. TCH, what's so good about this? Sleep. The next day, after Su Shenhua left, Jiang Chen finished taking care of the baby and went out. Today I am going to CH to hold a shareholders meeting to announce the company's future development direction. Because Jiang Chen's current shareholding has exceeded 51%, he has relative controlling rights and has the dominant power over daily business decisions. In addition, after a lively conversation with CH boss Liang Yong during dinner yesterday, the other party can be said to be completely convinced and is almost ready to follow Jiang Chen's many visions and suggestions. It's not simply because Jiang Chen's cognition is advanced and admirable. On the other hand, it is also because Liang Yong is clear about the company's current situation. The offline stores were not doing well, and sales at Hanglong's pop-up store were also not good. The partners were all ready to run away. If Jiang Chen hadn't shown up in time with funds and ideas, who knows how long CH could have survived. In Liang Yong's eyes, Jiang Chen, who is knowledgeable and experienced, is undoubtedly the person who can save the company from collapse and turn the tide. So of course he was willing to give the dominant position to Jiang Chen. After all, on the one hand, Jiang Chen now holds a high proportion of shares, and on the other hand, facts have proved that his previous approach did not work. In other words, as long as we can make money and keep CH alive, everything will be fine. During the meeting, Jiang Chen gave a brief explanation of the company's future development direction. First of all, the main style of Spring must be distinctive enough, eliminating those conventional styles to ensure recognition. At the same time, based on user portraits, high-spending groups should be targeted, and if sales volume is not enough, the average order value can be used to make up for it. The second thing is to build online stores and transfer the original offline investment to online platforms such as Douyin and Zaya Hongshu to place advertisements, cooperate with co-ols, etc., to promote the brand and increase exposure. Finally, the most important thing is to enter high-end shopping malls such as Hanglong, because only by doing this can the positioning of CH as a high-end brand be stabilized. The first two and the last one complement each other. Although Jiang Chen has no experience in running a company, he is not a marketing genius. But one thing is beyond doubt, that is, his sense of fashion trends is unparalleled. Jiang Chen sees CH's future vision and the heights it can reach more clearly than anyone else. When the quality of the product itself is excellent, the poor quality is nothing more than taking advantage of the situation and adding fuel to the fire. As for what to do specifically, Jiang Chen only needs to work backwards based on his superior knowledge and foresight to figure out the answer. On the other side, Honglong Plaza. In the morning, Su Shenhua sent Secretary Zhu to ask around, but couldn't find the expert who wrote the comments in the report. At the subsequent brand introduction meeting, a young man named Gao Outsai caught her attention. He is the second in command of the marketing department, but he is only in his early 30s. His opinion on one of the American brands, ESL, unexpectedly coincided with the content in the comments. It just so happened that Su Shenhua was very optimistic about this brand, and the sales of its pop-up store have been among the best in the past few days. Gao Outsai's remarks at this time undoubtedly made her more determined. So after comprehensive consideration, Su Shenhua finally decided to introduce ESL to Hanglong. After the meeting, Su Shenhua deliberately kept Gao Outsai, who made her feel enlightened, alone and had a chat with him. Gao Outsai's performance just now undoubtedly made her have some speculations. Maybe he was the genius who wrote the annotations? But after Su Shenhua asked him about his opinions on other brands, she was disappointed to find out through comparison that he was not the one she was really looking for. Although Gao Outsai can be said to be knowledgeable, there is still a clear gap between him and that master. In other words, he and that person had the same idea only on the ESL brand. But the insights of other brands are not as profound as that person's, and can even be said to be biased. Su Shenhua, who has read the reports in detail several times, can clearly see whose opinions are more valuable for reference. But even so, Su Shenhua still believes that Gao Ao is a rare talent. It is not easy to agree with the mysterious man on just one point. So Su Shenhua directly handed over all matters related to the connection with ESL to Gao Outsai. Afterwards, Su Shenhua asked for Gao Outsai's information again. Only then did I discover that he was not only a top student who had returned from overseas, but also an assistant to the famous brand designer Fisher. You know, Fisher is the person Su Shenhua has always wanted to cooperate with. Although his retro brand Queens is not as well known as other luxury brands such as LV, Hermes, Gucci, Balenciaga, etc., its value is immeasurable in the eyes of people who know the business. The point is that Queen Quinn has not yet been introduced to Daxia. Coincidentally, there was news this year that Mr. Fisher was planning to expand into the Asian market. This couldn't help but make Su Shenhua fantasize. Once Queen Quinn is able to move into Hanglong, there will be almost no doubt that the goal of 20 billion in sales this year will be achieved. Chapter 28 Gossip Spreads. Just when Su Shanhua felt relieved because he had finally completed an important task. Little did they know that today, every floor of Hanglong's office had been quietly set ablaze by a piece of gossip. Have you heard? Mr. Su is in a relationship. Which wealthy group's son is he again? You guys only know how to make up stories all day long. Last time, didn't you say that Mr. Lin from the Oriental Group and President Su were childhood sweethearts? I've met that Lin, but he's not worthy of our President Su. This time it's different. Someone saw with their own eyes at the Oriental department store that President Su was alone with a mysterious man, shopping together. Oriental department store? Isn't it right next door? And it's also a department store of the Oriental Group. Could it be Lin Zihao? It's definitely not him. He's much more handsome than him. Are there any photos? That's not the case. Add #@. If there is no picture, what can you say? Perhaps Cheng Cheng and Fong Fong from the legal department really thought that their irresistible desire to share would be effective after they put a warning like never tell anyone on it. But in short, the final result is that one person tells 10 people, and 10 people tell 100 people. In almost one morning, the news spread throughout Hanglong. Fortunately, both of them had some sense of propriety and did not spread the photos and videos. This is why this news did not turn into real explosive news. But even so, it still sparked heated discussions among employees. It was just that Su Shanhua was too perfect in their eyes. Young, beautiful, and a strong woman. Even though she faded out for a long time some time ago, it did not affect her popularity among many employees at all. On the contrary, after she returned to Hanglong not long ago, the discussion became even more intense. Almost everyone is curious about what Mr. Su, who appears to be stern and decisive in front of others, is like in private life. Especially Su Shuanoa's single character is the easiest to arouse people's fantasies. After all, no one is perfect. How can it be possible that we don't have any emotional issues? They also really want to know what kind of man can catch President Su's eye. Lunch break. The legal department had a meal together. Although they resisted the urge to share photos and videos, Cheng Cheng and Fong Fong couldn't help wanting to confirm their guess from last night. The man who went shopping with Mr. Su and had an argument with him. Could it be the new employee Jiang Chen? So they asked their leader Lao Zhang tacitly during the meal. Teacher Zhang, why hasn't the new employee come in these few days? In the entire company, there are only a few people who really understand the relationship between Jiang Chen and Su Shanhua. Apart from Su Shanhua's secretary, Zhuing, the other one is Lao Zhang. From the fact that Jiang Chen was called by General Manager Su on his first day at work, it is clear that Jiang Chen and Su Shanhua are either relatives or friends. But Lao Zhang, who has been in the workplace for many years, certainly knows that there are some things he should not know. If you accidentally find out, pretend you don't know. For example, what is the relationship between Jiang Chen and Su Shanhua? He could ask Jiang Chen out of curiosity, but that was all. Since the other party was unwilling to disclose, he did not dare to ask any more questions. What if he offends President Su because of this matter? How can he continue to work in the company in the future? I have a wife and children to support at home. So after Secretary Zhu hinted not to make the matter public, Lao Zhang kept silent about it and did not dare to tell anyone. So when faced with the two subordinates who wanted to eat melons, his answer was naturally, "Didn't I tell you?" He asked for leave. I know, Fong Fong leaned her head towards Lao Zhang, almost lying on the table, but how can someone ask for a long vacation just one day after joining the company? He is still in the probation period, isn't he afraid of being fired by the company? Cheng Cheng also said, yeah, what exactly do you want to take leave for? How many days do you want to take leave for? Lao Zhang took a piece of food and put it in his mouth. While chewing, he began to say impatiently, why did he ask for leave? Will he be fired? What does it have to do with you? Ah, Teacher Zhang, our group finally got a handsome guy, but we didn't even have time to admire him for a day, and now we can't see him anymore. We just wanted to feast our eyes on him, so we asked. Yes, if he can come back earlier, we will definitely be more motivated to work, which is a good thing for our entire team. Do you think we can not care about his leave? Lao Zhang rolled his eyes speechlessly. I see you guys are really hungry. If you're hungry, just eat. Stop asking questions here. 7 p.m. At the invitation of ESL, Su Shanhua went to a Michelin restaurant in Hanglong to meet the other party. I have to say that Gao Outsai is indeed very efficient. No wonder he could reach the high position of the second in command of the marketing department at such a young age. In less than half a day, he had reached a preliminary consensus with ESL. And at the invitation of ESL, Su Shunhua was invited to the dinner and met in an informal setting. Originally, Su Shunhua seldom participated in these social events. The main reason is that as the president of Hanglong Plaza, there are countless businesses who want to get on her bandwagon. Who wouldn't want to move into one of the top department stores in Shanghai, such as Hanglong Plaza? The one who asks for something from others is usually the other party. Therefore, given her status, generally speaking, there is no need for her to attend at all. But times are different now. First of all, projects to introduce new and trendy brands are the focus of the first half of the year. Secondly, Su Shunhua highly recognized Gao Outsai's abilities and planned to focus on training him to become the backbone of the company, so she wanted to give him face. Thirdly, she was in a good mood today, and many things had been going smoothly recently, even household chores. This pressure-free dinner brought this week to a perfect end. During the meal, Su Shunhua drank 2 glasses of wine. She had a good alcohol tolerance, but for some reason, after just 2 glasses she felt a little drunk. And the momentum is still building. Gao Outsai, who was keenly aware of this, immediately accepted all the subsequent toasts. This made Su Shunhua admire him even more in her heart. However, after 3 rounds of drinks, Gao Outsai, who said he was going to the bathroom, quietly went to the stairwell and made a phone call. "Boss Zhao, we've almost done it. After this meal, we'll be just 1 step away from signing with ESL. Okay, Mr. Zhao, don't worry. I will take care of the ESL matter and will definitely ruin Hanglong's plans for the first half of the year. You will be back in April, right? Okay, Mr. Zhao, according to my current observation, if the introduction of new trendy brands fails, if Hanglong wants to achieve its annual goals this year, the only way to rely on it is to reach an exclusive cooperation with Queen Qin. You can rest assured that everything will be ready when you come back." Chapter 29, The First Snow Melts? 10 p.m. Room 2301, Building 2, Yuding. Jiang Chen heard the sound of the door opening. I knew that Su Shunhua had returned. So he walked towards the door. It wasn't to greet her, I just had something to tell her. The new stroller was delivered today. Jiang Chen thought that tomorrow was the weekend, so he planned to ask her to accompany the baby to the community to take a stroll, bask in the sun, and breathe some fresh air. Although because of what happened last night, his relationship with Su Shunhua is still a little strained. But no matter what, at least she said thank you to me later. What's more, things like walking around the neighborhood with your baby. It is always better for mom and dad to do it together. After all, in Jiang Chen's eyes, this is an action that belongs exclusively to the family. But given Su Shunhua's personality, I don't know how to tell her. Just like that, Jiang Chen came to the door. Just as he was thinking, he saw Su Shunhua appear in front of him. Her cheeks were red, her eyes were a little dazed, and she looked drunk. She walked in, holding on to the doorframe with some difficulty. Sure enough, there was a smell of alcohol. Jiang Chen quickly supported her. "Hey, you're supposed to be in confinement after childbirth, why are you drinking?" When Su Shunhua noticed Jiang Chen's appearance, her eyes became a little dazed. With Jiang Chen's support, she finally took off her high heels and threw them aside. Then he smiled and said, "Why is it you? That happened a year ago. Why are you still brooding over it? By the way, I gave birth to 3 babies, all of them are yours." Jiang Chen frowned. "Have you lost your memory? How much did you drink? So drunk." Before Jiang Chen could speak, Su Shunhua stretched out a finger and blocked his mouth. "Hush, don't be too happy too soon. It's true that he's your child, but don't expect anything else. Also, why are you in my house? You followed me? How did you get in?" Jiang Chen shook his head and helped her all the way to the bedroom, until he put her on the big bed. Then he helplessly said to Su Shunhua, who was lying on the bed with her eyes closed and her limbs spread out, "Even if you are drunk, don't frame me, okay? It was you who asked me to come and see the baby that day, okay?" Su Shunhua suddenly opened her eyes, but only managed to narrow them slightly. "Did I ask you to come?" As if after thinking for a long time and finally recovering some of her memory, Su Shunhua suddenly remembered the whole story. She glared at Jiang Chen with some vigilance, then sat up abruptly and got into bed. The whole process was smooth and fast, which was breathtaking. Su Shunhua pulled the quilt over her face, covering her features, leaving only a pair of beautiful eyes exposed, blinking as she looked at Jiang Chen. And then you just stayed and refused to leave? Even through the quilt, Jiang Chen could clearly hear her questioning tone. With a sigh, Jiang Chen really wanted to just leave her there and go back to the second bedroom to sleep. It's difficult to communicate with her even when she's sober. What's more, she was drunk. If I hadn't helped her back to the master bedroom, she might have just fallen asleep on the floor. I don't know how she came back. Never mind, I have done my best. Just as he was about to get up and leave, Jiang Chen caught a glimpse of a gap in the bedside table next to him. And from this gap, a pink color can be clearly seen. It was the Polaroid camera he gave me 2 days ago. Why did she put that thing on the bedside table? Something that comes easily? Or, could it be that the photo album is also in there? Driven by curiosity, Jiang Chen was about to open the bedside table to see what was inside. But then he heard Su Shenhua muttering on the bed, "If I can't inherit the family business because of you, I will never let you go." Hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately withdrew his hand, and without caring about the fact that Su Shenhua was already drunk, he moved straight towards her and couldn't help but retort. "Please, what does your Su family's affairs have to do with me? It wasn't my own decision that night. Although I don't remember it clearly, it was clearly consensual, okay? Besides, I didn't know you were pregnant." However, before he could open his mouth, Su Shenhua muttered, "Why do you have to come to Hanglong when you can find a job anywhere else?" Jiang Chen became even more unhappy after hearing this. "Hey, I don't know who you are. If I knew it was you, I wouldn't have come to Hanglong. So, you just broke into my life without any warning. I clearly said that I would never see you again." Su Shenhua's voice became smaller and smaller, and so confused that Jiang Chen couldn't hear it clearly. "What did you say?" Just as Jiang Chen was leaning forward to listen more clearly, Su Shenhua suddenly climbed out from under the quilt, reached out her hand, held up his head, pulled it in front of her, and looked at him straight in the face with her eyes wide open. This look made Jiang Chen a little confused. The distance was so close that one could hear the others breathing. "What does this woman want to do? Are you trying to molest me?" Just when Jiang Chen was about to admit defeat, he saw Su Shenhua tilting her head, staring at his face and muttering, "He looks like a human. He looks a bit like that person. No wonder I felt a strong affinity with him that night." "What the hell? That person? Who? Am I being treated as some kind of first love substitute?" Jiang Chen tried to pull her hand away to break free, but she pinched his cheek tightly. "Hey, I say, if you're a man, don't abandon me and the baby, do you hear me? You won't?" Su Shenhua suddenly pinched Jiang Chen's lips. Then she immediately let go and smiled sweetly. "You wouldn't, otherwise why would you suddenly appear and help me get rid of that disgusting guy Lin Zihao?" Su Shenhua's smile was bright and innocent. It was completely different from her usual aloof demeanor. It's like the warm sun melting the first snow of winter. It is so beautiful that it cannot be described in words. In an instant, even Jiang Chen, who always thought he could seal his heart with cement, was stunned. "I wish she could smile at me like this normally. That should be a nice scenery, right? Unfortunately. I'll just take this as you speaking the truth after drinking, right? Don't worry, I won't abandon the baby. But as for you..." At this moment, Jiang Chen was shocked to find himself hesitant about her for the first time. He thought he could ruthlessly cut off ties with her. "At least that's how it feels in my heart. But at this moment, I couldn't even make any decision in my heart. It's not just because she is the baby's mother. It's not because she really makes his heart beat faster. Oh, considering her usual attitude towards me, I could still be moved. Doesn't that mean I have masochistic tendencies?" But it was when Su Shenhua was drunk that he felt for the first time that he had inadvertently glimpsed her true thoughts. So, even she would be worried that I would leave? He couldn't help but think of what Aunt Jo said in the kitchen at that time. At that time, I thought, if she was a girl from an ordinary family, it would be great if she had a husband to take care of her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have to suffer so much. Chapter 30. The car arrives. As a female president and the future heir of the Su family, how much did she go through to give birth to 3 children alone? Why did Aunt Jo say such a thing? The answer is unknown. But given the current situation, it is unlikely that I can become her husband. It's not impossible. It's impossible. Harmful. Let's take it one step at a time. Jiang Chen watched her close her eyes tiredly again, so he pulled up the quilt and covered her. Then I prepared to leave. But at this moment, she pulled him back again. Jiang Chen turned around and saw that she squinted her eyes and her words were a little vague. You have to take good care of the baby, understand? It's not that I can't take good care of the baby. I'm not as useless as you think. But I didn't get married and I had a child. It's inevitable that people will criticize this. You know, my dad was so angry at that time that he almost cut off all ties with me. It's been a while since I've sat down with him and had a good chat. What's there to talk about with him? He won't acknowledge his 3 grandchildren anyway. So I must inherit Hanglong Group. Only when I take over can my baby's future be justified. No need to hide anymore. Heh, do you understand what I'm saying? Do you understand? Why do you say that the baby doesn't have the company of his mother? Asshole. I hate you, I hate you. Jiang Chen was stunned. He looked at Su Shunhua in front of him, who was suddenly getting angry, becoming increasingly tired, and gradually becoming drowsy, with a look of shock on his face. Therefore, she was not content to be a mother. Instead, she returned to work before she even finished her confinement period and worked overtime. Is it actually to give babies a better future? And when Jiang Chen put himself in Su Shunhua's perspective, only then did I realize it. Things seem to be as they should be. Su Shunhua was originally the most valued daughter of Hanglong Suyang. And Suyang didn't mind her inheriting Hanglong as a woman, because she was indeed very capable. But everything changed after she got pregnant before marriage and gave birth to a child. If this matter were made public, what will be the result? By then, even if Su Yang still intended to let her take over. But how to face the pressure of public opinion? For example, the heir of Hanglong Group has a chaotic private life? Of course, this wasn't a big deal. But when it comes to the transfer of tens of billions of assets, that's another matter. Who knows if someone with ulterior motives will make a fuss about this? What should Su Shunhua do then? Turn a blind eye to this? Turn a deaf ear? Allow public opinion to ferment until it has an adverse impact on the babies? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen suddenly understood. Why did Su Shunhua bring me here to see the babies after seeing me that day? Maybe, if I'm around, at least the babies can realize that their dad is always by their side as they grow up? And she has to shoulder heavier responsibilities. She is fighting for herself and also paving the way for her babies. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen suddenly realized that he had also misunderstood Su Shunhua. It's true that she is devoted to her career and busy with her work. But does this mean that she doesn't care about the baby? Jiang Chen covered her with the quilt again. He turned off the light for her again. The next day. 12 noon. Su Shunhua finally woke up from her hangover. But when I opened my eyes, he saw Jiang Chen standing beside the bed. This made her think for a moment that she was still asleep and was dreaming. I say, you are a haunted person. She closed her eyes again and rolled over to her other side. He suddenly opened his eyes again and turned back to face Jiang Chen, as if he wanted to confirm something. And when she pinched her thigh and realized that this was not a dream, she exclaimed. What are you doing? Who allowed you to enter my room? Jiang Chen was a little helpless and didn't know how to explain it for a moment. When he woke up in the morning, he saw that there was no movement in the master bedroom. Aunt Jo was not at home today, so I made breakfast for myself. I originally wanted to make a portion for Su Shunhua as well and ask her to come and eat together. But thinking that Su Shunhua drank too much last night and had been going out early and coming back late these days, he must be exhausted. It's a rare Saturday, let her sleep in. But what was unexpected was that until noon, Su Shunhua showed no signs of waking up. That won't work, as I still have to go downstairs with my baby to bask in the sun today. If she doesn't get up soon, the baby will take a nap. If you don't get up soon, the sun will set. Of course he can push the baby out by himself. After all, this newly bought stroller can accommodate the eldest, second and third baby at the same time and can be pushed by one person. But Jiang Chen always felt that since Su Shunhua didn't have to go to work during the day, it would be better for the family to go out together. Especially after he heard Su Shunhua's drunken words last night. Since it was a family action, he didn't want her, as a mother, to miss it. Otherwise she will complain again afterwards. So I had the idea of waking her up. I went to bed around 10 o'clock last night. It's been almost 14 hours now. Is it time to get enough sleep? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen opened Su Shunhua's door. He knew that after waking up Su Shunhua, he would be facing a terrible beast. So actually I still have some hesitation in my heart. I just want mom and dad to be with the babies. Who wants to suffer this unexpected disaster? But think about it. Besides not getting enough sleep, there is another possibility. That means Su Shunhua is sick. Not taking care of the baby during the confinement period, being overworked, and drinking alcohol. Nothing will really happen. So Jiangchen didn't care about anything else and came to Su Shunhua's bedside. Fortunately, Su Shunhua looked normal. I touched my forehead and there was no sign of fever. So Jiangchen called her a few times in her ear. Then Su Shunhua woke up, as if facing a great enemy. I wanted to tell you last night, but you drank too much, Jiangchen said helplessly. The weather is nice today. I plan to take the baby downstairs to bask in the sun and take a walk. Do you want to come with us? After hearing this, Su Shunhua finally restrained her panic and angry expression. Then he seemed to remember something. Oh, the car has arrived? Jiangchen nodded. Then a pillow hit him on the head accurately. Then please leave the room first. Although she was very decisive in sending Jiangchen out, Su Shunhua was not slow in getting dressed and dressed. After a while, she walked out of the bedroom, walked around to the second bedroom, and looked at Jiangchen a little confused. Where's Aunt Joe? Jiangchen, who was playing with the baby, knew that she was not fully awake yet, so he replied, didn't she say that she would take a day off today to go back to her hometown and would be back tomorrow night? Only then did Su Shunhua remember that this was indeed the case. Jiangchen said at this time, do you want to eat something first? Su Shunhua, who was obviously hungry, instinctively said hard for some reason, no, let's go. Of course, this is not entirely just talk. Because Aunt Joe was not there, Su Shunhua didn't think Jiangchen could be of any help in this matter. So what if I say I'm hungry? What delicious food can you, a grown man, cook for me? Chapter 31, Neighborhood Aunt. The weather is very nice today. Blue sky and white clouds. The temperature is neither too cold nor too hot, and it feels warm under the bright sunshine, just right. The community is full of greenery, the air is fresh, and you can smell the fragrance of flowers and plants. Some parents, grandparents, play with their children in the community playground. Children of different ages were chasing and playing, swinging on the swing, riding on the wooden horse, and some were in the stroller drinking pacifiers and watching other children blowing bubbles. There was a lot of noise and laughter, lively and peaceful. It is hard not to feel refreshed by this scene. But Su Shunhua, who had just woken up and felt a little hungover and went downstairs with an empty stomach, had no time to enjoy this rare warmth. She walked beside Jiangchen, watching him pushing a double-row stroller with 3 babies in it, looking very competent, and for no reason she started arguing with him. I say, why do you let Sanbao sit in the back seat alone? Look how lonely he is. How pitiful he is. I saw Sanbao in the back row looking at the surroundings with a blank face, and his expression did reveal a trace of grievance that made him want to cry. I don't know if it's because I'm not used to going out often or if I'm simply timid. What's wrong with a man sitting alone? Jiangchen retorted bluntly, besides, come on, there are only 2 rows of seats for 3 babies, and one of them must sit in a row by himself. If the second and third babies sit together, won't the first baby be alone? Then she won't be pitiful anymore? Are you still being reasonable? Su Shunhua, possessed by a stubborn person, refused to give in. That's different. Dabeo is the eldest sister. She sits in the front row to set an example for her younger sisters and brothers, leading them on an adventure. What's so pitiful about her? Is it just because she is a girl? You are favoring boys over girls. You are really making unreasonable arguments. We can't even pee in the same pot. Jiangchen shook his head helplessly. He completely experienced what it meant to talk to someone who doesn't agree with you. Suddenly I felt a little regretful about asking her to come down for a walk together. Might as well let her sleep till she dies. So as to avoid disturbing the quiet time between me and my babies in such good weather. However, at this moment, Su Shunhua stopped for some reason. Jiangchen noticed something unusual and looked back at her, what's wrong? But she stood there, turning her head away, as if avoiding something. Just as Jiangchen was wondering, an aunt's voice came from not far away, oh, isn't this the mother from building 2? Following the sound, they saw 2 aunties in their 50s walking towards them with excited looks on their faces, waving hello. Wow, this stroller is so cute. 3 kids can sit together. I haven't seen these 3 little cuties for a long time. Are they out in the sun today? Seeing the 2 people approaching, Su Shunhua had no choice but to greet them with an awkward look on her face. When the 2 aunts cast their curious eyes at Jiangchen beside Su Shunhua, the atmosphere became a little subtle for a moment. Is this your husband? I was wondering why he hasn't been seen for so long since he moved here. This is called real people don't show their faces, what do you know? At this time, Su Shenhua was standing there, facing the two aunts with surprised looks on their faces. She forced a smile on the surface, but in fact she was so embarrassed that she almost dug her toes out of the 3-bedroom apartment. Why is it that whenever I go out with him, I always run into the one with the most idle words? It's over, that's good now. With their gossipy abilities, within a few hours, the owners of the dozen buildings in the entire community would probably know about this. For example, after I gave birth to my child, I took the child home with Aunt Jo, and when we entered the community, we happened to meet these two aunts. At that time, they looked at the 3 babies with shining eyes. I kept praising the babies for being pretty and I almost couldn't help but want to hug them. Aunties like them in Shanghai have good family conditions and enjoy a leisurely life after retirement. Apart from buying groceries and cooking, I usually either take a walk and chat in the community, or play mahjong with friends. Precisely because I have nothing to do, I am very enthusiastic about eating melons on weekdays. As expected, the news that Su Shenhua had given birth to triplets spread among the aunties in the community the next day. Since then, many aunties who didn't know her would greet her enthusiastically when they saw her and ask her if she was the mother from Building 2. The president of Hanglong Plaza became known as the mom of Building Number 2 by his neighbors. Su Shenhua was speechless about this. She was used to being alone, so she felt annoyed every time she saw aunties greeting her. Especially when they showed curiosity and gossip from time to time, asking questions as if they wanted to confirm whether she was a single mother. She really hoped that she could have superpowers and directly erase their memories. It is for this reason that Su Shenhua almost never thinks of taking the babies downstairs to walk around the community, to avoid running into that group of aunts coming over and making a fuss again. Under normal circumstances, Su Shenhua would not be afraid of anything, at most she would just feel a little annoyed. But today is different. Today I appear with Jiang Chen. Who wouldn't subconsciously assume that he is the elusive husband? If that were all, it would be fine to just give them some gossip. But the problem is, she and Jiang Chen are not husband and wife. Even if she doesn't mind pretending to get away with it, Jiang Chen may not have the tacit understanding to do so. What's more, they were just arguing. If at that time I acknowledge Jiang Chen's identity and Jiang Chen denies it, it would be really embarrassing. I can't believe how they will look at me when I run into them in the community in the future. If he is in the company, Su Shenhua, as the president, basically never cares about what others say. But this is not in the company, this is where I live. Which good person would like to be talked about here? The key point is that Su Shenhua can't stop neighbors like them from talking. This is not a company. Can you expel people from the company and ask them to leave just because of a disagreement? So, Su Shenhua hesitated again and again, and after weighing the pros and cons, she decided to deny that Jiang Chen was her husband. He is not my husband, he is. At this point, the most reasonable thing to say is that he is her younger brother. I'm sorry, Zhenglong, just be my shield. Hearing Su Shenhua's denial, the two aunts looked at each other and saw deep surprise in each other's eyes. It's not my husband? Could it be that their relationship hasn't reached that stage yet? Then how did this child come here? Realizing that they were about to get into trouble, the two of them couldn't help but cover their mouths with their hands to hide their overly expressive expressions at the moment. The way they looked made Su Shenhua even more crazy. I just feel that the atmosphere at this moment is extremely suffocating. She could almost foresee how people would talk about her behind her back after they left. It's over. I'm afraid my image in the neighborhood is going to be completely ruined. However, at this moment, Su Shenhua suddenly felt herself being embraced by a strong big hand. My head accidentally rested on his shoulder. She looked up at him in surprise, only to see Jiang Chen looking at her lovingly. Why, you don't recognize your husband after only 1 year of marriage? Chapter 32. I'll settle the score with you later. Su Shenhua looked away, not daring to look into his gentle eyes again. Before I knew it, my ears had turned red. My heart was pounding. She didn't dare respond. I dare not deny it. Just take it as a default. After seeing this scene, the two aunts who had been fed with dog food finally understood. Oh, look at this young couple, they are so loving. Mom, you still don't admit it. Young people are really romantic. They are still shy after being married for a year. We are not like us who get angry when we see the old man's look when we go home. At this moment, Su Shenhua, who was held in Jiang Chen's arms, felt her face getting hot and she had difficulty breathing. Feeling embarrassed and at a loss, she could only quietly bury her head in Jiang Chen's chest and pretend to hide herself. "Hello, Auntie." Jiang Chen greeted them with a polite smile. "Ah, that's great. The boy is very handsome and a perfect match for the girl. What do you call this?" "A talented man and a beautiful woman." "Yes. No wonder the children are so good looking. She's so young to have children, and triplets at that. Wow, we're so envious." Hearing the aunt say this, Su Xuanhua's face turned even redder and she lowered her head unconsciously. The aunts were still chattering. "Today I finally got to meet the child's father. Let me tell you, young man, it's good for young people to be busy with work and have ambition, but they should also spend more time with their wives and children, okay? If I didn't know before, I would have thought she was a single mother." Jiang Chen immediately understood what his aunt meant. "It seems that they defined my previous disappearance as being busy with my career outside, so I never appeared in their sight?" Jiang Chen did not deny this, and did not care at all about his aunt's nosy words. Instead, he nodded in agreement. "Auntie is right. I should spend more time with my wife and children." Then he hugged Su Shunhua tighter and quietly held Su Xuanhua's hand. Feeling her hand suddenly held by Jiang Chen's warm big hand, Su Shunhua instinctively tried to break free, but Jiang Chen had no intention of letting go. "This guy. Pushing the limit. Role-playing is addictive, right?" Su Shunhua looked up and gave him a fierce look as a warning. Jiang Chen didn't care and continued to do as he pleased. The aunts leaned over to take a closer look at the three babies, praised them for being cute for a while, and finally left reluctantly. "Please bring your children down to bask in the sun more often in the future." After the aunts left, Su Shunhua finally pushed Jiang Chen's hand away, then pinched his waist hard. Hey, what are you doing? Someone come here, someone is committing domestic violence in broad daylight." Jiang Chen felt pain and quickly stepped away. "You did it on purpose, didn't you?" Su Shunhua tried hard to look angry, but it looked more like she was just complaining. "Huh? What did you say?" Jiang Chen, who found it funny, pretended to be stupid. Su Shunhua didn't want to pay attention to him anymore, so she just walked forward and pushed the stroller forward. With her back to Jiang Chen, the corners of her mouth unconsciously raised. After walking for a while, Su Shunhua felt a little tired, so she pulled the stroller and sat down on a bench by the pond. She looked at Jiang Chen, who was sitting next to her, and suddenly asked, "Why did you think of taking the baby downstairs to bask in the sun? We can't keep the baby stuck at home all the time, right?" Jiang Chen stretched out a finger and teased Diaper in the stroller. "Occasionally, let them get out to bask in the sun. It can help the baby absorb calcium, and it can also let them see the scenery and breathe fresh air." "How nice." Su Shunhua nodded slightly, as if thinking about something. Looking at Diaper, who was giggling while holding Jiang Chen's index finger in the stroller in front of her, she suddenly felt that this seemed to be a good thing. At the entrance of the community, a middle-aged woman dressed fashionably was walking in hurriedly with her cell phone in hand. "Hey, this kid is really something. Why doesn't he answer the phone?" Looking at the time again, Sume couldn't help but mutter. "It's almost 1 p.m. Is she still sleeping in? This girl is so worrying even though she's already a mother." Sume unconsciously quickened her pace and rushed straight to Building 2 from the center of the community, along the road beside the pond. Although Sume is nearly 50 years old, she looks well maintained and there are no particularly obvious wrinkles on her face. It can be said that she still has her charm. In addition, she has short hair, wears branded clothes, has exquisite makeup, wears a pair of sunglasses, carries a handbag, and walks with a bold gait. She has a strong aura and gives people a feeling of being decisive and domineering. Along the way, he immediately attracted the attention of many people around him. Especially some older uncles and grandfathers who were sitting down to rest, their eyes were wide open. Just as she walked towards the pond, she happened to see Su Xuanhua's back as she stood up and pushed the stroller away. "Shunhua." Sume trotted to Su Shunhua. "Why didn't you answer the phone? Where's your cell phone? Didn't you bring it with you?" Looking at Sume, who suddenly appeared, Su Shunhua held his forehead and felt a headache. "Oh my god. Is this ever going to end? What happened today? Everything happened to me. Ah, really? How could I have forgotten that my aunt was coming to visit me and my baby today? Hello, Auntie." Su Shunhua pursed her lips, stood there, and looked at Sume somewhat at a loss. "You kid, really, I thought something happened." Just as Su Mei stepped forward to grab Su Shanhua, she caught a glimpse of Jiang Chen standing beside her. She was a little surprised and looked up and down at the handsome young man in front of her. A strong intuition surged in her heart. "Who are you?" "Hello, Auntie. I'm Jiang Chen, baby's father." Jiang Chen, who was also surprised, introduced himself seriously. Oh, Su Mei suddenly realized, and then her face changed instantly. Her expression became a little ferocious, and she gritted her teeth and said in a questioning tone, "You are the father of Shanhua who disappeared for 10 months during her pregnancy, ignored her and planted the seeds but didn't intend to take responsibility, right?" And seeing that Su Mei's eyes were almost revealing a murderous look, Su Shanhua quickly reached out and tugged at the corner of her clothes, signaling her not to make things too difficult for Jiang Chen. Su Mei took a deep breath and stopped attacking. However, she still glared at Jiang Chen and refused to give up. "You brat, I'll settle the score with you later." After saying that, he helped Su Shanhua push the stroller and walked towards building 2. Jiang Chen was left alone with a confused look on his face, disheveled in the wind. This family is really exactly the same? Chapter 33, Aunt, please stop talking about him. I went upstairs and settled the 3 babies. Su Mei, with a stern look on her face, called Jiang Chen and Su Shanhua to the living room. "It's like a meeting." Su Shanhua breathed a sigh of relief at this time. She was really worried that after going upstairs, her hot-tempered aunt would attack Jiang Chen directly. If it's just a chat, then it's fine. As long as they are not from Wuhan, it's fine. Of course, Su Shanhua knew this too. In fact, my aunt's reaction is a more normal one. If it were my parents, I'm afraid she would just put on a fake smile, and then hand over a stack of heavy and cold cash as a breakup fee, and try to persuade Jiang Chen to get out. Living room. Jiang Chen and Su Shanhua sat together. Su Mei was sitting on the sofa at the side. There are 3 glasses of water on the table. Su Mei crossed her arms across her chest, crossed her legs, raised her chin high, and glanced at Jiang Chen from time to time. Jiang Chen supported his legs with his hands, staring blankly at the table in front of him. Whenever Su Mei gave him a murderous look, he would respond with an awkward but polite smile. Not only Jiang Chen, but also Su Shanhua beside him felt very restrained and didn't know what to say. The scene was like 2 students who had made mistakes and were waiting to be reprimanded by their head teacher. When did it happen? After a long silence, Su Mei finally spoke. Jiang Chen didn't understand what she was asking at first. Su Shanhua, who was still beside him, took over the conversation. "It happened a few days ago." "Oh, so you are asking me when I came." Jiang Chen blinked awkwardly. "So, you didn't know anything about Shanhua's pregnancy and childbirth for this whole year?" Su Mei looked at Jiang Chen with a scrutinizing gaze. "I don't know." What else could Jiang Chen say? "Heh, you kid." Su Mei seemed to be angry and laughed. "Do you know that Shanhua almost?" "Aunt." Su Shanhua interrupted and shook her head at Su Mei, signaling her not to say anything more. Su Mei sighed. "Why, are you thinking of protecting him now? Where was he when you were lying there alone in the hospital?" Speaking of this, Su Mei became very emotional. Thinking of the scene at that time, even her eyes became red for a moment. "I don't want him to know," Su Shanhua said with his head down. "So what's going on now?" Su Shanhua paused and said truthfully, "A few days ago, he started working at Hanglong. I happened to meet him and thought of bringing him to meet the baby." "What?" Su Mei was surprised. "You mean, he is working in Hanglong Plaza now? Wow, this is amazing. You really are haunting me. Either you stay with her all the time, or don't show up at all. What's going on now? Why do you have to go to Hanglong when you can work anywhere else?" Jiang Chen didn't know what to say for a moment. "Please, I only know that the Su family has a daughter. How the hell do I know that she is the president of Hanglong? How do I know that she is the one from a year ago? In this situation, I really can't express my pain in words." Jiang Chen had no choice but to say, "I'm staying here now and not going to work anymore, just to take care of the baby." This made Su Mei a little puzzled. Anyway, she didn't expect the situation to be like this. "Don't want your job anymore? Stay here just to take care of the children? You have a conscience. But, you are so young, can you take care of a child?" Facing Su Mei's death stare, Jiang Chen could only nod solemnly and said, "It's okay." "Huh? Just okay? How can just okay be okay?" Seeing that Su Mei was about to scold Jiang Chen again because of a disagreement, Su Shanhua couldn't stand it anymore. Aunt, please don't talk about him anymore. Su Shanhua paused. In fact, he has taken good care of the babies these days. After hearing these words, both Su Mei and Jiang Chen were stunned. Jiang Chen never thought that Su Shanhua would actually speak well of him. Su Mei couldn't believe it. This man had disappeared for such a long time, but after appearing for a few days, he won the recognition of his niece? I'm not just saying this for fun. Su Mei knew that her niece had a very similar personality to her. Strong and unreasonable. Especially in terms of emotions. But the difference is that I am like a fire, hot and destructive. Su Shanhua is also a ball of fire, but it is a fire wrapped in thousands of years of ice. This niece looks like me and also looks like me. They both have the same stubborn personality and will do whatever it takes to achieve their goals. Compared to myself, whose emotions are written all over my face. Su Shanhua always appears calm and composed, without any disturbance at all times. This is the reason why Su Mei is optimistic about her, but also the reason why she is worried. She was always worried that if Su Shanhua continued like this, she would be very tired and drag herself down. Especially when it comes to children. To be honest, Su Mei's first impression of Jiang Chen was actually quite good. He looked decent and didn't look like a bad guy. When we met, he was accompanying his niece and taking care of her child. But even so, Su Mei, as Su Shuanua's aunt, would take this opportunity to give Jiang Chen a good lesson. It's not for anything else, it's just that I'm afraid my niece will be wronged. Alas, this is already her parents' attitude towards the fact that she has a child. Every time I think about how she has to bear all this alone, I feel it is not easy. As a woman who has been divorced 3 times, Su Mei can empathize with this the best. What's more, my niece has been close to me since she was a child, and she remains close to me even when she grows up. This is why she often comes here to visit Su Shanhua and the children on weekdays. To put it bluntly, I just felt sorry for Su Shanhua and wanted to give her some comfort so that she could feel the support of her family. As an aunt, let me, as your aunt, give the care that your brother and sister-in-law cannot give. This is also why Su Mei didn't look at Jiang Chen well when she saw him. Because in Su Mei's eyes, men are unreliable. This man only showed up when his child was almost 1 month old. It's just not acceptable at all. Therefore, when Su Mei heard with her own ears that Su Shanhua recognized him, she was very surprised. Su Mei looked at Su Shanhua, then at Jiang Chen. Su Shanhua quickly winked at Jiang Chen, indicating that he should find an excuse to leave first. Jiang Chen understood what he meant and coughed. Well, Susu just woke up and hasn't eaten yet. I'll go make her something to eat first. Auntie, have you eaten yet? Su Shuanua's face suddenly turned dark. Susu? Who allowed you to call me that? You are looking for death. Also, who asked you to cook? I asked you to find a reason to leave quickly. Susu? Su Mei smiled when she heard such an intimate name, but then her face became serious again. How can you be a father to this child? Ha? The child's mother hasn't even had breakfast yet and you dragged her to walk around the community. Do you know that she should be in confinement at this time? Also, I haven't eaten yet, but so what? Don't think I can forgive you if you cook a meal for me. Oh, Aunt, I'm hungry. Let's talk after dinner. After saying this, Su Shanhua quickly winked at Jiang Chen, telling him to run away quickly. It's like a cover. Chapter 34, This kid is really good? Jiang Chen then hurried to the kitchen. This atmosphere is suffocating, I really can't stay here for a moment. If Su Shanhua hadn't come to the rescue in time, she might have been torn to pieces by her aunt. Hey, kid, can you cook? Su Mei suddenly asked. In fact, this question was not meant to find fault. It was just that Jiang Chen looked too young and seemed even younger than Su Shanhua. It stands to reason that a boy of this age shouldn't even have the experience of living independently, right? Let him cook, are you sure it's okay? Yes. Jiang Chen replied calmly and walked towards the kitchen. Su Shanhua was speechless, holding her head, and was about to cry because of Jiang Chen's stupidity. What I mean is that you should go out and buy something to eat. As for how long you want to buy it, it's not up to you. Who asked you to go to the kitchen to cook? Let us talk about eating after my aunt leaves. How can I eat when my aunt looks like she's accusing me of something? Oh, it really is. There is no tacit understanding at all. Wow, this kid is so confident? Su Mei looked at Jiang Chen's back with distrust, then looked at Su Shanhua. Does he usually cook for you? No. Then you can let him cook without worry? Su Mei seemed to suddenly remember something. By the way, where is Xiao Zhou? You girl, you didn't let Xiao Zhou go just because he came, did you? Hey! You girl, have you been blinded by love? How can you trust a man so easily? Seeing Sumei's anxious look, Su Shenhua explained, Aunt Zhou asked for leave today for something, and I thought he and I would be there on Saturday, so I agreed. So that's how it is, Sumei finally breathed a sigh of relief, but you really don't care about letting him cook? How old is he? He doesn't even look like he's been weaned yet. Has he ever cooked? Is the food he cooks edible? How should I know? Su Shenhua suddenly realized the hidden meaning of Sumei's words. Aunt, why do I hear you say this? It seems like you were looking forward to it. You didn't have breakfast either. Yeah, I'm a little hungry, but I can't say I'm looking forward to it. What I mean is, if he can't do it, you can just order takeout, or we can go out to eat, so as to avoid going through all the trouble and end up not being able to swallow. Su Shenhua couldn't help but chuckle and sat close to Sumei. Aunt, your greedy nature hasn't changed at all. Be careful that you get fat or no one will want you. Sumei tapped her head lightly with a chestnut and said with a smile, little girl, don't underestimate your aunt. Some people are born with a thin physique and can never gain weight no matter how much they eat. Besides, there are so many men chasing after your aunt. Su Shenhua nodded, you are truly a role model for our generation. In the kitchen. It just so happened that Aunt Zhou bought some vegetables last night, and these ingredients are enough to make a delicious meal. Jiang Chen also wanted to see how good his cooking skills were now. After all, he only knew that he possessed the talent of God-level cooking skills, but he had yet to taste his own cooking. Of course, whether Aunt Zhou was not here today or he wanted to cook himself. These are all secondary reasons. There are tigers and dragons in the living room, which is really scary. I really can't wait even a moment longer. It seems I can't stop her aunt from talking. Let's see if we can plug it with food. Besides, that guy was starving anyway, right? Considering that she is the baby's mother, make her a delicious meal. Oh, that's right. What did Aunt Zhou tell me yesterday? Oh, what Su Shenhua likes to eat and what she avoids eating. Written down, where was it written down? There is some kind of menu. After rummaging through boxes and cabinets, Jiang Chen finally found the mysterious menu left by Aunt Zhou. It clearly states the dishes that Su Shenhua likes to eat, and even records how often she usually eats these dishes. There is a calendar on the wall, and notes on what dishes were eaten every day. Let me see, my favorite home-cooked dishes. Stir-fried pork? Sautéed with wine and herbs? That's easy. Tomato and egg soup? Do you like the kind you eat once a month? It looks like I haven't eaten it this month. Deep-fried stinky tofu with spicy sauce? Yeah, I like it too. Drunken shrimp? I'm afraid I can't make it today. Living room. Just when Jiang Chen was busy cooking, Sumei launched a soul-searching interrogation on Su Shenhua. Tell me the truth, are you in love with this Jiang boy? How is it possible? Su Shenhua denied it reflexively, but fell silent again after saying it. Say what you like. How can you call it love? I suddenly had the idea of asking him to come and see the baby, does that count? Does it count if I agree to let him stay and take care of the baby? Every time he gets close to me, I feel my heartbeat quicken. Does that count? To be honest, Su Shenhua was a little confused about herself. If she had to give a positive answer, she would say that at least she did not dislike Jiang Chen. Hesitated? Sumei, who noticed her niece's intention, sighed, looked away and said, it seems that you like it. Hey, Aunt, I didn't say I liked you. I just what? Sumei stared at Su Shenhua, I have a little crush on you? Sumei smiled, you know what? As someone who has been through this, I can tell you clearly that many marriages start with a so-called liking for each other. Even if it's just a tiny bit of affection, maybe one day it will grow into a towering tree. But when you make up your mind to be with him, you will find that this so-called towering tree has long been rotten to the roots. I don't mean to discourage you, but a man like him is quite handsome. Do you think he is a good match for you? But I tell you, none of this will work. It's fine for fun, but it's not enough to live a real life. Not to mention whether he can take good care of the children and you, just the hurdle of your parents, do you think he can get through it? You are also a person with children, don't you have any consideration about marriage? Sumei's words hit the nail on the head. Although Su Shenhua never thought that she would reach that point with Jiang Chen. But after hearing what my aunt said, my heart still trembled inexplicably. How can I describe this feeling? although it is a fact that I know very well in my heart. But after being told by others, especially people who are close to me and whom I trust, I still feel a little uncomfortable. So there is really no possibility with him. Well, that's how it is, isn't it? But why do I feel uncomfortable when I hear my aunt say this? Is it because you drank too much last night? Damn, this wine really can't be touched. Just as Su Shanhua was thinking about how to answer, she saw her Aunt Su-mei suddenly stand up, sniff the fragrance coming from the kitchen, swallow her saliva, and her expression was a little intoxicated. Oh? What smells so good? Could this kid really have a trick? Chapter 35, A Feast for the Hungry. The aroma of food interrupted the serious conversation in time. Su-mei, who is a foodie, almost couldn't help but rush into the kitchen to find out what was going on. Under the temptation of delicious food, she certainly no longer had the heart to preach to Su Shanhua. This made Su Shanhua secretly breathe a sigh of relief. But she really didn't expect that Jiang Chen could actually cook. He just graduated, where did he learn cooking skills? After a while, Jiang Chen brought up 3 dishes and a soup. Su Shanhua also helped to bring out the tableware. Su-mei sat down immediately, her face full of anticipation. Looking at the delicious stir-fried meat, wine-scented garlic sprouts, and braised pork in front of her, Su-mei's appetite was aroused. She couldn't help but put her face close to smell them, like a little greedy cat. He hurriedly urged the 2 children to take a seat. Shanhua, stop busying yourself and come and eat. I can't wait. After the 3 of them were seated, Su-mei couldn't wait to start eating. This wine vanilla head smells just right. If we talk about the most representative dishes of Shanghai cuisine, wine-scented vanilla root must be one of them. Moreover, this dish, although seemingly simple, actually tests the cooking skills very much. The taste will be completely different when made by different people. To judge whether a restaurant's Shanghai cuisine is authentic, the wine and vanilla sauce is definitely a good criterion. Some people will even go to a certain restaurant just for this dish, and they are so addicted to it that they can't help but linger. As a professional foodie, Su-mei certainly had the highest expectations for this dish, so she took a bite and put it in her mouth immediately. After 2 bites, the texture was soft and tender. Su-mei only felt that the juice of the grass head condensed into a strong wine-like aroma, which exploded in the mouth, then flowed into the nasal cavity and went straight to the top of the head. Su-mei closed her eyes with an intoxicated look on her face, forgetting to put down the chopsticks in her hand, and her whole body seemed to be stunned. Only after she had completely swallowed the dish did Su-mei open her mouth to sigh, with an exaggerated expression, as if she was so moved that she was about to cry. This is the taste, it's so right. The last time I ate grass heads like this was at Rui Fuyuan, and since they changed the chef there, I've never tasted anything like this again. At this moment, Su-mei looked at Jiang Chen with eyes full of recognition, and even a hint of gratitude. How could there be any hostility? Is it that exaggerated? Su Shanhua looked at her aunt in disbelief, and also curiously picked up a piece of grass head and put it into her bowl. You know, my aunt is very picky about things. To receive such praise from her, I could really open a restaurant right here. When Su Shanhua put the grass head into her mouth and savored it for a few bites, her eyes suddenly lit up. Delicious. Then he immediately reached out his chopsticks and started taking the second bite. Compared to Su-mei, Su Shanhua is not a foodie. Especially since I got pregnant, my appetite has not been very good. Even though the dishes Aunt Jo cooked were delicious, she would usually just eat a few bites and then finish them. But the sip of wine and vanilla just now gave her a rare appetite. You have to know that this dish is not just about flavor. A rich flavor is a must, but the taste of the grass head is also very important. If you don't control the heat well, the grass head will easily taste dry. The effect will be greatly reduced, and it will not taste good even if the flavor is rich. The dish of wine and vanilla must have a tender texture when eaten. The wine-scented grass head dish made by Jiang Chen undoubtedly ensures a tender and smooth taste while perfectly integrating the aroma of sauce wine into the grass head. It is so rich that people have only one thought after eating it, and that is to have a second bite. When Su Shanhua was picking up some food, she bumped into Su-mei, who was chewing and about to pick up the third bite of food. This instantly activated Su-mei's food protection attribute, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. The 2 strong women refused to give in to each other and both wanted to take a big bite, so much so that the 2 pairs of chopsticks started fighting, and at this moment, the table seemed to be filled with gunpowder smoke. Oh, Auntie! Why are you snatching food from a child? What kid? You're already 25, and you still have the nerve to call yourself a kid. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. So he tried to smooth things over by saying, don't just eat vegetarian food, try this braised pork. Seeing Jiang Chen pointing at the shiny braised pork with chopsticks, Sumei gave up and took a piece of braised pork to eat. Since you just gave birth to a child, auntie won't snatch it from you. TSK. Su Shenhua rolled her eyes at her, then proudly picked up a big mouthful of grass and put it into the bowl. Jiang Chen also picked up a piece of braised pork for Su Shenhua. Sumei, who was once again impressed by the deliciousness of the braised pork, looked at Jiang Chen opposite her with even more admiration in her eyes. I can't believe it, Xiao Jiang, your cooking skills are really good. If you open a restaurant, I will be the first to invest in you. You will definitely make a lot of money by then. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. That won't work. If I open a restaurant, there will be no one to take care of the baby. Sumei also smiled, and silently gave Jiang Chen points in her heart. You should know that Sumei was skeptical about Jiang Chen's decision to stay in Su Shenhua's house to take care of the children. For a college graduate who joins Hanglong, it cannot be said that he has a bright future, but at least it is a good start. As a result, just because he knew that Su Shenhua had given birth to a child, he decided to quit his job after just one day, gave up the great opportunity, and chose to be a full-time dad. This is somewhat exaggerated. It's hard not to wonder if he has other intentions. Maybe he just wanted to please Shenhua and wanted to use the child to enter the Su family legitimately. But at the same time, with Shenhua's personality, it is impossible for her not to see this. Since she agreed to let him stay, she must have her reasons. Sumei certainly didn't trust Jiang Chen very much, but she still trusted her niece very much. At least when it comes to big things, she always makes people feel at ease. Sumei's praise for Jiang Chen just now was, on the one hand, because she really thought the dish was delicious, and on the other hand, she was taking the opportunity to test his attitude a little. If he really chose to be a nanny for the money and status, he would definitely react to my half-joking suggestion just now, no matter how subtle, even if it was just a momentary instinctive movement in his eyes, it would definitely not escape my eyes. Because if a person is truly pursuing wealth, his desire cannot be hidden. As the sister of Su Yang, chairman of Hanglong Group, she has seen many people like this. However, Jiang Chen's reaction was flawless. The nonchalance and indifference in this kind of answer cannot be faked. Sumei could see that he really had no interest in these things. Chapter 36. Is he tired too? As for what Jiang Chen's real purpose is. Do you really miss your children and want to be with them? Or are you interested in Shenhua and want to have further contact with her? Or some other intention? Of course, Sumei couldn't tell based on her current understanding of him. But at least, Sumei could clearly feel that Jiang Chen did not do this for money. Besides, Jiang Chen's cooking skills are enough to be considered top-notch in the industry. If he wants to make money, it is not difficult even if he just relies on his cooking skills. Why should he stay at home and be a nanny in Shenhua's house? No matter what, it's always a good thing for Shenhua and the child to have him by their side. It's a pity that their relationship may have to end here. As for the matter of marrying well, not only her parents would think so, but the child herself would actually agree with it. No matter how well Xiao Jiang does, it is difficult to change anything. Even if two people really have feelings for each other, it will probably be of no use. Of course, these things are not something she, as an aunt, should worry about. I have said everything I need to say. What will happen in the future depends on what Shenhua thinks. So Sumei stopped thinking about it and focused on eating. Soon, all the dishes on the table were cleared away. Sumei was so full that she almost couldn't help burping in front of Jiang Chen. Su Shenhua ate a lot, which was very rare, and even ate half a bowl of rice. You know, she seldom eats staple food. There's nothing I can do. The food Jiang Chen cooks is just too delicious. Su Shenhua almost became disenchanted with Aunt Zhou's craftsmanship. Sumei rubbed her belly with a satisfied look on her face and said, I'll just take one more look at the children, then I'll go back. Xiao Jiang, since you cooked a delicious meal for me, I will temporarily acknowledge your identity as the father of your child. This sounds a bit irrelevant. But in fact, for Sumei, this is indeed the case. Because her standards for choosing a partner are different from those of ordinary people. In her opinion, the other half does not necessarily have to be a rich and capable person. After all, the thing the Su family lacks the least is money. Compared to these, a man who can make a living is more valuable. First of all, it has to look good. Secondly, you must be family-oriented and considerate. In Sumei's eyes, being able to cook is a big plus. What's more, Jiang Chen's appearance is not only pleasing to the eye, it's even hard to get angry at him. Even if we had an argument, seeing his handsome face would instantly calm us down. Hearing this, Su Shenhua, who had originally thought that Jiang Chen would face a fierce battle, couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief for him. But you have to take good care of the child in Shenhua for me. If I find out that you have caused them any harm, I will hold you accountable. Su Mei put on a warning look again. But everyone could see that she was just saying that. Don't worry, Aunt. Jiang Chen agreed. Su Mei nodded with satisfaction. I will come again, don't forget to make some delicious food then. I'll make a reservation for the wine and vanilla base. What do you want to reserve? He is not your personal chef, really. Su Shenhua suddenly interrupted. Oh, you've only been with him for a few days, and you've already learned to protect him and speak for him, right? Why, now that the child's father is here, you don't even look at me, your aunt? Oh, I really should let Su Yang know what his daughter has become. Aunt. Su Shenhua shook her head repeatedly, begging for mercy. You are the person closest to me now, you can't betray me. Su Mei couldn't stand her niece's pitiful appearance, so she could only say impatiently, I know, I will keep this a secret for you. Second bedroom. All three babies are asleep. Su Mei and Su Shenhua squatted in front of the crib, looking at them with doting looks on their faces. Jiang Chen went to clean up the dishes, which gave them space to talk again. Shenhua, you need to think carefully about what I said earlier, Su Mei finally said. If you really want to inherit the family business, then keeping him by your side all the time is not a long-term solution. In other words, what is your current relationship? Even if things seem peaceful now, what do you think your father would think when he finds out about this? Su Shenhua was silent. As for me, I don't have any expectations for you. I just hope that you and your child are safe and sound. But you have to think clearly about the future path you want to take. Su Shenhua looked at Su Mei, whose expression was sincere and genuine, and seemed to be thinking about something. After Su Mei left, Jiang Chen was not idle. After I walked around the neighborhood with my baby just now, the system unlocked a new achievement, take the baby out. The reward is a bottle of super serum. This is a product that will only appear in the future. Its function is to strengthen the physical body. After taking it, ordinary people can quickly transform their bodies and obtain physical fitness comparable to that of top athletes. Wait until the dishes are cleaned up. Jiang Chen directly took out the super serum from the system space. Looking at the bottle of light yellow liquid that appeared in his hand as a thought, Jiang Chen swallowed it without hesitation. Keeping fit is always a good thing. However, the efficacy of this thing was obviously far beyond his expectations. After a while, Jiang Chen felt dizzy, hot all over, and every inch of muscle in his body was sore and weak. This feeling is even stronger than having a high fever. He barely made it to the living room, then could no longer hold on and fell directly onto the sofa, losing consciousness on the spot and falling into a deep sleep. Jiang Chen? Just at this moment, Su Shenhua walked out of the second bedroom. The second baby just woke up and it's time to change his diaper. So she prepared to call Jiang Chen to come over for help. After all, it is Aunt Jo who usually changes the baby's diapers. She has done this seldom and is not very good at it. But as soon as she called Jiang Chen's name, she suddenly remembered what her aunt said. It's not a good idea to continue like this with him. Why do I feel like I've started to become a little dependent on him when it comes to taking care of the baby? Thinking of this, Su Shenhua decided to do it herself. Although the process was not particularly smooth, she still completed the task of changing diapers successfully. But, she suddenly realized. Why hasn't Jiang Chen responded yet? What about others? Could it be that he ran away again? With doubts, Su Shenhua came to the living room and found Jiang Chen fainted on the sofa. Are you asleep? Su Shenhua walked gently in front of him. Seeing that he was sleeping so soundly, I couldn't bear to disturb him. He must be tired after staying with the baby day and night these days, right? As a mother, she knows best how difficult it is to take care of 3 children alone. Su Shenhua squatted down, looking at Jiang Chen's handsome face, with a lot of thoughts in her mind. Chapter 37. I'm just cooling you down physically. If you don't make a decision when you should, you will suffer the consequences. Auntie is right. How long can we last like this? You are a good father. At least in these few days, the babies are well taken care of. It also makes me feel, well, pretty safe. At this moment, many images emerged in Su Shenhua's mind. Like a kaleidoscope of light, it kept flashing before my eyes. It starts with the reunion in the elevator. Until the scene just now when I was sitting and eating with my aunt. Not much time actually passed. but it seemed like I had been with him for a long time. This gradually developing sense of familiarity even feels a bit dreamy. But since it is a dream, there will always be a time to wake up. No matter how colorful all this looks, it is just bubbles. It's impossible for the two of us, since the result is already determined. What's the point of lingering at this moment? It is better to suffer a short pain than a long one. Reason says so. At this moment, Jiang Chen's facial muscles suddenly twitched slightly, but there was no sign of waking up. Then his whole body began to twitch uncomfortably. Only then did Su Shenhua realize that beads of sweat had begun to form on Jiang Chen's forehead, and his expression now looked somewhat painful. What happened? Su Shenhua exclaimed. She frowned and reached out to check the temperature of his forehead with a worried look. Hiss. Why is it so hot? Having a high fever? Su Shenhua touched her forehead again for comparison and confirmed that Jiang Chen's body temperature was very abnormal. Hey, Jiang Chen, wake up. Su Shenhua pushed him, but he showed no sign of waking up. This made her panic for a moment. If she had a fever, she wouldn't have worried. Usually, you can get through it by taking some antipyretics and having a good night's sleep. But if it was someone else with a fever and she was asked to take care of them, she would be a little at a loss. It just so happened that Aunt Jo was not at home today, so she had to figure out a solution on her own. So she hurriedly took a towel, soaked it, and rummaged through the drawers and found a fever-reducing patch in the refrigerator. First, he wiped the sweat off Jiang Chen's face with a wet towel, and then put a fever-reducing patch on his forehead. Finally, he found the thermometer and took Jiang Chen's temperature. Wow, you don't know until you measure it, and you'll be shocked when you do. 44. This brain might be burned out, right? What's wrong with this guy? How can you take care of your baby without making yourself sick? She hurriedly found the antipyretic medicine and was about to pry open his mouth to stuff it in, but she was worried about what if he choked. So I had to give up and wait for him to wake up. After a while, Jiang Chen still showed no signs of improvement. Su Shenhua began to consider whether to call 120. It was not until I took his temperature again and found that it had dropped to 41 that I felt slightly relieved. But I was still a little worried, so I decided to ask people around me what was going on. She subconsciously wanted to call her aunt, but before dialing the number, she hesitated. In the end, I called Aunt Jo, who had asked for leave to return to her hometown. As a result, I made 3 calls and no one answered. In desperation, she could only contact her best friend, Lu Wancheng. Within a few seconds, the call was connected. Hey, Miss Su called me on her own initiative? It's like the sun is rising in the west. What's the matter? Well, what should I do if I have a fever? I mean, besides taking antipyretics? Lu Wanqing on the other end of the phone was a little confused. Fever? What's wrong with you? It's not me. It's not you? Then it could be. No way, the baby has a fever? Where's Aunt Jo? Aunt Jo is not here these 2 days. Ah, how could this happen? Do you want me to come over? No, just tell me what to do. Are you sure? I advise you to go to the hospital. The baby is only a small one. It would be bad if he got sick. Is it the first baby, the second baby, or the third baby? Is it the third baby? Don't worry about it for now. Oh, you are such a worrying mother. How about this, take off his clothes first, and then wipe his body with a wet towel. Clothes, taken off? Su Shenhua was stunned. Huh? Is there any problem? Lu Wanqing was confused. No problem. Anyway, you should cool him down physically first, and then let him drink more water. Don't take fever-reducing medicine randomly. I remember that children of different ages should take different types of medicine. You should check it carefully. I have something to do now. I'll hang up first and call you back later. Put down your phone. Su Shenhua took a deep breath. Then he picked up the wet towel and placed it next to Jiang Chen, then squatted down in front of him. Jiang Chen wore a casual shirt at home, which was theoretically much easier than wearing a t-shirt or something like that. But this was extremely difficult for Su Shenhua. For some reason, every button on the shirt was so difficult to unbutton. Looking at Jiang Chen's chest rising and falling with his breathing, Su Shenhua acted very carefully, fearing any unnecessary contact. Even though I had physical contact with him more than once. But she still couldn't do things like helping him take off his clothes calmly. When she finally unbuttoned and pulled open her clothes, she saw the well-defined pectoral muscles and 8-pack abs, which were oozing with sweat and shining in the afterglow of the setting sun. Looking at this heart-stirring scene in front of her, Su Shanhua suddenly felt a little blushing and her heart beating fast, and she quickly turned her head away. Is he in such good shape? Why didn't I notice it before? After a long pause, he looked at Jiang Chen's body again, which had become very strong under the catalysis of the super serum, and comforted himself. I was just cooling him down. Well, just cooling down. I'm saving his life. No other meaning. Su Shanhua then tremblingly picked up the towel and began to wipe his body. Rather than wiping, it would be more accurate to say that it is smearing. And during the whole process of doing this, she was in a state of not being able to watch. Come on, who would have thought that I would bring a man back home? And yet I still have to do such embarrassing things for him. I asked you to stay and take care of the baby. How come now I'm the one taking care of you? The surname is Jiang. You better get better soon. Otherwise, I will just watch you burn until you are fuming and do nothing. Just as she was thinking this and increasing the strength in her hands, Jiang Chen finally woke up. As soon as I opened my eyes, what appeared before my eyes was Su Shunua's beautiful face. Just the expression, one of complete shock. When I looked forward again, I saw Su Shunua's hand was holding the towel and pressing it hard on her stomach. Hey, what are you doing? Su Shanhua blushed and quickly pulled her hand away, looking around and saying something else. Oh, you have a fever. I'm cooling you down physically. Chapter 38. Even if you are worried about me, so what? Jiang Chen held his forehead with his hand while an elderly man in the subway looked at his phone. Are you sure this is physical cooling and not physical killing? You're about to burst my stomach. Jiang Chen suddenly sat up, then pulled up his shirt to cover his exposed upper body, looking at Su Shanhua with a resentful face. In fact, after taking the serum, you should be able to sleep until dawn. But Su Shunua's physical cooling method was too overbearing, making people feel uncomfortable, which caused him to suddenly wake up from his dream. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't appreciate her kindness at all, Su Shanhua immediately got angry. That's fine. I don't care whether you live or die. If I wasn't kind-hearted and didn't want the baby to lose his father at a young age, I would have let you die. After hearing what Su Shanhua said, Jiang Chen realized that Su Shanhua had no ill intentions, but instead did this out of concern for him, and his expression gradually eased. Looking at Su Shanhua, he said seriously, I'm fine. Su Shanhua picked up the antipyretic medicine on the table, stood up and threw it at him. If you don't want to die, take the medicine. After saying that, he didn't even look back and walked towards the bedroom angrily. Jiang Chen picked up the antipyretic medicine, smiled and shook his head. This woman really is. Although he still felt a little dizzy, Jiang Chen felt much better. And you can clearly feel that your whole body is full of strength. The living room was a little dim in the evening. He turned on the light and looked at his reflection in the oversized TV in front of him, and was surprised to find that his figure had changed a lot. Before that, of course he has muscles, such as abdominal muscles. But those are more of the kind of abdominal muscles that come from being thin. It's completely different now. The abdominal muscles are like air cushions, and their outlines are clearly visible even without exerting any strength. It's as if I've taken drugs. He stretched his muscles slightly, moved his body, and combined the kicking and boxing fighting skills that had been engraved into his muscle memory. He threw a few airstrikes, and all that could be heard was the sound of whoosh breaking through the wind. Every move is now easier than before, and every action has taken him to a higher level in terms of both strength and agility. Sitting down again, Jiang Chen took off the fever-reducing patch on his forehead, which felt cool. So, she was taking care of me when I was unconscious just now? That doesn't seem like something she would do. The crying sound coming from the second bedroom interrupted Jiang Chen's thoughts. I looked at the time. It was 6 o'clock in the evening. Based on his experience of taking care of babies in recent days, if the baby wakes up during this period, it is most likely time for feeding. Normally it is time to feed the baby at 4 p.m. However, because I had been in a coma after taking the serum, I was delayed. So Jiang Chen hurried to the kitchen to prepare milk powder. Then he suddenly remembered that Su Shanhua was also at home today, so he walked towards the master bedroom and knocked on the door. After a long while, a cold response came from inside. What's up? The baby wants to drink milk, and I wanted to ask you to come and help. Oh. Since it was about the baby, Su Shanhua did not hesitate and came out immediately. As soon as I came out, I heard the baby crying. Judging from the crying sound, it must be Sanbao. Why did you only remember to call me when the baby was crying? Huh? Jiang Chen looked puzzled. Forget it, let's go and make the milk powder. Su Shenhua subconsciously pushed Jiang Chen and took small steps towards the kitchen. Although it felt a bit strange, like an illogical warmth suddenly descending, Jiang Chen didn't think much about it. After a while, the two of them worked together to make the milk powder. At this time, the second bedroom has already started a duet performance. Dabeo also joined Sanbao and cried loudly. Su Shenhua rushed into the bedroom and said, "Don't cry, don't cry. Mom is here." After changing their diapers, feeding them, burping them and letting the gas pass, the babies finally settled down. After basking in the sun today, I should be able to have a good sleep, right? Jiang Chen said, stroking Sanbao's face gently. Why, couldn't you do that before? Sanbao hasn't slept well these past few days. So that's why you bought a car specially to take them downstairs? Su Shenhua seemed to be thinking about something. What about you? She suddenly asked, you said you would take good care of the baby but you fell ill? For some reason, Su Shenhua originally wanted to ask, are you really okay? But what came out of her mouth was completely different. But the words had already been spoken, and she certainly couldn't take them back. I also don't think there's anything wrong with asking this. Just looking at Jiang Chen seriously. After all, his condition just now was indeed a bit scary. Even though it seems like everything is fine now, if this happens again in the future and no one is around. How could Jiang Chen possibly explain it? So he could only make up an excuse and say that he hadn't slept well in the past few days and might have eaten something bad, so he had a fever. But I'm fine now, don't worry. Who's worried about you? You're just being sentimental, Su Shenhua said reflexively. I'm just worried that no one will take care of the baby. I didn't say you were worried about me, did I? Jiang Chen was amused. He stared at Su Shenhua and asked, besides, even if you are worried about me, so what, huh? The two of them were now sitting next to each other on the bed in the second bedroom. Just an arm's length away. The atmosphere suddenly froze after these words were spoken. It was as if all the air in the room was suddenly sucked out. Feeling Jiang Chen's head approaching intentionally or unintentionally. And his bright eyes, and the scent of male hormones emanating from his body. Su Shenhua felt her breathing become a little rapid for a moment. She quickly turned her head and looked away. He also moved to the other side to keep some distance from Jiang Chen. Only starting from the neck, there were signs of fever. She had no choice but to stand up hurriedly and walk out of the room. Before leaving, don't forget to leave a word. Even if you were going to die, I wouldn't worry about you. Jiang Chen, who had long been accustomed to her temper, did not feel annoyed. On the contrary, I think her tsundere look is kind of cute. Who just put a fever-reducing patch on me, gave me fever-reducing medicine, and even wiped my body with a wet towel? Does this look like you're just going to sit back and watch me die? A woman who says one thing and means another. Before she walked away, Jiang Chen asked again, hey, what do you want to eat for dinner? Casual. As she finished her words, there was the heavy sound of the master bedroom door closing. Bang! What? You are so violent when closing the door, aren't you afraid of disturbing the baby? Sure enough, after this noise, Sanbao, who was frightened in the crib, suddenly looked aggrieved and about to cry. Oh, Sanbao, don't cry, Jiang Chen quickly picked him up to comfort him. Mom is crazy, we won't argue with her, Dad is here, don't be afraid. Chapter 39 Going out again? Until dinner was ready, Su Shenhua showed no intention of coming out. Jiang Chen had no choice but to knock on her door and call her out for dinner. But for 3 times in a row, until he had finished his meal, the only response he got was I'm not hungry. He could only shake his head and leave her alone. I've put the food on the table. You can heat it up yourself when you eat. After giving the instructions, Jiang Chen returned to the second bedroom. Erbao and Sanbao were half asleep and half awake in a daze. Only the lively and active Dabeo was eating his own hands, his little feet moving around like a dancing boy. Jiang Chen approached the crib, stretched out his finger and gently poked her little face. You are the most restless eldest sister. Why do you look like you want to beat someone up? Are you going to be a female man in the future? Dabeo stared at Jiang Chen with his clear eyes. He took his hand out of his mouth and then babbled, as if he had a lot to say to his father. Oh, Dad knows. Our Dabeo won't be a tomboy in the future. She will definitely be a beautiful girl like Mom, right? Pinching Debao's soft face again, Jiang Chen looked at her, Erbo and Sanbao, and liked them from the bottom of his heart. He couldn't help laughing. And Debao seemed to sense something, and he pulled Jiang Chen's hand and giggled. Just then, the cell phone rang. Jiang Chen looked at the message. It's Liang Yong. Mainly synchronize a few things with him. The first thing is that the online layout has been put on the agenda. The specific progress is that everyone has been arranged. It will be implemented starting from next Monday. The second thing is about the pop-up store in Hanglung Plaza. The store has closed today. According to reliable sources, Hanglung is introducing these brands. The curtain has fallen. Unfortunately, CH was not selected. This did not come as a surprise to Jiang Chen. After all, the knowledge and foresight required to be optimistic about CH are extraordinary. Even if Su Shanhua saw the comments she wrote on the report, she might not necessarily choose CH, which has not yet shown its potential. What's more, maybe she didn't even notice her own comments. But even so, it did not affect his next actions. Once the CH brand becomes established, Hanglung may not necessarily change its mind. What we lack now is just time. With Jiang Chen's understanding of fashion brands, he is confident that he can do a good job with CH. Otherwise, it would be impossible to invest all the newly obtained funds into this startup company. Of course, if Su Shanhua still insists on his own way at that time, he doesn't mind cooperating with other shopping malls. In short, there is no conflict between being a stay-at-home dad and making money. Now all he needs to ensure is that his plan goes smoothly and in an orderly manner. After giving Liang Yong a few instructions, Jiang Chen went on to do other things. That is to buy some boxwood for carving online. During this period of free time, I can prepare some gifts for the babies. With his ability as a master carver, he can actually use any material. Initially, I planned to do jade carving. But since it is a jade carving, the material should be better. Those with better materials can easily cost several thousand per gram, which is quite expensive. I just bought shares in CH Company and haven't received any dividends yet. So I turned my attention to wood carving. By the time I bought all the carving tools and materials, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Jiang Chen had not gotten enough sleep after taking the serum and was already feeling a little sleepy. Just when I was about to go to bed, I received a message from Su Shanhua. I have something to do tomorrow, Aunt Jo will be back in the evening. Before she comes back, stay here and don't run around. What's the meaning? Do you still have to work on weekends? You just gave birth to a child, do you have to work so hard? Jiang Chen edited his thoughts into a message and was about to send it out. But after thinking about it, I deleted the message. Finally, I just replied, I know, good night. On the other side, Su Shanhua, who was lying on the bed in the master bedroom, saw Jiang Chen typing for a long time, but the message he received was just this one sentence, which made her feel unhappy. Wow. I'll send you 2 messages. You only reply with 5 words? Why are you pretending to be so cool with me, man? He didn't even ask me what I was doing or why I wasn't at home. Aren't you a little curious about me? I am still. However, when Su Shanhua thought of the exciting scene she saw a few hours ago when she lifted up Jiang Chen's clothes while he was asleep, she felt her ears getting hot again. Ah, it really is. What happened every day? Su Shanhua put her phone down heavily and closed her eyes. Take a deep breath and try to calm down. After a while, he opened his eyes again and picked up the phone. I replied to Jiang Chen, good night. 7 o'clock the next morning. Jiang Chen, who got up early, changed the baby's diaper and fed the baby by himself. Looking at the clean bowls and plates on the dining table in the living room, Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. Didn't you say you're not hungry? Obviously I have a good appetite. When I was taking the bowls and basins to the kitchen to wash them, I saw Su Shanhua, who had just changed her clothes, rushing out in a hurry. Well, breakfast hasn't been made yet. Jiang Chen reminded Su Shanhua, who was in a hurry. It's too late, I won't eat anymore. After saying that, Su Shanhua looked around, and after making sure that nothing was left behind, she went out with her bag. It was clearly Sunday, but I went out earlier than usual during the week. Isn't she afraid of being exhausted? But even with this worry, Jiang Chen could only keep it in his heart. If I really said it, would Su Shanhua still listen to me? Not to mention being grateful, I guess he won't even have a good face. They will just think that I am meddling in other people's business and overstepping the boundaries. But I don't know how. Perhaps because they had been together for a few days, Jiangchen inexplicably felt more concerned about her deep in his heart. Even if you won't admit it in your mouth or in your mind. 3 hours later. At the entrance of Building 2. Lu Wanqing, who had been standing here for a long time, had no idea how many calls he had made to Su Shanhua. But no one answered. Are you still sleeping in? Shouldn't a mother who takes care of children get up early? What if the child gets hungry after sleeping for so long? This guy is really a worry. Because I received a call from Su Shanhua yesterday and learned that Aunt Zhou, the confinement nanny, was not there. So Lu Wanqing, who was somewhat worried, came over to check on him since he had nothing to do this morning. She originally wanted to go find Su Shanhua yesterday. The child has a fever, which sounds quite serious. Su Shanhua was alone at home and didn't know if she could handle the situation. But Lu Wanqing had something to do yesterday and couldn't make it over, so he chose to go and see it today. The last time I met Su Shanhua was 3 weeks ago. At that time, Su Shanhua had just given birth to a child, and the only people by her side were her aunt and the confinement nanny. The parents are not around, and the child's father is not around either. It gives people a feeling of being lonely and helpless. Chapter 40. Who are you? If they were just ordinary friends, Su Shanhua would definitely not let the other person know that she had given birth to a child. But Lu Wanqing is different. The only real friend around Su Shanhua is Lu Wanqing. On the one hand, Su Shanhua is a bit aloof and has been busy with work all day since completing his studies. Rarely interact with people outside of business and family. On the other hand, it is because of her identity. She is the daughter of a wealthy family and the president of Hunlong Plaza. It's not easy to have an ordinary friend. Who among those who have contact with her, such as classmates from ordinary families, doesn't have the desire to curry favor with her? And who among those daughters of the old Qian family who have the same status as her would not be extremely jealous of her? In the upper class circles, Su Shanhua can be said to be the white moonlight of many second-generation people. Countless young masters were stunned by the beautiful Su Shanhua after seeing her at a party. As a result, he fell in love with Su Shanhua at first sight. But without exception, no matter whether you are a playboy or a successful heir, as long as you have tried to pursue Su Shanhua, in the end, they were all rejected mercilessly. There is no chance at all. Like the eldest son of the Qin family and the future heir of the Qin family, Qin Feng. He is both talented and handsome, and is recognized as a tall, rich and handsome man in the second-generation circle. The Qin family's industry is second to none in the Magic City. It's just that it was relatively low-key before and was unknown to outsiders. But if there is news about a wealthy family's marriage, it will most likely be related to the eldest son of the Qin family. Although most of these rumors are groundless, there are indeed many wealthy daughters who favor him. Qin Feng has had several romantic affairs that have been made public, and everyone knows that he has a love for beauty. This led to people gradually starting to associate the names Su Shanhua and Qin Feng. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, these two most talked about people are simply a perfect match made in heaven. With Qin Feng's personality, it is impossible for him to look down on Su Shanhua. But what happened afterwards was shocking. As expected, Qin Feng became interested in Su Shanhua immediately after meeting her at a gathering of upper-class elites. Afterwards, he booked the entire place and sent flowers, just to please the beauty and go on a date with her. It caused a lot of uproar at the time, and made many people have a lot of fantasies. I thought something would happen between them. But the final result was far beyond everyone's expectations. Not only did Su Shanhua not agree to his invitation for a date, she also made it clear that a statement has been passed down to this day: no talk of anything other than work. That's simply not giving any face at all. At this point, the evaluation of Su Shanhua in the wealthy circle began to polarize. The view held by men is mainly that Su Shanhua is like an unattainable goddess. After she rejected Qin Feng, other men instead developed an even stronger desire to conquer her. Even Qin Feng can't win her heart, which shows that this woman is really special. The other side is mainly composed of women, who believe that Su Shanhua is a bitch who pretends to be noble. Because Su Shanhua never deliberately interacted with them, they were basically just nodding acquaintances. And she always attracts a lot of attention every time she appears. How can these daughters of wealthy families, who have been used to being the center of attention since childhood, accept this? The key is that no matter in terms of appearance or talent, no one can compare to her. No matter how much they didn't want to admit it, they all knew it in their hearts. So it's no surprise that behind her back, they all united to slander her in order to smooth over their sense of imbalance. Therefore, in this circle, Su Shenhua not only has no friends, but everyone is hostile to her. But Lu Wanqing is different. They are classmates in junior high school. We have had a good relationship since childhood. Although Lu Wanqing's family background cannot be compared with that of the Su family, it is considered good in the Magic City. He would not fawn on Su Shenhua for the sake of his future, and Lu Wanqing is not that kind of person. The combination of these two factors has kept their relationship unusually pure over the years, and their feelings have never faded due to less time spent together. Su Shenhua rarely trusted others, but Lu Wanqing was an exception. Especially after giving birth to the child, it can be said that Lu Wanqing is the person she trusts most besides her aunt. Similarly, Lu Wanqing, who knew the bitterness behind Su Shenhua's glamorous appearance, admired and sympathized with her as a mother. The child's father is missing. It's really not easy for her to raise the baby alone and bear everything on her own. The last time we met was in the hospital. It's time to go check on her. Of course, there are also those 3 lovely kids. Doesn't it look better? I don't know if the fever has gone down. Following a delivery boy, Lu Wanqing finally entered the building. But you had to swipe your card to go upstairs, so she looked around and found that the stair door was open. So he climbed the stairs. After a while, she finally arrived at the door, panting, and entered the password to open it. Besides Aunt Jo, the confinement nanny, and Aunt Sumei, she is the only one who knows the password to Su Shenhua's home. Of course, there was one more person not long ago, but she didn't know it yet. The door opened. Lu Wanqing walked in, bent down and was about to take off his shoes. But a man in pajamas appeared in front of her, somewhat puzzled and a little shocked. Lu Wanqing was stunned. Their eyes met and the atmosphere was solemn. Jiang Chen didn't know who the young-looking woman in front of him was, wearing a beige coat and with a ponytail. Her sisters? Never heard of it. She should only have a younger brother. Cousin? Possibly, but she never mentioned it. How come you suddenly appear at home? Just came in like that? Who are you? Jiang Chen was a little confused. Little did he know that Lu Wanqing was even more at a loss at this moment. I even doubted for a moment whether I had taken the wrong path. But I clearly entered using the password lock. Judging from the furnishings in the house, it definitely looks like her home. In other words, how could there be a man in Su Shenhua's house? Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? Could it be a thief? That's not the case. He looked like a normal person and was even wearing pajamas. Wait, is he the gigolo that Su Shenhua keeps? This can't be true? She is not that kind of person. Where is Su Shenhua? Lu Wanqing looked at him warily. Go out. Jiang Chen said so, and was about to ask who are you, but was interrupted by Lu Wanqing. So what you mean is that she went out by herself and asked you to stay at home and look after the child? Lu Wanqing looked incredulous, then took out his cell phone and sneered. That's true, but you. Chapter 41 Crazy Woman? Don't move. Lu Wanqing pointed at Jiang Chen with one hand and warned him. He picked up his phone with the other hand. If you don't explain why you are here, I will call the police now. Jiang Chen sighed silently. I can't help but sigh. Why are all those who have something to do with Su Shenhua so extreme? Can't you even communicate properly? Is this a case of birds of a feather flock together? Miss, please calm down. Jiang Chen tried to stop her from continuing her so-called threat to call the police helplessly. However, Lu Wanqing didn't care at all, and instead shouted arrogantly, Who are you and why are you here? Seeing this, Jiang Chen was also a little angry, so he immediately turned cold and stared at Lu Wanqing and said, Don't bother the baby. The coldness in Jiang Chen's eyes made Lu Wanqing feel a little scared. And what he said made her realize her mistake instantly. After all, no matter what, it can't affect the children. Sorry. Lu Wanqing said a little embarrassedly. I wanted to ask you first, but after thinking about it carefully, since he even knows the password, he must be someone close to Susu, right? Seeing that Lu Wanqing knew her limits, Jiang Chen naturally did not intend to continue to pursue her previous fuss. Then I am similar. To be precise, I am closer to the babies, so I am here. Hearing this, Lu Wanqing frowned instantly, with a question mark on his face. Wait, what did you just call her? Although Susu was just a name used when they were co-starring in Oriental department store at that time, it was quite smooth to call her, which was why Jiang Chen said that. Susu? Lu Wanqing laughed as if he had heard some explosive news. After a long while, he sighed, she's really good at playing around. I've never heard anyone call her that before. So, you are? Jiang Chen asked. Lu Wanqing said seriously, I am one of her few friends, or I can say that I am the only best friend this crazy woman has in this world. Crazy woman? Jiang Chen was a little surprised. What's wrong? Don't you think so? Lu Wanqing's eyes scrutinized him again. By this time, she had calmed down and understood. This man is most likely Su Xuanhua's lover. Oh boy, Su? What kind of unheard of title is this? Please, if anyone else calls her that. Wouldn't she beat him to death? But he just shouted it out so easily? It can be seen that he has long been accustomed to this. Su Xuanhua, you don't seem to have any objections? Okay, it turns out this woman eats so well behind the scenes. But Lu Wanqing took the initiative to introduce himself not entirely out of this consideration. Even if this man is Su Xuanhua's kept gigolo, Lu Wanqing still had some tentative intentions. Maybe he is devoted to Su Xuanhua. But what about the children? Is it possible that he can still treat him as his own child? So when Jiang Chen blurted out the rhetorical question, crazy woman? Lu Wanqing just wanted to see what he was thinking. After all, everyone who has come into contact with Su Xuanhua knows it. She is a crazy woman for sure. So, how will this pretty boy answer? Should he argue for Su Xuanhua, or stand with himself and admit it generously? If he chose to defend Su Xuanhua and said some nonsense like she is actually a nice person, he would basically be sentenced to death. Why? Because this is enough to show that he is an opportunist who only knows how to lick the feet of others and is basically no different from a male model. Just like those favored eunuchs in ancient times. You're saying he's wrong, but that's not really the case. After all, Su Xuanhua is indeed very charming. Both her appearance and background make her a target of many so-called second-generation rich people. It's normal for a man who doesn't know where he came from to have such thoughts. But the point is, he is currying favor with the powerful. How could Su Xuanhua tolerate such a person around her? How can such a person be trusted? Anyone who has come into contact with Su Xuanhua should know how difficult she is to get along with. To be honest, the description of the so-called crazy woman can only be used as fair. Because in reality, what outsiders say about her will probably only be worse. If she is a crazy woman and cannot accept it, then it only shows that the man has ulterior motives. When a normal person hears such comments, shouldn't he nod and praise them? Hey, who are you? How can you say that to her? Just as Lu Wanqing expected, Jiang Chen seriously defended Su Xuanhua. A hint of disdain flashed across Lu Wanqing's eyes, but he remained calm. Judging from the situation, it seems that they are all going to fight with me for Su Xuanhua? Oh. Little white face. Do you know who I am? Oh, Lu Wanqing laughed, did I hit a sore spot? If your master is a crazy woman, then what are you? Jiang Chen couldn't help laughing. What the hell? My master? My goodness, if my master is a crazy woman. Then what am I? Am I just a mad dog? What are you laughing at? Lu Wanqing thought he had caught Jiang Chen's weakness. If this can make you laugh, then you must be laughing out of anger. Okay, I'll see how you make it round. However, Jiang Chen's next move surprised her. Jiang Chen just stretched out a hand with a mysterious smile, indicating that he wanted to high-five her. The incident happened suddenly, and she didn't think much about it, so she subconsciously cooperated and clapped her hands, and then Jiang Chen held her hand. Then, Jiang Chen said with a touched look on his face. I totally agree with what you said. Su Xuanhua. This woman is simply a lunatic. Jiang Chen's expression was too earnest. Even the strength of his handshake seemed too serious. Lu Wanqing quickly pulled his hand away, now completely dumbfounded. Excuse me? What did you say? So, you. Jiang Chen held her hand again. This woman is a complete lunatic. Please forgive me for being so informal, but I'm very happy to meet you. I finally met someone who shares the same ideals as me. At this point, Jiang Chen actually already knew Lu Wanqing's identity. If it was a family member, it would be impossible for him to insult Su Xuanhua in front of outsiders like this. So this point can be ruled out directly. But if he was an ordinary friend, it would be impossible for him to know Su Xuanhua's home door password. Apparently, this lady. I have a very good relationship with Su Xuanhua. If that's the case, why do you want to deliberately hurt her? Ah, bad friend? Certainly. The so-called bad friends, in the final analysis, are actually the true friends. The only best friend in the world? It seems to be true, right? If that is the case, what does Jiang Chen have to worry about? Just say whatever you have to say. Chapter 42, Change of attitude is faster than turning the pages of a book. Hey, let me tell you, Lu Wanqing's expression suddenly changed, and he even stretched out his other hand as if he was going to slap Jiang Chen. Are you going a little too far? Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. You said it yourself. Su Shenhua, this crazy woman. Now you don't admit it? Come on. What does it have to do with me? But the next moment, Lu Wanqing's face changed drastically and his expression suddenly relaxed. Then, with a smile on his face, he held Jiang Chen's hand tacitly. You're going too far. Even a woman like Su Shenhua can tolerate it. Really? Why bother? But I heard what you really said today, didn't I? Isn't it true that Su Shenhua is a crazy woman? I've always felt that way. Great minds think alike. After shaking hands, Lu Wanqing walked straight to the sofa in the living room and sat down. Without waiting for Jiang Chen to reply, he said to himself, but what on earth is she thinking? Why would she hire a male nanny? What's your name? Lu Wanqing asked, staring at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang, I'm Su Shenhua's friend, so I can say whatever I want about her, but what about you? I gave you a step, but you really climbed up the ladder? After all, you work for her, don't you? Do you think it's appropriate for you to say that about her? Seeing that Lu Wanqing had a disagreement, he suddenly turned hostile again. Jiang Chen wanted to laugh. You are truly worthy of being Su Shenhua's friend. The way they turn against each other is exactly the same. How does the saying go? All crows are black? The answer to why they can become friends is clear. But what the hell is this working for her? When I was a duck? The gigolo kept by Su Shenhua? Oh my god, does being handsome mean being misunderstood like this? For the first time, I feel that being a handsome guy is also a kind of trouble. Actually, I am. Jiang Chen was about to tell her his identity, but Lu Wanqing interrupted him mercilessly. You don't need to explain, and don't think I'm lecturing you. That's Su Shenhua's business. I'm just kindly reminding you to pay attention to your professionalism, okay? In fact, Lu Wanqing had many guesses about Jiang Chen's identity since he entered the door. Boyfriend? A gigolo boyfriend? Nanny? After much thought, I still feel that the nanny is more likely. As for my boyfriend, that's impossible. Although this guy is good looking, with delicate features, he looks pleasing to the eye even in pajamas. But Lu Wanqing knew very well what kind of person Su Shenhua was. This woman can't be impressed by her looks alone. Of course she looks at the face. But being with her was almost impossible. Given her personality, there is probably no man in the entire demon world that she can really fancy. Furthermore, she has never been interested in love matters, like a nun. Otherwise, how could I have been a solo artist till now? Of course, apart from the accident that night. But that night, who could have thought that she would drink too much? You know, she usually doesn't drink alcohol. If I wasn't in a very bad mood, why would I go to the bar to open a card? But to this day, no one knows what happened that led her to get drunk that night. I asked her several times, but she just refused to tell me. What's even more unbelievable is that something actually happened between her and a man. This is what puzzled Lu Wanqing the most. First of all, I know that Su Shenhua can drink quite a lot, and secondly, he can drink even if he is drunk. And still retain a bit of clarity. With her self-control. It is even more impossible to drink to the point of complete blackout. This was also confirmed by her subsequent description. Everything that happened that night happened while Su Shenhua was conscious. Of course there is the alcohol stimulating effect, but what kind of man can make her heart beat? Even just for one night? Later, she suddenly became pregnant. Decided to stay. So things have developed to this point. As for the man in front of me, harmful. So did she finally change after becoming a mother? Are you following the example of the ancient empresses and keeping male favorites? However, it would be nice to have such a handsome male nanny at home. You should be in a good mood every day, right? Lu Wanqing didn't understand why Su Shenhua had changed so much, but expressed his understanding. So, Xiao Jiang, she's still sleeping, right? Lu Wanqing suddenly asked, "You don't mind me calling you that, right? Look, she's younger than me." Of course Jiang Chen minded. If it was Ansu Shenhua who called him that, it would be fine, after all, she was the elder. But she, Su Xuanhua's friend, also called herself that, and it made her feel as if she was being inexplicably demoted. "If I mind, would you address me differently?" Lu Wanqing smiled slightly, "No." Jiang Chen also laughed. "Just no. I shouldn't have asked that question. To be honest, this woman is quite funny. It's totally clear why Su Shenhua gets along so well with her. It's just like birds of a feather. She's not home." "Ah?" Lu Wanqing sat up in shock. "Where is that person?" "Out." "Where did you go?" "I don't know. She didn't tell me." Lu Wanqing looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. "Oh, are you kidding me? As a nanny, you don't even know where the mistress has gone? How can she leave you alone at home? What about the child? Are you the one who takes care of him? What's going on day after day? The child has a fever, and you run away the next day as a mother?" There were too many flaws in Lu Wanqing's words, and Jiang Chen didn't even know where to start explaining and refutating. "Well, first of all, I'm not a babysitter." Okay, I don't want to hear you explain this. People like you always like to label yourself with some inexplicable labels to make yourself look less low, right? But we are all smart people, why are you pretending in front of me? No, you. Jiang Chen was really unhappy now. Especially when seeing Lu Wanqing's condescending look, it was exactly the same as Su Xuanhua's. "I can't stand it anymore. What do we mean by people like us? Who am I? I'm a father, what do you think of me? May I ask why I have to endure this?" But Lu Wanqing seemed to have perfectly learned the skill of interrupting from Su Shenhua, and did not give Jiang Chen a chance to explain. "How is the child now? Didn't he say he had a fever yesterday?" Then he started talking to himself again. "It's a good thing I came today, otherwise I really don't know what would happen, really." "You don't have a fever? What are you talking about?" Hearing this, Lu Wanqing immediately laughed in anger. "Wow, did you just come today or what? You didn't even know the child had a fever? This Su Shenhua is really completely crazy, hiring a nanny, but she doesn't even take care of the child, right?" Chapter 43 Unimaginable. After hearing this, Jiang Chen finally understood. It seems that when Su Shenhua fell asleep yesterday, she thought she had a fever, so she said something to this friend? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen suddenly found it a little funny. No way? How could she still be like this? What was she trying to do by contacting her bestie about this? Could it be that she is at a loss and can only ask her best friend for help? To be honest, this guy doesn't even take good care of himself. How can I take care of others? But when I passed out yesterday, I felt really bad. Maybe he really has a fever. So, she was actually worried about me at that time? As soon as this thought came to his mind, the corners of Jiang Chen's mouth rose unconsciously. This woman really says one thing and means another. If she wasn't worried, why would my best friend come to check on the situation so early the next morning? It seems that when you say this, your bestie might mistakenly think that the baby has a fever, right? Recalling the scene when I woke up and Su Shenhua used a towel to wipe my body. Jiang Chen's lips curled even more, because he suddenly realized that this couldn't be the trick suggested by his best friend in front of him. "Hey, what are you laughing at?" Seeing Jiang Chen suddenly start to laugh foolishly, Lu Wanqing was stunned. Why do this family act like they're possessed by some evil spirit? The hostess went crazy and abandoned her children. The nanny she hired was even crazier. Let us just go to number 600 Wanping South Road to report together. It wasn't until Lu Wanqing waved in front of him that Jiang Chen came back to his senses. Is there a possibility that it's not the baby who has a fever? Lu Wanqing was even more confused, and then he walked towards the master bedroom muttering to himself, "It's hopeless, there's no normal adult in this family. If I were a child, I would go crazy if I grew up in such an environment. What's your baby? Who is your baby? Where are you going?" Jiang Chen reminded, "The baby is in the second bedroom." Oh. So Lu Wanqing turned around. When I came to the second bedroom, I saw that the eldest, second and third babies were all awake in the cribs. He was moving around, sucking on the pacifier, and having a lot of fun. He looks so lively and energetic, how can he look like he is sick or has a fever? When Lu Wanqing saw the cute children, she was almost melted by them at first sight. Little baby, look who's here. Lu Wanqing smiled, leaned over and kissed Dabeo. Haven't seen Auntie for a long time? Do you miss Auntie? Lu Wanqing thought he would be welcomed, but then he was disappointed. The babies didn't remember her at all. Even Dabeo, who was kissed on the cheek, wiped his face with his hand as if in disgust, and looked at Jiang Chen with a face full of grievance, as if he was about to cry at the next moment. This made Lu Wanqing feel very embarrassed. Don't be afraid, Dabeo. This is Mom's friend, okay? Jiang Chen picked up Dabeo with a doting look on his face and comforted him. It's okay, Dad will hold you, don't cry. Lu Wanqing, who was standing by, was stunned when she saw Dabeo suddenly become docile in Jiang Chen's arms. Wait, what did you just say? Dad, whose dad are you? Looking at Jiang Chen, who was holding Dabeo with a puzzled look on his face. Lu Wanqing's eyes were full of disbelief. You have to know that she had already determined Jiang Chen's identity. But in this process, the first possibility to be ruled out was that Jiang Chen was the child's father. First of all, as a father, Jiang Chen looks too young. It is obvious that he is just a fresh-faced guy who has just graduated or even hasn't graduated yet. Secondly, how could Su Shenhua find the child as father and ask him to take care of the baby? What happened that night was, after all, just a one-night stand. Even if I had children later, there is no affection between the two. It is impossible for Su Shenhua to go find the child's father specifically to meet the child. So, what is the situation now? This nanny puts himself in the role of the child's father? Is this also part of their play? Are you playing so extravagantly? Immersive support? But it's unlikely. This is too exaggerated. Maybe he really is the child's father? You mean, you are the children's biological father? Lu Wanqing asked seriously. Yes. Lu Wanqing opened his mouth and eyes widened. Jiang Chen didn't look like he was joking. The shock in Lu Wanqing's heart had reached a point that could not be any more severe. Fuck. You're the kid's father after all this time? Why didn't you say so earlier? I was so excited that I didn't control the volume and my voice was a little too loud. Both Bao and Sanbao were frightened, and Sanbao started crying immediately. Jiang Chen sighed helplessly. I wanted to tell you just now, but you kept interrupting me. Oh, sorry. Lu Wanqing touched Sanbao with an apologetic look on his face. He didn't know whether the two sorries were addressed to the baby and Jiang Chen respectively, or to the baby altogether. Jiang Chen was just about to put the eldest baby, who was no longer making a fuss in his arms, back into the crib so that he could have his hands free to comfort the third baby who was crying. But Lu Wanqing, as if trying to make amends or something, stretched out his hand and motioned for her to hold Dabeo. Jiang Chen looked at her with a questioning look in his eyes. It was as if she was worried that she wouldn't be able to hold the baby properly and would cause more trouble. Why are you looking at me like that? You hadn't even seen her when I held her for the first time. Lu Wanqing glared at Jiang Chen. This statement was indeed flawless. Jiang Chen finally chose to believe Su Shenhua's friend in front of him and handed Dabeo over. You have to hold it with your hands, like this. Afraid that Lu Wanqing didn't understand, Jiang Chen deliberately pointed with his fingers. After confirming that everything was correct, Jiang Chen then picked up Sanbao skillfully and hummed a song to comfort him. I didn't realize you're quite good at taking care of children? Lu Wanqing looked at Jiang Chen with a look of obvious approval. You can take out the seemingly. TSK, you're the kid's father, that's great, Lu Wanqing continued, looking very happy. How did you get here? Did Su Shenhua find you? Jiang Chen had nothing to hide about this, especially since the other party was Su Shenhua's best friend. So he briefly explained his reunion with Su Shenhua. Oh my god, what kind of plot is this? How can it be such a coincidence? It's as if God destined you to meet? Lu Wanqing couldn't help but exclaimed after hearing this. Keep your voice down, don't scare the baby again. Lu Wanqing nodded and asked, so, you chose to stay and become a nanny? Are you really just here to take care of the child? What else? Jiang Chen knew exactly what Lu Wanqing wanted to ask. It's nothing more than doubting whether I have other intentions. But he could also understand why Lu Wanqing asked this. After all, no matter who you ask, it is hard to imagine a man giving up his job and becoming a house husband for his children. Chapter 44. So, he said bad things about me? As a friend of Su Shenxing, it is normal for Lu Wanqing to have such concerns. I just didn't expect her to ask so directly. But again, Lu Wanqing just asked this question. Seeing that Jiang Chen denied it, he didn't ask any further questions. He just nodded thoughtfully. Because he knew the whole story, Lu Wanqing's attitude towards Jiang Chen was completely different from Su Mei's. In Lu Wanqing's opinion, it is actually a good thing that the child's father can stay at home and take care of the child for Su Shanhua. Su Shanhua seems to have everything. But what is lacking most is companionship. Especially after having a baby. Only people around Lu Wanqing like him can see this clearly. If that man is the father of the child, that couldn't be better. And after this trip today, the answer to who Su Shanhua was worried about yesterday afternoon has become clear. In other words, Jiang Chen is a very important person to Su Shanhua. If not for this, Su Shanhua would never have called him specifically about his fever. Her doing this only shows that she was really anxious at that time. So, she actually has feelings for Jiang Chen? Hiss. I really can't imagine it. But, the question is he trustworthy? Of course, Lu Wanqing knew that it was inappropriate to ask this question. But in this situation, she really didn't know what better way to do it than to speak frankly. Because if Jiang Chen had any other ideas, the final result would definitely be bad. A stay-at-home dad with Su Shanhua. It's impossible. What about you and Su Shanhua? Don't you have any feelings for each other? Jiang Chen was silent. If this question had been asked a few days ago, he would have answered without hesitation, no emotion. But now, when he asks himself, he doesn't know what he is thinking. At least, I can no longer frankly say the words no feelings. I don't know when it started. Maybe it was that night in Oriental department store when she was harassed, or maybe it was later when they went shopping for the baby together. Or maybe, it was when I was walking downstairs with my baby yesterday. When I met my aunt and had dinner together. I fell asleep and when I woke up I found that she was taking care of me. Bit by bit, it quietly fell into my heart. When I wanted to pull it out, I found that I couldn't do it. If he was asked to spend the rest of his life with her, he couldn't make such a promise, and he couldn't accept such a thought. Because it doesn't come to this. After all, neither of them has reached this point yet. But what if I say that from now on I will break up with her and never see her again? Even if the baby's factor is not taken into consideration, Jiang Chen does not want this result. At least, the way we get along now is not bad. You know what kind of person she is. She's a troublemaker. Jiang Chen said slowly. To be honest, I haven't seen her look at me in a good way in the past few days. Are you asking me if I hate her? Of course I do. What kind of person can be with her? I can't even imagine it. But I can't say that I don't have any feelings at all. Just think of it as me caring a little about her. After all, she is the child's mother. Lu Wanqing nodded seriously. At this moment, she gives people the feeling of a military advisor. It seemed as if he was giving Jiang Chen some advice. So, you still have feelings? Lu Wanqing concluded. But not that kind. Jiang Chen added. I know, Lu Wanqing interrupted, it's not the relationship between lovers, but a bit like the relationship between an old married couple, right? Jiang Chen frowned slightly, not knowing what to say. Then Lu Wanqing asked seriously, have you considered your next plan? Just continue taking care of the baby. Jiang Chen said without hesitation. I'm not asking about that. I'm talking about you and her. I have to say that the questions asked by Lu Wanqing inexplicably give people a feeling of suffocation. It was so sharp that there was no way to avoid it. But how can Jiang Chen answer this question? What happened between her and me was too far away. Whether it is time or space, reality or ideal, from any angle, it is too far away. So far that he had never seriously considered it. So far that he was a little caught off guard, because he didn't even think that someone would actually ask him that. I don't know about her and me. Anyway, what I care about most now is my baby. As for other things, I don't have any ideas. Lu Wanqing could see that Jiang Chen was telling the truth. So she didn't rush to say anything, but instead swallowed the words she had prepared long ago. She wanted to tell him not to expect anything. It's impossible for you and her. But since Jiang Chen said so, she didn't know what to say. Perhaps, time will give them the answer. Avoiding the somewhat heavy topic, Lu Wanqing asked, so when will she come back? You should know this, right? I don't know. She's probably busy with work. She won't be back until quite late. Is that so? No wonder she didn't answer my calls. Are you going to wait for her to come back? Well, now that we're here, we have to meet him, Lu Wanqing suddenly asked curiously. So, the person who had a fever yesterday was you? 6 p.m. With the sound of the password being unlocked, Su Shenhua made a grand appearance. As soon as she entered the door, she smelled the aroma of cooking, which made her immediately look forward to it. She came back much earlier than expected. In fact, she had been planning a dinner party, but when she learned that Lu Wanqing was coming, she turned it down. To be honest, she was still a little worried. Worried that Zhang Chen and Lu Wanqing would fight. These two people have the same temper as me, a bit stubborn. Oh, the eldest lady is back? Lu Wanqing came forward. No, why did you come here suddenly? Without even saying hello in advance. Su Shenhua changed her slippers and started muttering. Come on, who doesn't reply to messages or answer phone calls so early in the morning? If I had informed you in advance, you would have specially decorated your home to look like a peaceful and prosperous time. This is called a surprise inspection, understand? Come on. By the way, you and him have introduced each other, right? You two didn't have a fight when I was away, right? Fight? How could that be possible? I get along well with the child's father. We even had an in-depth discussion about your topic. Discuss? Su Shenhua's expression became visibly tense. What did you talk about? For example, we are highly united and in agreement on the established fact that you are a crazy woman. So, he said something bad about me? Chapter 45 Happy Birthday. 6 hours ago. The boxwood and tools for carving have arrived. Seeing this, Lu Wanqing was puzzled. What is this for? Make something. Seeing Zhang Chen skillfully using tools to cut the wood to size, he took out the design drawings for comparison. Lu Wanqing was a little surprised. Doing wood carving? I didn't realize you were a craftsman. Zhang Chen smiled but said nothing. Lu Wanqing asked again, isn't this a gift for her? Is it in time? It's her birthday today. Ha? Zhang Chen stopped what he was doing and looked at Lu Wanqing in a daze. No way? You don't know? Lu Wanqing's tone was a little unbelievable. Then what are you doing? It's for the baby. Zhang Chen took out his phone and looked at the calendar. March 23rd? Today's birthday? Yes, although she doesn't usually celebrate her birthday and she probably forgot about it, I thought it would be a good idea to come and keep her company. It's still in time at this point. 6:30 in the evening. Su Shenhua and Lu Wanqing just took a look at the child. At this time, Zhang Chen brought up the freshly prepared food. Because Lu Wanqing was present, Su Shenhua decided not to hold the man who spoke ill of her behind her back accountable for the time being. Smelling the rich aroma of the food, the two who were already hungry couldn't help but move closer to the dining table. I bought ingredients in advance today and made 4 dishes and a soup, and they were completely different from yesterday. Look at the delicious squirrel mandarin fish, crystal shrimp, for happiness roasted gluten, sweet and sour spare ribs and pickled pork with pork in front of you. Lu Wanqing suddenly swallowed his saliva greedily. Wow, it looks delicious. I didn't expect you have a great chef hidden in your home, Su Shenhua. Hearing this, Su Shenhua remained calm on the surface, but was smiling smugly in his heart. Wait until you have a taste later, some of them will really open your eyes. For some reason, the dish was made by Zhang Chen, but Su Shenhua felt very proud when she thought that her guests could enjoy such delicious food. After taking his seat, Lu Wanqing couldn't wait to start eating. The first thing I tasted was a cold dish, for happiness roasted gluten. It is sweet but not greasy, and even has a unique refreshing taste after eating it, which is different from what you eat elsewhere. Delicious. Lu Wanqing nodded repeatedly with satisfaction, and then extended his chopsticks to the squirrel mandarin fish. Just by looking at the shape of the fish after it is fried, you can tell that Zhang Chen's knife skills are amazing. The sauce poured on top is bright in color, and its sweet and sour aroma is so appetizing that it makes you salivate at first sight. When Lu Wanqing picked up a piece of fish and put it into her mouth, the sweet and sour taste stimulated her taste buds, causing her mouth to secrete saliva crazily, prompting her to close her teeth and chew quickly. After taking the first bite, the fresh, crispy and fragrant taste made her eyes light up. The next moment, a stronger sweet and sour taste exploded in the mouth again. This slightly refreshing sweet and sour taste wraps up the aroma of fish and spreads wildly to every corner of the mouth. Every bite you chew can stir up a deeper and more delicate taste. It feels like every bite brings happiness. Even after swallowing the whole mouthful of fish, Lu Wanqing was still savoring the taste so much that he was speechless for a moment. Seeing that her best friend was talking nonsense while eating, Su Shanhua was not to be outdone. She picked up a piece of crispy fish wrapped in orange red sauce and put it into her mouth. As soon as I took a bite, my taste buds celebrated like fireworks. It's true and delicious. There is even an illusion of eating to achieve happiness. The two of them reacted in the same way. Without even having time to sigh, they immediately started to take another bite. After taking several bites, he turned his attention to other dishes. The crystal shrimps were dipped in vinegar and the sweet and sour spare ribs were covered in sauce. They all smell so good. And when your taste buds have gradually developed a certain immunity to the sweet and sour taste, taking a sip of the steaming hot pickled pork with preserved vegetables is truly a wonderful feeling. In a short while, all the dishes on the table were swept away. Lu Wanqing looked at Su Shanhua with envy. I thought you, as a mother, must have a hard life on weekdays, but I didn't expect you to eat so well. Can you ask Xiao Jian to come over and cook a meal for me some other day? I feel like after this meal today, I will have no appetite for other dishes in the future. Su Shanhua rolled her eyes at her and said, Who do you think he is? He's not my babysitter. You're just wishful thinking. Lu Wanqing smiled and looked at Su Shanhua with a sly smile. Oh my, I was just joking, why do you feel possessive of me? Hearing this, Su Shanhua blushed slightly. How could I have that? Seeing Su Shanhua showing a little woman's expression at this moment, Lu Wanqing could hardly believe his eyes. When has such a shy expression appeared on Su Shanhua's face? It seems that this little Jiang is really good at it. Could it be that the two of them don't admit it, but they actually have some feelings for each other? Until Jiang Chen cleaned up the dishes and walked towards the kitchen. This quietly resolved Su Shanhua's embarrassment. After Jiang Chen left, Lu Wanqing approached Su Shanhua and asked mysteriously, Tell me the truth, do you have something going on with him? What? I just let him stay at home for the baby's sake. I haven't said anything yet. Why are you so eager to explain? Are you feeling guilty? Oh, what should I feel guilty about? Having said this, Su Shanhua quickly stood up and fled the scene. Just then, the lights in the living room suddenly went out. The surroundings suddenly became pitch black. Huh? Is there a power outage? Su Shanhua looked around in surprise, then turned on the flashlight on her cell phone. But from the direction of the kitchen, a candlelight was flickering in the darkness, getting closer and closer. The flash went off. Jiang Chen was seen walking towards her with a cake in his hand and a smile. At this time, Lu Wanqing picked up the music player that had been connected to Bluetooth and started playing music. I wish you good health and safety. Say bye-bye to all the troubles. Say hi-hi to all the happiness. Happy birthday, dear darling. Su Shanhua stood there in a daze. Only then did I remember that today was my birthday. The last time I celebrated my birthday was a long time ago. The happy birthday song in my ears is still playing loudly. Surprises ignite the atmosphere of the moment. She couldn't help but cover her mouth. She saw that on the small cream cake that Jiang Chen was holding, there was a pink candle with the number 26 on it, which was shining brightly under the flickering candlelight. Quietly, I felt my heartstrings being plucked. But the next moment, I felt a little heartbroken for some reason. Jiang Chen put the cake on the table. Lu Wanqing hugged her and said, Happy birthday, Su Dashing. Then he helped her to the table and said, Make a wish now. Su Shanhua hesitated for a moment, then closed her eyes under the gaze of the two. Cross your fingers and hold your hands in front of your chest. Chapter 46, Heartbroken. Su Shanhua has never been interested in things like making wishes. Because as long as it is something she wants, she can always do it by herself. Then why make a wish? But I don't know why, under this situation. She chose to do it anyway. First time making a wish in many years. She suddenly realized. It seems that there are too many wishes that I want to achieve. First of all, we must achieve this year's small sales target and successfully inherit the Hanglong Group. Secondly, I hope that the babies grow up well and have a smooth and happy life. Next, countless thoughts came to mind. I wish my parents good health, wish for a long-lasting friendship with my best friend, and even hope that Hanglong Group will continue to grow and develop. But her intuition told her that none of these things could rank third. Instead, Jiang Chen's figure kept appearing from all directions and angles. So much so that even with her eyes closed, she seemed to be able to sense Jiang Chen's breathing beside her. This time, I felt extremely confused. Her heart twitched a little. She knew she couldn't go on like this. What her aunt said to her yesterday sounded like a wake-up call to her again. Su Shanhua opened her eyes and blew out the candle. Jiang Chen and Lu Wanqing applauded, both with smiles on their faces. Lu Wanqing winked at him, signaling him to go and get the gift. Jiang Chen understood what he meant and was about to take action, but Su Shanhua suddenly turned around and looked at Jiang Chen with a serious expression. Jiang Chen and Lu Wanqing were both a little confused when they saw her expression. Shouldn't she be smiling at this moment? Jiang Chen, I have something to tell you. Su Shanhua's tone made him feel a little strange. But he still went into the kitchen with her. Close the kitchen door. Su Shanhua looked into his eyes, as if she had made up her mind, and spoke with some difficulty. Today is the last day of the probation period. Yeah. Jiang Chen responded calmly. Seeing Su Shanhua say this seriously, Jiang Chen clearly felt the solemn atmosphere, but for some reason he still wanted to laugh. Trial period. Wasn't this just something we talked about that day? Do you really want to apply this word to today's situation? Is it appropriate, may I ask? What a weirdo. You have performed very well these past few days. Su Shanhua tried to hide his excitement. You are a very competent father. And I'm very happy about the birthday you and Wanqing prepared today. Thank you. Her tone was heavy. But the gratitude revealed in his eyes was full of sincerity. Jiang Chen finally realized that something was wrong. How could she talk to herself like this? As if the complex emotions in her heart had finally calmed down, Su Shanhua calmed down and gradually became expressionless. But let's stop here. If we continue like this, nothing will come of it. She looked away, as if she didn't dare to look directly at Jiang Chen anymore. Jiang Chen was stunned. At this moment, he has a lot to say. But he hesitated to speak. Finally, he just uttered, okay, but the baby's full-month ceremony is coming soon, and I have to be there then. Su Shanhua breathed a sigh of relief, then nodded woodenly, yeah. Are you ready for the mitai I asked you to bring last time? Jiang Chen asked casually as if nothing had happened. Oh, I forgot. Write it down in your memo. Don't forget these things in the future. No one will remind you when the time comes. Good. At this time, there was a knock on the door and the sound of the door opening. They all knew that Aunt Zhou had returned. It's the right time to leave. Jiang Chen said nothing, turned around and walked out of the kitchen. Su Shanhua was about to say, stay one more night and leave tomorrow, but she didn't say it out loud. When Jiang Chen's back disappeared from sight, she felt empty inside. There is a feeling that people leave and the tea gets cold. It forms such a stark contrast with the liveliness just now. It's very uncomfortable. But no matter how uncomfortable it was, she had already made her decision and would not regret it, so she probably wouldn't care too much about anything at this moment. Well, probably not. But why do I still feel reluctant? If she was honest, she didn't want him to leave. But that's why he had to leave. Just now, when I was looking at Jiang Chen's face with a warm smile under the candlelight, she was clearly aware of it. No more. Can't go on any further. If we don't stop now, we may never have another chance in the future. She was not confident that she would have the courage and determination to say what she had just said in the future. So at that moment, she finally made up her mind. Try hard to pull yourself away from the emotion. Stop. Obviously, on a rational level, she already knew that she would make this choice. But she tried to convince herself again and again throughout the day. Procrastination, procrastination. Let him stay for a few more days, a week, 5 days, 3 days, or even just 1 day. Sooner or later he will have to leave anyway, there is no way to change that. In that case, it doesn't make any difference whether you leave early or late, right? But the scene just now made her understand clearly. If this continues, I might really become dependent on him. So she used all her strength to say those words. I thought Jiang Chen would want to argue again, just like the first time he came here. But unexpectedly, he agreed to leave without much hesitation. This made her feel relieved, because she was afraid in her heart that she would be shaken by his words again. But at the same time, I feel a little disappointed. So, he doesn't really want to stay here, right? Before leaving, Jiang Chen stayed in the second bedroom and took one last look at the babies. He hugged each baby, the first baby, the second baby, and the third baby. He gave each of them a kiss on the cheek. Then I quickly packed my luggage. After saying hello to Lu Wanqing and Aunt Zhou, He just left. It was also at this time that Lu Wanqing finally realized that something was wrong. Why did he leave suddenly? Looking at this situation, why does it always feel like he will never come back? What on earth did they just talk about? Aunt Zhou was also a little stunned. I don't know what's going on. Lu Wanqing hurriedly found Su Shenhua, who was sitting beside the bed in the master bedroom. Get straight to the point. Where is he going? I let him go. Su Shenhua didn't show any emotion on the surface, but there was a hint of fatigue in her tone. After spending so many years with Su Shenhua, they have almost become each other's worms. Lu Wanqing can see that this may be Su Shenhua's original intention, but it is definitely not what she really wants. Why? Lu Wanqing sat next to her and asked with concern. It's impossible. It's impossible. You know I'm like that. Su Shenhua's pretended firm tone made Lu Wanqing feel even more regretful and distressed. But you two, obviously, at least get along well. What's more, I think he cares about the child very much and is a good father. Chapter 47: A difficult decision. So I have to give up my career and even break up with my parents completely for him? Su Shenhua's words were like cold water poured on the heads of the bystanders, instantly fading Lu Wanqing's sense of empathy. It was at this time that Lu Wanqing finally remembered that Su Shenhua's situation was far more complicated than others imagined. Once the news that Su Shenhua and Jiang Chen have an interesting relationship gets out and is confirmed, the impact on the Su family will inevitably be very negative. Especially the fact that Jiang Chen is the child's father. If Su Shenhua had not taken over the business of Hanglong Plaza at this time, it would be fine. It's nothing more than a momentary impulse of young people. Maybe no one will even pay attention. After all, Su Shenhua in this hypothesis is just the daughter of the Su family. It's just that a rich kid falls in love with an ordinary person. How can this be considered explosive news? Pregnant before marriage? So what? What era is this? Although it doesn't sound good, it's not something to talk about. There are many children from wealthy families who do even more outrageous things. This is really nothing. But the problem is that Su Shenhua's current identity is not as simple as an ordinary rich second generation. She is the female president of Hanglong Plaza and is considered the future successor of the Su family. People pay much more attention to her than to those other idle rich second generations. It can be said that her every move is attracting much attention. Because of her pregnancy last year, she retreated behind the scenes and did not appear in Hanglong for several months. This matter caused a lot of uproar at the time. Although the Su family said to the public that he was sick and needed to rest for a while. However, many people still speculated whether Su Shenhua had displeased his father Su Yang and lost his position as president, and whether his plan to inherit the Hanglong group would also fail. Some people even suspected that Su Shenhua was pregnant as she suddenly disappeared from public view for such a long time without any warning. This speculation spread among the rich girl who had no good impression of her in the first place, and it spread to 10 and 100 people. Soon many people believed it to be true. In their opinion, if Su Shenhua really became pregnant under such circumstances, it would mean that the future of Hanglong Plaza and Hanglong Group would be full of uncertainties. Although she has many enemies, she also has many investors and partners who are optimistic about her taking over Hanglong. No matter what, her abilities are obvious to all. The sales data of Hanglong Plaza is there. In the few years since she took over, both sales and profits have skyrocketed. There are even many people in the industry who believe that she can surpass her father and help Hanglong reach heights that even her father Su Yang could not achieve. It is no exaggeration to say that in a few years, Su Shenhua has become the golden signboard of the Su family in Hanglong. She is even known as the #1 young female entrepreneur in the entire Daxia. Her face has appeared on the cover of Daxia Financial magazine. After all, it is rare to find a strong woman like her who is both talented and beautiful and so young. She is simply the perfect strong woman template in every woman's mind. But if she gets pregnant before marriage, does that mean that someone else will be in control of Hanglong Plaza or even take over Hanglong Group in the future? After all, she is a woman. Once she becomes a mother, will she still be able to devote herself to her career as before? What's more, she got pregnant before getting married, which means that the possibility of marrying into other wealthy families in the future would be greatly affected. This matter could be a big or small matter, but if it happened to Su Shenhua, it would very likely be a fatal blow that shattered her halo. All kinds of speculations continued to ferment over time as Su Shenhua disappeared indefinitely. If he was really just recuperating, why would he not show up for half a year? What kind of serious illness is that? If this is true, are you sure you can continue to be in charge of Hanglong in the future? Or in other words, she is either sick or pregnant? This kind of statement suddenly intensified. So much so that more and more people began to believe the rumor that Su Shunhua was pregnant, and the matter even made the news. Then Hanglong's stock price hit the limit down that day. In the following month, it continued to decline and reached the lowest point in recent years. In the end, Su Shunhua returned to Hanglong as soon as she gave birth to her child. She announced at the company's press conference that she had just recovered from a serious illness. This dispelled the doubts and the stock price gradually recovered. Currently, the only people who know that Su Shunhua has a child are the people she trusts the most. Naturally, her parents, elders and other family members, even Aunt Jo, the confinement nanny, would never let the secret slip. It's not that the family ties are so deep, but more because this is a matter of everyone prospers together and suffers together. If anyone keeps gossiping about this, the entire Su family will be in trouble. So of course the Su family would not spread the news. As for the Su family, because Su Yang and Lin Fan are old friends, their relationship is almost like brothers with different surnames, far more than just business partners, so Su Yang did not hide this matter from Lin Fan. But only Lin Fan himself and his son Lin Zihao knew about this. Lin Zihao also knew the reason. This is because the two families have always wanted to promote the marriage of the two children. It just so happened that Lin Zihao had always favored Su Shunhua. But Su Shunhua never looked down on Lin Zihao. After this incident, Lin Zihao actually gained the upper hand in their relationship. Lin Zihao is the second son in the family. His eldest brother is much older and more capable than him, and has always been the designated successor of the Lin family. If it weren't for the fact that his eldest brother had already gotten married, this good thing probably wouldn't have been Lin Zihao's turn. Although Lin Zihao is not an incompetent rich second generation, his abilities are not outstanding either. The reason why he is in love with Su Shunhua is, on the one hand, he really has feelings for her, and on the other hand, he covets the resources of the Su family behind Su Shunhua. Once he is able to form an alliance through marriage, with the support of the Su family, he may have a chance to catch up, become bigger, and replace his brother as the heir to the Oriental group. Of course, this is just his self-righteous idea. But at least, this idea prompted him to be willing to take over even after knowing that Su Shunhua had a child. The Su family also wanted to take this opportunity to clear the fact that Su Shunhua had a child. Because Su Yang was worried that the fact that his daughter was pregnant would be exposed sooner or later. Once outsiders get to know about this, the overwhelming news will inevitably deal a heavy blow to Hanglong. There's nothing I can do about it, it's because Su Shunhua is so dazzling. She is the reason for Hanglong's success in recent years, and she may also be the reason for his failure in the future. It was because of her carelessness and stubbornness that she became a double-edged sword for the Su family. Su Yang didn't want to sit and wait for death, so he turned his attention to the Lin family, with whom he had the best relationship. Because if Su Shunhua got pregnant before marriage and the child was the second son of the Lin family, then not only would everything make sense, but it would also be beneficial to both families. No matter whether others question it or not, as long as the two people enter the marriage hall, the bad voices will naturally disappear slowly. The key to the matter is never getting pregnant before marriage. Rather, it is about being a good match. As long as the final result is a good match, all problems can be washed away. Chapter 48: What to do with the gift. Originally, Su Yang was worried whether the Lin family would mind this matter. Mainly Lin Zihao. As a result, Lin Zihao not only didn't care, he even took the initiative to suggest that he could date Su Shunhua first. This made Su Yang, who had always wanted to help this childhood sweetheart get married, feel very relieved. At this point, as long as Su Shunhua agrees. So it can be said that both families are happy. This is why Su Yang has been trying his best to arrange a blind date between his daughter Su Shunhua and Lin family's second son Lin Zihao during this period. But Su Shunhua, who was stubborn, just wouldn't appreciate it and remained firm in her attitude, refusing to listen to any advice. In this case, how could Su Yang not be angry? Su Shunhua had been furious more than once because of the pregnancy of an unknown boy. Now I've lost face and tried every way to make amends for her, but she not only refuses to cooperate, but also doesn't give me any face at all. If Su Yang hadn't doted on her so much, he would have fired her in anger. Lu Wanqing knew a little about these things. As one of the few people in the world who knows that Su Shunhua is a mother, one can imagine how much Su Shunhua trusts her. But Su Shunhua, who seldom confided her thoughts, never told her clearly the ins and outs of everything. The complete story she currently knows is also pieced together through several things Su Shunhua confided during this year. But this was enough for her to understand the seriousness of the situation. Once the true relationship between Su Shenhua and Jiang Chen is revealed, the result can be imagined. There is still some angle and space for public relations handling of external public opinion. Furthermore, based on her understanding of Su Shenhua, she is certain that Su Shenhua would not deliberately escape because of fear of public pressure. But it's a different matter here in the Su family. Who knows what the Su family will do after Jiang Chen's identity is revealed? Of course, the Su family is not a gang, and they don't want to go as far as the plot in movies where they hire killers to kill people. However, he would definitely use all means, threats and inducements, to keep Jiang Chen away from Su Shenhua and the child. By then, Jiang Chen will definitely have a hard time. Even if we think in a positive way, Su Shenhua and Jiang Chen really fell in love with each other over time, and they had a child first and then fell in love. Does that mean you have to get married sooner or later? Su Shenhua will definitely do her best to protect him. But what next? Can you really get married successfully? Maybe. After all, if she really wanted to do this and insisted on doing it, no one could stop her. She can marry whomever she wants, and it's not against the law. But the price is. Su Shenhua will definitely not have an easy time in the future, at least in her career. Maybe his father was so angry that he really decided to let her take a back seat. After all, no matter how much Su Yan dotes on her, his patience is limited. It is impossible to let her be willful without any bottom line. You know, her younger brother Su Zhenlong has always been eyeing her position. He would definitely not miss such a good opportunity. And can Su Shenhua tolerate such a thing happening? How could she, such a disgusting and stupid person, watch her brother, who was clearly unworthy of the position and far less capable than herself, replace her and take over Hanglong? How could she, who was so proud, tolerate her brother acting arrogantly and complacently in front of her at family gatherings in the future? Wouldn't she regret her decision then? Lu Wanqing knows Su Shenhua very well, as he has known her for such a long time. The spirit of never giving up that she had since childhood has not faded at all into adulthood, but has become stronger as she grows older. It's just that the ruthlessness of beating the bully boy classmate until his nose and eyes were swollen and his teeth fell out in junior high school has turned into the ambition of building the best department store in the country after becoming the president. Sometimes, Lu Wanqing really suspected that she was the reincarnation of a man, or that her soul gender was a man, and a man like Emperor Wu of Han, Lu Che, or Heavenly Khan, Li Shimin. If she traveled back to the Northern Wei dynasty, she might be even more powerful than Empress Dowager Feng. In short, how could such a person admit defeat to a playboy like Su Zhenglong? If she lost fairly, she would not be ashamed of it, but would work harder. But if she lost inexplicably like this, she would still marry him just because she had a child and recognized him as the child's father. How could she be willing? After Su Shenhua said this, Lu Wanqing, who was immersed in her perspective, finally understood why she made such a decision. It's simple to sum up. Whether it is now, in the future, or the future of the future. If she let him stay, it would almost certainly be a losing situation for her. It can even be said that the better he performs, the more dangerous he is. After all, the identities and status of the two people are very different. This cannot be changed unless Jiang Chen can build his own business from scratch and reach a point where even the Su family cannot ignore him. But is this possible? Especially since he's still a dad. In short, if love really develops over time, then perhaps everything will be out of control. This was the case when Su Shenhua chose to give birth to the child. Repeating the same mistakes again? Just for an ordinary man? Even as a close friend who was optimistic about their couple, Lu Wanqing had to admit it. This is wrong. It's time for Su Shenhua to wake up. No matter how delicious the short-lived sweetness is, if you don't clean it up before going to bed, it will only cause a cavity that hurts your heart and rots your nerves in the future. The silence between the two actually lasted less than a minute. But it was as if a 3-hour movie was playing in their minds. However, what Lu Wanqing saw were lessons from the past and worst-case scenarios. What Su Shenhua saw were all the details of the past few days. After thinking it through and realizing a lot, Lu Wanqing finally felt relieved about Su Shenhua's decision. What a pity! He even prepared a gift for you, but he didn't have time to give it to you. Gift? Su Shenhua's eyes widened immediately. For a moment, he seemed to forget the depression in his heart and became interested. Where is it? In. Lu Wanqing knew that the gift was in the bedside table of the second bedroom. He wanted to tell her, but suddenly remembered that the two of them had completely broken up. It can be considered a peaceful breakup. My words are really unnecessary. Seeing how interested she is, it seems that she is still obsessed with Xiao Jiang. It's better not to worry about him. In that case, don't let her see it. If you feel touched when you see it, you will only feel sadder in the future. Please, Xiao Jiang's knife skills are amazing. Such beautiful wood carvings are made as gifts. Exquisite and thoughtful. Which girl wouldn't be moved? No, I absolutely cannot let this gift upset her heart again. So Lu Wanqing suddenly frowned and warned, "Are you so excited? The two of you are completely over now. Does it matter what gift he gave you? How can it not be important? It's my birthday. I should receive the gift I deserve." Su Shanhua was unconvinced and even a little annoyed, saying it like a child in a rage. Is that so? Seeing Su Shanhua so serious, Lu Wanqing felt a little guilty for a moment, and was worried that he could not convince her, so he came up with another plan. "Then I'll look for it, but I may not find it. I don't know where he put it." After saying that, Lu Wanqing walked out of the master bedroom. Su Shanhua even followed him all the way, but she only saw Lu Wanqing running to the second bedroom, then to the living room, and finally to the kitchen, searching through all the drawers and cabinets but finding nothing in the end. I clearly remember him. Where did he hide? Lu Wanqing scratched his head pretending to be confused, then suddenly realized and exclaimed, "Oh! I know! What do you know? Where's the stuff? You must have wanted him to leave, so he was unhappy and took the gift with him." "That's right, he wanted to give you a gift, but he was suddenly kicked out of the house." "What kind of gift would he give you?" "If it were me, I would definitely not give you one." Chapter 49. Leave it to God. Sure enough, as soon as Lu Wanqing said this, Su Shanhua's eyes, which were originally filled with expectation, instantly dimmed. No one asked about the gift again. Lu Wanqing knew that given Su Shanhua's clear distinction between love and hate, once she believed his words, her attitude would definitely change 180 degrees and she would lose interest in the matter. If Su Shanhua really received the gift, she would still be happy. Even though the two of them are so close to becoming strangers, she will always remember Jiang Chen's kindness. But if Jiang Chen clearly prepared a gift but didn't give it in the end, he would just leave. Not only will she not appreciate Jiang Chen's feelings, but she will only be more disappointed and may even hold a grudge against him. Even though it was clearly she who asked Jiang Chen to leave first. But judging from her current reaction, it doesn't seem to have reached that point yet. It seems that I still feel a little reluctant to let go of Xiao Jiang. Still feeling a little guilty? Seeing Su Shanhua sitting on the sofa in the living room in a daze, staring at the black screen TV in front of her with a dull look in her eyes, Lu Wanqing felt a little anxious. To be honest, my best friend doesn't really need any comfort. No matter how bad things are, she can get over it quickly. This little thing, what does it matter? But Lu Wanqing rarely saw Su Shanhua like this. Under normal circumstances, she would definitely pretend that nothing had happened and continue talking and laughing. If she really had no feelings for Jiang Chen, she might even complain about him. But it is rare that she has such a distraught reaction now. The last time I saw her like this was when she found out she was pregnant. Who exactly is this Xiao Jiang? How could I make her fall in love with me just by staying at her house for a few days? But there was no time to talk to her for a few more words now, and Jiang Chen's gift had to be dealt with quickly. Don't be in a daze, watch TV for a while. Lu Wanqing turned on the TV for Su Shanhua and put the remote control in her hand before turning around and leaving. I'm going to the bathroom, wait for me. Lu Wanqing came to the second bedroom and found that Erbo had woken up and was staring at her curiously. So she came up to her enthusiastically and greeted her, "Hi baby." Then he quickly opened the bedside table which he had intentionally left open. Take out an exquisite wooden box. Inside is the gift that Jiang Chen just prepared today. I have to say, Jiang Chen's performance in wood carving today really scared her. In less than an hour, he had finished carving the wood carving for Su Shanhua. If it weren't for the need to paint, wax and dry, Lu Wanqing really doubted that he could finish a cabinet of finished wood carvings in an afternoon. The key is that it is so exquisitely carved that she couldn't help but want to order one. That skill is simply not something that ordinary people or amateurs can possess. She thought that Jiang Chen's family specialized in this, otherwise it would be hard to explain why he was so young and yet had such high skills. Holding the wooden box in his hand, Lu Wanqing thought about it and decided to either throw it away or keep it at home temporarily. In short, it must be taken out. Oh, it's a pity to throw away such a beautiful wood carving. Bringing it back home feels a bit like stealing the fruits of other people's labor and snatching other people's gifts. But there is no way, after all, it is also for the sake of this woman Su Shenhua. Choose the lesser of two evils. If you don't want to waste all this effort, you can only take it home. At worst, you can just hide it at home and not take it out to display as a decoration. That's not too much. After making up his mind, Lu Wanqing looked at the size of the wooden box and encountered another problem. The size is a bit big. It definitely won't fit in your bag. I can only find a bag to put it in. I hope she won't notice by then? That's all we can do. However, just as Lu Wanqing was looking for the shopping bag in the room, she suddenly found a letter in the corner by the window. It's for the children and Su Shenhua. The signature is Jiang Chen. Although he was very curious about the contents inside, Lu Wanqing naturally would not dare to open it and read it. This letter. Do you want to deal with it as well? But at this moment, Lu Wanqing suddenly realized. Have you stretched your hands too far? Isn't the tube a bit too wide? After all, this can be considered Su Shenhua's family affair. Although Jiang Chen passed away in a very cool manner, it was obvious that he still had concerns about his children, Su Shenhua, and this family. As an outsider, it doesn't seem right for me to act on my own and interfere with what's going on between them. But at the same time, Lu Wanqing had just figured it out and decided to support Su Shenhua's choice. Harmful. Although in the end these things have nothing to do with me. But now that I already know so much and have met the child's father, I have to think more about them. If because of Jiang Chen's letter and gift, Su Shenhua changes her mind and lets him come back. So what will happen in the future? If they really get together, is it good or bad for Su Shenhua? If one day Su Shenhua really lost the career she had poured countless efforts into because of Jiang Chen, she would definitely be very miserable. And I would definitely feel guilty. Since it is not good to completely ignore it, it is not good to interfere too much either. How about a compromise? Hide the letter and the gift, right here in this room. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Wanqing finally made up his mind. He placed the letter on the wooden box and stuffed it into the rolled-up spare quilt in the closet. Then it all depends on God's will. If the hidden letter and gift were discovered by Su Shenhua, it could only be said to be fate. If we are really destined to be together, this relationship will never end. Then, it will become a bad fate. Harmful. That's all I can do. As for the rest, let fate take its course. 8 p.m. Jing'an Temple Business District. The early spring sky darkened completely. But the bustling city center is still bustling with traffic. The tall buildings are all lit up, uniformly embellishing the gorgeous night view of the Magic City. Workers don't want to face the early morning shift tomorrow, Monday, and are still strolling on the streets, hanging out in shopping malls, enjoying the tail end of the weekend. The surroundings were still bustling, but Jiang Chen couldn't help feeling a little lonely. To be honest, he was mentally prepared for Su Shenhua's decision. So, to say that I'm sad, it's not the case at all. I just didn't expect this day would come so soon. So a little disappointed. We have been in contact for the past few days. Although Su Shenhua's personality was as difficult as he expected, he actually found that he didn't mind it very much. On the contrary, after getting used to it, you will find that she often says one thing and means another, and occasionally shows some unexpected cuteness. When two people live under the same roof, the quarrel rate is as high as 100% per day. This trip is really a narrow road for enemies. Chapter 50. Hello, Mom? But even though he complained, Jiang Chen had actually slowly discovered that arguing with her was quite interesting. Because she is already unable to win the argument, so I have the advantage. Of course, the so-called quarrels between the two of them were actually just bickering, small quarrels, all insignificant trivial matters, and could be more regarded as adding to the fun. Given their personalities, they would never quarrel over major issues. Just like the conversation in the kitchen just now. It was obviously a very important matter, but both of them remained calm. At least act calm. It was like they had reached some kind of tacit understanding without saying a word. Needless to say, everyone understands the problem. They also know what to do. Of course, Jiang Chen wanted to stay with the baby. But he also respected Su Shenhua's decision. At that time, he wanted to speak more than once, trying to persuade Su Shenhua to change her mind. But he just couldn't bring himself to say it. On the one hand, he could clearly feel that Su Shenhua said these words after careful consideration, and not out of impulse. Furthermore, no matter how much he wanted to stay with the baby, he didn't want to stay by begging for mercy. Su Shenhua has already issued the eviction order, and all he should do is accept it calmly. Why not fight for your rights? Because he could understand Su Shuanhua's considerations. In other words, he knew in his heart that, from her perspective, her decision was the right one. Judging from the current situation, there is no possibility for the two of them. Su Shuanhua is too strong-willed. Being like this, she will definitely sacrifice her family inadvertently. In other words, she can't have it both ways. But if he was just a full-time dad, it would be impossible for him to get the recognition of the Su family. He had vaguely felt this when her Aunt Sume came. What she inadvertently revealed after she came home drunk that day was enough to prove this. So Su Shuanhua wants to end the current situation. In fact, to put it bluntly, it is better to suffer a short pain than a long one, and it is time to cut it off. I have tried my best. Even according to Shi Jian's statement and strategy, given their current relationship, he has been good enough to Su Shuanhua. If the result is still nothing, there's nothing I can do about it. It's not that Zhang Chen wanted to be with her so much that there was a result. But this matter must be taken into consideration. After all, he is the child's father. Just like the factors considered before, for example, if Su Shuanhua wants to marry someone else one day, how should I deal with it? If I really get together with Su Shuanhua and enter into marriage, I will face many obstacles. Even if I can face them, can Su Shuanhua really do it? Could she put her future career at risk for me and our family? Everything is just a knot that can't be untied. Of course, despite disappointment, there is still hope. After all, even if he no longer lives in Su Shuanhua's house, it is no problem for him to see the babies. The civil code stipulates that illegitimate children enjoy the same rights as legitimate children, and no one may harm or discriminate against them. In other words, although they are not married, as the baby's father, he still has visitation rights. Based on his understanding of Su Shuanhua, he believed that Su Shuanhua would not even object to letting him see the baby. She just felt that it was not a big deal to live under the same roof with him all the time. Of course, even if Su Shuanhua really had a seizure, she would completely cut off all ties with herself, and not even allow her baby to visit her. Zhang Chen has nothing to be afraid of. If it really comes to that, he doesn't mind using legal weapons to discuss visitation rights with her in court. If things get out of hand, the Su family will be the ones to suffer, and he has nothing to be afraid of losing. Of course, this is just the worst-case scenario. Su would never be so cruel to the child's father. The full moon ceremony is coming in a few days. He will definitely go. So I made an appointment with Su Shuanhua at this time. Please, if you don't go, the baby will suffer. The mother said a few days ago that she would bring back a few bottles of mitai to give to her baby. As a result, I forgot everything. I don't know if I will forget it again in a few days. What an invincible mom. Zhang Chen walked on the road, his pace much slower than usual. After all, he no longer has to rush to go anywhere. I don't know why, but I always feel a sense of loneliness in my heart. Maybe it's because Su Shuanhua's action was too sudden? Zhang Chen thought so in his heart. After a while, he walked into a bar. The lighting inside was dim, the decoration was exquisite, the music was not loud, and there were not many people, only 2/3 of the seats were full. Perfect for a drink and a chat with friends. Shi Jian is on his way. Zhang Chen found an empty 2-person seat by the window and sat down. He flipped through the wine list, skipped over the dazzling array of cocktails, and finally ordered a glass of whiskey. The drink he hated most before was whiskey. I never liked the taste, even when it was used as the base liquor to make whiskey sour or whiskey cola, and I don't understand why anyone would order a single glass of it neat. But he had experienced a lot in the past few days, and suddenly he wanted to try it. Maybe if I drink the bitterness in the cup, life won't be so bitter anymore? Of course, the situation is not that bad now. It's just a little bit tricky. After all, they are your own babies, and you always have to consider their future. What I can do now, besides accompanying you, is to do my best in my career. In this way, if one day the mother can no longer be with the baby, she can easily take care of the baby alone. As for Hanglong, you can resign tomorrow. Now that I am a shareholder of CH, of course there is no need for me to continue working. What is more, it happened in Su Shuanhua's company. In fact, the only advantage of not being able to be with my baby day and night is that I can devote more time to my career. As long as CH's operating conditions improve, I will be able to get dividends soon. After CH successfully enters the shopping mall, there is basically nothing you need to worry about anymore. At that time, you can use the money to make other investments, or even start your own brand. Even with my current abilities, I could make a lot of money by becoming a chef and opening a restaurant, participating in a fighting competition and becoming a world champion, or even finding a way to sell sculptures in limited quantities. But even when thinking about these things, I still feel a little uncomfortable. My thoughts drifted elsewhere unconsciously. He raised his glass, took a sip, and looked out the window. The whole scene was seen by a woman sitting next to him who was dressed elegantly and wearing designer clothes. Her eyes were completely attracted by Jiang Chen for a moment. It was only until my best friend sitting opposite me reminded me that I came to my senses. Jiang Chen didn't notice the gaze from next to him, he just frowned slightly at the incoming call on his phone. He walked out of the bar with his phone. Hello, Mom? Chapter 51. It took a lot of effort to get here. The sudden call from Mother Chenping was both unexpected and reasonable. Because the last time I reported safety to my family was the night before I started working. Now I must want to ask him how his work was this week. But now, he really didn't know how to tell her. Chen, you're still awake, right? I hope I didn't disturb you? No. You're outside? Yes, I'll be back soon. Okay, go back to bed early, you still have to go to work tomorrow. Chenping's tone was full of concern. How is the class going? Have you established good relationships with your colleagues? Chenping has always been very proud of her son, who graduated from a prestigious university. Especially after Jiang Chen joined Hanlong, his father Jiang Muching specially prepared a banquet in the village and invited neighbors to celebrate together. After that dinner, Jiang Chen became the typical other people's child in the village, and in a version-answer kind of way. In the past, the elders in the village would not worry too much about children's education, nor would they have too high expectations. As for books, you must read them. But if you want to succeed through studying, I don't expect that much. Although their Shirley village is just a village, the local strawberries and sunshine grapes have been selling very well in recent years, and everyone is living a relatively comfortable life. If things really don't work out, there's nothing wrong with the children continuing to do their old job. But because of Jiang Chen, all the elders now hope that their children can go out to study and make a good living in the big city in the future. So much so that all the children in Shirley village were forced to roll up. Of course, Jiang Chen didn't know about these things. Not wanting to worry his mother, he did not dare to tell her that he was about to resign. It's fine. Everything is fine. That's good, that's good. You should also say a few words to your father. Mom, I have something to tell you, Jiang Chen said suddenly. I have a child. Jiang Chen never figured out how to tell his parents about this. This has always been a headache for him. If it's a work-related matter, then there's really nothing to worry about and it's okay to hide it from your parents. But when it comes to babies, it's different. Even if they are still young, their grandparents should know of their existence. You will know it sooner or later. The baby is still young, so it may be a surprise to hear the news. If you wait until your baby grows up to find out, it might become a shock. So taking this opportunity, Jiang Chen decided to confess as soon as possible. At the same time, you can also give them a heads up in advance and let them know the whole story, that is, the child is born before marriage and the child is with the mother. But as soon as the words came out, there was silence on the other end of the phone for nearly 10 seconds, and then Chenping slowly spoke with a concerned tone. Chen, are you under too much pressure at work? You just graduated from college, where did this child come from? What happened? Jiang Chen repeated it again, but Chenping still didn't believe it. Instead, she became more worried. Chen, are you hiding something from us? Not enough money? Or? Regarding Jiang Chen's statement, Chenping could only think of one possibility, that is, her son had encountered some other troubles, so he deliberately used this absurd thing to divert attention. My son has been in Shanghai for several years and he hasn't even had a serious girlfriend. How could there be a child? So for a moment, she was completely unable to accept it. But why do you say that? Chenping really couldn't understand it. Considering that Jiang Chen has always been a decent person, it is unlikely that he would cause any trouble, and he should not be in a situation where he owes a large sum of money. What happened? Jiang Chen sighed. Mom, I'll tell you in person next time. I'm fine, don't worry. Are you and Dad okay? With great difficulty, Jiang Chen successfully changed the subject. After a few final pleasantries, he hung up the phone. He agreed to go home when he was free. Wait until then and tell them properly. It seems that I can't explain it clearly on the phone. I went back to the bar and sat down again. After a while, Shi Jian came. He started to complain, why don't you find a daytime time? Don't you know how much effort I put in to convince Nunu to come out? Nunu is Jian's girlfriend, or to be more precise, his fiancée. It is said that they are getting married next year. The two people met a few months ago and started living together not long after they started dating. Why, you still have access control. If it's any later, it's hard to say. Jian said bitterly. For a moment, he suddenly missed the free and carefree days when he and his brothers lived freely and partying every night. Look at you, what have you become? Seeing him like this, Jiangchen suddenly felt a lot more balanced. Don't talk about me. What about you? You are not any better than me. Tell me, did you have a falling out with your CEO, Su? Ever since Jiangchen suddenly called him over at night, in the bar, Jian knew that he must be looking for him to complain. As a man who already has a child with the future heir of the Su family, there is no need to even think about what worries he could have. Jiang Chen took a sip of whiskey. The pungent taste made it difficult for him to swallow it. I was kicked out. Jian looked at him and nodded thoughtfully. No wonder, they all started drinking this stuff. Jiang Chen doesn't drink whiskey. As a comrade in nightclubs for many years, he certainly knows that. It's not that he paid attention, but every time Jiang Chen vomited, it was basically because of the whiskey. Then, Jian said seriously, so there is no hope for you too? Almost. But actually, it was a no-go from the beginning, don't you think? That being said, did you do what I told you last time? With your ability, this shouldn't be the case. I tried my best. Also, I know you won't believe it, but from the beginning, I stayed at her house just for the babies. And the child? I can only visit you every now and then, what else can I do? Hearing this, Jian suddenly felt a little sympathy for Jiang Chen. What a pity. I didn't expect such a good start to end in failure. It seems you just aren't destined to be that way. What kind of fate? The fate of being a son-in-law? I say again, this is not my fate. Okay, stop. Jian interrupted, I won't say anything else, let's just talk about the facts. Even if you are only concerned about the child, you can't get around her, Su Shanhua. Jiang Chen did not deny it. I'll assume that you're just upset because you can't be with your child, but at the end of the day, even if you want to visit her in the future, don't you have to discuss it with her? You can't sever your relationship with her. Also, I have never understood one thing. Suppose you really only want the child, would you go to that extent? You could have started out like you are now, living your own life and arranging time to visit your children. Why do you have to be a dad? What about work? Don't you plan to work? I know you must have feelings for the child, but do you have to spend every day with him? Chapter 52. Answer me. Jiang Chen was silent. Whether it was a few days ago or now. This question, of course, is not easy to answer. There is no way to answer that. But the difference is, if it was a few days ago, the difficult point to answer was the system. After all, that was his initial motivation for resolutely becoming a full-time dad and living under someone else's roof. But now, this is no longer the point. He didn't know how to describe it and it was difficult to speak. In short, he was sure that he was now willing to stay with the baby and that the system no longer mattered much. Is it just because of the baby? Maybe more than that. It seems more like this home. It gave him a feeling he had never experienced before. Even if she is unwilling to admit it, she knows deep down that she belongs in this family. It's a pity that there is really no one to share this with. Telling this to the person on the other side would only make him believe more that he did this for Su Shanhua. Just as he was about to make up an excuse, Jian suddenly glanced at the seat next to him and said mysteriously, Hey, did you notice that someone at 9 o'clock has been looking in our direction? Jiang Chen looked in the direction of the voice and noticed the two ladies sitting next to him. His eyes happened to meet those of the beautiful woman who had been secretly observing him for a long time. She looked away a little embarrassedly, shook her hair, and then smiled at her best friend as if nothing had happened. Her movements were natural and smooth, without the shyness of a young girl, but instead revealed the charm of a woman who had been in love for a long time. Jiang Chen still didn't care. Turning back, I saw Jian sighing in a self-absorbed manner. Oh, I never thought that after quitting the love field for a few months, I am still so popular even though I am already a married man. Is that what they are looking at you? Jiang Chen's cold water certainly had no effect on the thick-skinned Jian, what else? But looking at the decent Jiang Chen, Jian suddenly recalled that when they were indulging in the world of pleasure together, it seemed that this guy was more popular with women. As he is about to enter the next stage of his life, he certainly doesn't have any damn desire to win or lose in this matter. But this doesn't mean that he is unwilling to vent his anger. So he pretended to be open-minded and said, "That's right. Although I am still charming now, I still have to take care of you as a bachelor. After all, I am your brother, right? Anyway, your relationship with Su Shunhua has come to an end for now, so you can definitely start a new relationship. How about I introduce you to someone else?" Shi Jian looked at Jiang Chen nervously and excitedly, as if as long as he nodded, he would strike up a conversation and invite Jiang Chen and the two ladies next to him to have a drink together. Unexpectedly, there wasn't even a ripple in Jiang Chen's eyes. He looked completely unmoved. He just took another sip of wine and looked out the window. Not interested. Hearing Jiang Chen say this, Shi Jian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His career as a gamer has ended for several months. Now he is asked to return to his original nature, even if it is just to be a wingman for his brothers. Do you think he is looking forward to it? Of course he is a little bit. After all, if the two of them live together shamelessly for too long, it's bound to be a bit boring. From time to time, I think back to when I was younger, when I would hang out with my brothers at various nightclubs on weekends, meet new people, add more than a dozen WeChat messages a night, clink glasses in the booths, and party every night. That was a fresh and exciting life. But after all, I have been away from this kind of life for too long, so it is inevitable that I feel a little unfamiliar. Even an opening line as simple as "Hello, my friend wants to meet you" makes me feel inexplicably timid, and I dare not walk over and say it out loud. Even though the lady sitting next to me kept looking sideways, looking like a window. But for some reason, all I could think about was getting rejected and then sitting back and pretending nothing happened. That would be so embarrassing. So it was Jiang Chen's indifference that gave him a way out when he just wanted to talk big. But soon, Shi Jian noticed Jiang Chen's abnormality. Logically speaking, even if this guy didn't plan to take action, he would definitely observe the situation and weigh the pros and cons. At worst, find an excuse to refuse. But now he looks like he doesn't care at all. What's going on? Didn't he see it clearly just now? This girl is very hot, okay? Although she looks like a sea queen, she has the rare temperament of a real socialite. She has fair skin, beautiful looks, and an amazing figure. She is very strong, and with her long legs wrapped in black stockings, she is absolutely stunning. Just one look at her makes people's blood boil. If he were to give a score, the starting point would be 8. The reason he didn't give it 8.5 points is only because he personally prefers Bai Xiaochun's type. As for why it is not 9 points or the full score of 10, it is actually just an unspoken scoring rule between the two of them. The only one who can achieve 10 points is the one that I like the most, the kind of female star who can make people feel amazing even in the raw photos, the kind of 360 perfect goddess. But this only appears in fantasy. To put it bluntly, the purpose is to leave yourself with something to think about. So generally speaking, if two people evaluate each other's appearance, the highest score they can give is 9. If she scores 9 points, then she is basically the most beautiful girl you can meet in real life. Not only is she a hottie wherever she goes, but her figure, appearance and temperament are also exactly the type that I like. In Shi Jian's opinion, the person at the next table was only at an 8-point level in his opinion. But if you judge by Jiang Chen's preferences, it would be at least 8.5 points. Because she is the type of woman that Jiang Chen likes, with a domineering temperament, tall and thin, and legs longer than her life. Even though her Shanghai-style temperament is a little too obvious and a little tacky, Jiang Chen shouldn't be completely unmoved, right? Girls like this who score above 8 and are close to being the best are not easy to come across even in Shanghai. What a coincidence, I ended up in the same bar with them. And it seems that his family is quite well off. She also frequently made eye contact, sending out signals that she wanted to be approached. It would be a pity not to recognize such a good opportunity. What's more, Jiang Chen is indeed single now. Why not? If Jiang Chen was really interested, I would try to help him even if it meant sacrificing my reputation. But what's wrong with him now? It's so abnormal. No, you didn't see it clearly. It's definitely 8.5 points. Shi Jian came closer and reminded in a low voice. No, it's because after you had the child that you decided to become a monk and become a monk, right? Shi Jian was puzzled and looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Seeing that Jiang Chen remained silent, Shi Jian suddenly became a little anxious. Then let me ask you, who taught me this sentence in the first place? The old must go before the new can come? Answer me. Why don't you get to know each other? Chapter 53 Resignation. Jiang Chen said nothing and just kept drinking. He swallowed another mouthful of bitter wine, and then spoke, I don't know either, but I just have no idea. To Shi Jian, Jiang Chen's tone even sounded a bit dejected. It seems that I have really had no desires or requests. There is not even a trace of longing in my eyes for the new and beautiful scenery. This made Shi Jian suddenly feel angry and annoyed. How could this be the Jiang Chen he knew before, the one who was adept at love and so carefree in everything? Has there been such a big change since you found out you were having a child? Shi Jian sighed helplessly, took a sip of his cocktail, and couldn't help complaining. Why would I come here at night to drink with you? Now that you're here, why don't you do anything but drink? I'll leave after I finish this cup. I still have to watch TV series with Nunu. 9 p.m. Imperial Court. Room 2301, Building 2. Lu Wanqing just left. Su Shenhua is currently in the second bedroom, sitting by the bed with the babies in the cribs. Aunt Zhou walked in at this time. Su Shenhua then said, Aunt Zhou, starting tonight, you should continue to live in the second bedroom. Aunt Zhou looked a little hesitant and asked, Mr. Jiang, are you not coming? Su Shenhua's eyes flashed with confusion. After hesitating for a moment, he said lightly, Come on, but don't stay here anymore. Aunt Zhou suddenly looked embarrassed. What's wrong? After thinking for a few seconds, Aunt Zhou finally spoke, Miss, I came here today to resign. What? Su Shenhua was startled. She stood up in a daze and then pulled Aunt Zhou to the corridor. Miss, you know that the reason I asked for leave to go back to my hometown this time is because my mother is seriously ill. After Aunt Zhou explained, Su Shenhua realized that Aunt Zhou had just returned home and found out that her mother had lung cancer and didn't have much time left. Her father also had difficulty walking, so her mother had been taking care of him. She resigned this time because, firstly, she wanted to spend the last moments with her mother, and secondly, she wanted to stay in her hometown to take care of her father. Several brothers and sisters have now settled down and started their own families in different places, and each of them is unwilling to fulfill their filial duties to the elderly. So, she made up her mind to leave the Su family. Aunt Zhou has been working for the Su family for more than 20 years. When Su Shenhua was born, Aunt Zhou also took care of her for a period of time. After understanding the whole story, Su Shenhua didn't say much, but just nodded silently. Aunt Zhou will stay for another 2 days and teach Su Shenhua how to take care of the child from scratch. Su Shenhua will also find another confinement nanny. But she had no confidence at all in finding a confinement nanny as suitable as Aunt Zhou. To be honest, she was reluctant to let go of someone she had known for so long and who was so familiar to her. But there was no way. Aunt Zhou had devoted so many years to the Su family. Now that family affairs were like this, there was no reason for her not to compromise. At the end of the conversation, Aunt Zhou, who also felt a little guilty about leaving so suddenly, couldn't help but sigh, originally. I thought Mr. Jiang would stay here forever, so I wouldn't have anything to worry about, but I didn't expect. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Shenhua suddenly remembered Aunt Zhou's high evaluation of Jiang Chen as a father. Only then did I finally understand how valuable that comment was when it came from Aunt Zhou. Jiang Chen was able to make Aunt Zhou leave with peace of mind. Perhaps what he did was really impeccable, right? It's my problem. After a moment's silence, Su Shenhua slowly uttered these words. Aunt Zhou looked at Su Shenhua with some surprise, as if she had never heard her say such words before. Then Aunt Zhou opened her mouth slightly and wanted to say something, but in the end she stopped herself. Just as Su Shenhua would not interfere in her family affairs, Aunt Zhou also knew that she should not interfere in Su Shenhua's family affairs. Even if it's for Su Shenhua's sake. Every family has its own problems, and the difference is just a matter of big or small. That night, the crib was moved back to the master bedroom. Su Shenhua also has to start adapting to the temporary life of raising a child alone in advance. Of course, she had nothing to complain about. After all, the situation of raising the child alone was ultimately created by myself. Aunt Zhou explained to her in detail what to do if the baby woke up and cried at night. Afraid that she would forget it, he wrote it on a sticky note and stuck it on Su Shenhua's bedside table. Maybe it's because I've taken good care of myself recently and got enough sun. The 3 babies were not particularly noisy that night. But even so, Su Shenhua, who hadn't slept in the same room with her baby for a long time, was very upset. I woke up several times during the night because of the noises of the babies. Finally, at 5 a.m., she couldn't sleep at all. Anyone who understands this feeling of being tired yet awake will understand. Lie flat on the bed with your eyes open, looking at the ceiling. She suddenly thought of how Jiang Chen had been going these past few days. And the situation should only get worse. I don't sleep well every day and have to get up at any time to comfort the babies. 3 babies. How did he manage to be so energetic the next day? For several days in a row. And no complaints at all? If we think rationally, Jiang Chen's performance is indeed a bit unexpected. After all, he is a grown man and shouldn't be good at these things. He is a first-time father, so theoretically his feelings for his baby will not be any deeper than those of a mother. But to be fair, Su Shanhua didn't think there was anything strange about this. It seemed to be within my expectations. In fact, she didn't know. As early as that day when I promised Jiang Chen to stay. In her heart, she already believed what Jiang Chen said. I believe he really wants to take good care of the baby. Suddenly I remembered that 3 days later, on March 26th, will be my baby's full moon ceremony. Jiang Chen mentioned this matter more than once, and it finally became engraved in her mind. On that day, relatives and friends should be invited to witness it together. Lu Wanqing, aunt, and him. Although it is a weekday, the daytime work cannot be neglected. But at least I can't work overtime tonight. This time, I can't let work delay the celebration of my baby. Yes, and Mutai. I'm going to get a few bottles tomorrow. How many bottles did he ask for last time? 6 bottles, yes. Let Secretary Xiao Zhu have someone move 2 boxes home. Just in case you need it again in the future. 3 days later, on Wednesday, March 26th, the full moon ceremony. Su Shanhua muttered to herself as she picked up her phone and prepared to add an appointment to her calendar in case she forgot. But suddenly, my heart was shocked for no reason. So, 3 days later. I will see him again. She opened WeChat. What caught her eye was the last message Jiang Chen sent her tonight. 3 days later, March 26th, Wednesday, full moon gift, don't forget to give me 6 bottles of Mutai. Judging from the time, it was probably sent before leaving. Her thoughts were complicated and she put down her phone unconsciously. Suddenly I realized that there seemed no need to write it down. Chapter 54. You don't want to do this anymore, right? The next morning. On Monday. The day that everyone, especially the working people, least want to face has arrived as expected. I don't know if it's because everyone was too resentful about getting up early to go to work today or what, so the sky became gloomy and it started to rain. You have to hold an umbrella and go to work wet in the rain and cold wind. What a nightmare start to Monday. Jiang Chen didn't really care. However, he was used to getting up early, so he still woke up early in his rental house. I'm going to file for resignation this morning. Because it was during the probation period and I had only worked 1 day, I didn't have to do any handover work, so it wasn't a big deal. After completing the resignation procedures, Jiang Chen planned to go and watch the photo shoot arranged by CH Company today. Avoiding the morning rush hour, Jiang Chen ate breakfast calmly and headed to Hanglong. When they arrived at the legal department, which was located in the office on the 23rd floor, Jiang Chen's appearance immediately caused discussions among his colleagues. The originally dull and depressing Monday morning suddenly became lively and active. Although Jiang Chen only appeared 1 day last week. But because of his handsome appearance that stood out from the crowd, everyone was very impressed by him. In addition, the scandal with President Su that came out a few days ago added fuel to the fire, making everyone pay more attention to him. This caused his return to cause quite a stir. Although no one seemed to be making any noise, they were all pretending to be working hard. In fact, everyone was discussing this matter in small groups. A new colleague finally showed up. Do you think we'll see him having lunch with Mr. Su at noon? Silly, how could we see that? It must be in President Su's office, enjoying the world of two alone without being disturbed. Are you sure you're going to eat a meal? Driving early in the morning? But let's be honest, with today's weather, it's quite atmospheric. When the leader, Lao Zhang, saw that Jiang Chen finally came to work, he didn't care at all about his lateness. Instead, he took the initiative to greet him, and then prepared to briefly tell him about today's work arrangements. Knowing that he had a complicated relationship with General Manager Su, Lao Zhang did not dare to assign him any hard work. He just wanted him to get familiar with the job. But he didn't expect that this time it was Jiang Chen who took the initiative to invite him to the next office for a chat. When Lao Zhang learned that Jiang Chen was going to resign, his eyes widened. I didn't know what to do for a moment. According to the process, if you want to resign, the first person to approve it is yourself. But if there is some unknown inside story, which causes a misunderstanding and offends President Su, that would be bad. It is better to be safe than sorry, so Lao Zhang comforted Jiang Chen to sit for a while he sent a message to Su Xuanhua's secretary to confirm the situation. After a while, in the president's office, Su Xuanhua, who was sitting at her desk and flipping through documents while yawning, learned from Secretary Zhu that Jiang Chen was going to resign. Now Su Xuanhua was also a little stunned. She remembered that Jiang Chen took leave to take care of the baby, and she had no objection to Jiang Chen working in the legal department afterwards. After all, he got the job based on his own abilities, not through any connections. Although the indescribable personal relationship between the two of them has been severed in theory, it is still far from the point where they will never see each other again. It's not like we can't meet. She didn't care much about Jiang Chen coming to visit the baby in the future, so why would she care about him working in her own company? Furthermore, there is a gap in job titles between the two persons. There will be no contact at work. She doesn't have to worry about encountering any embarrassing situations. Another reason hidden deep in her heart was that she didn't want Jiang Chen to lose his job because of her. She felt that it was cruel enough to not let the child's father stay with the child. At least let him continue to work here properly. This way she would feel better. It can even be said that he knew that Jiang Chen was still working at Heinlong. She will feel more at ease. I don't know if this will give her the illusion that he is still by her side. But Jiang Chen's action immediately made her confused. What's the meaning? I can't be a stay-at-home dad, so I don't want to work anymore? Are you mad at me? Oh. Thinking of this, Su Xuanhua was so angry that he laughed. Although he is just a new employee in the legal department, it does not mean that this job has no value. You know how many freshly graduated college students are trying their best to come and work at Heinlong? How could he quit just like that? He had only been working for a short time. So casual and don't cherish the opportunity at all. Is such impulsive behavior the maturity a man should have? Suddenly, Su Xuanhua even felt that she might have misjudged him. After spending these few days together, I really started to think of him as a reliable man. I didn't expect him to act so impulsively. I don't mind you continuing to work here, what do you mind? Su Xuanhua became more and more speechless the more she thought about it, so she said to Secretary Zhu with a cold face and displeasure, "Get his resignation done today." "Oh no, get it done before noon." The news then reached Lao Zhang. After repeated confirmation, Lao Zhang finally agreed to Jiang Chen's submission of a written resignation application. Just like that, under Su Xuanhua's strong order, the process that would have taken 1 or 2 days to complete was completed in less than 2 hours. After completing all the resignation procedures, Jiang Chen left in such a cool manner. He also didn't expect that the resignation process would be so efficient. But I soon guessed that it was probably Su Xuanhua who knew about it. I guess she's eager for me to leave, right? Since it is impossible, for her, the less she sees him, the better, and the farther away from him, the better, right? Out of sight, out of mind, right? Jiang Chen didn't think about it any further, because he didn't really want to know how Su Xuanhua would react to his resignation. No matter how she reacts, I'm going to resign. Besides, there's no way of knowing how she would react. Jiang Chen's departure once again caused an uproar in the Ministry of Justice. Just now, many people saw Jiang Chen go to the office with Lao Zhang as soon as he arrived. After a while, another HR person came to him with documents. And then he left? It's not lunch break yet. This doesn't seem right no matter how you look at it. Then when everyone heard the exact news of Jiang Chen's resignation from Lao Zhang, they were immediately shocked. What the hell, you quit after just 1 week? What does this mean? It means that his relationship with President Su is confirmed. What's the meaning? Think about it, the news that President Su was dating him at Oriental Department Store just broke out last week, and he resigned immediately this Monday. There can only be one reason, and that is that President Su wants to avoid suspicion. That makes sense. In order to shut everyone up and avoid the influence of rumors, President Su had no choice but to fire him with great reluctance. His President Su is indeed as cold-blooded and ruthless as we thought. At this moment, Lao Zhang walked towards the group of people who were already discussing openly with a smile on his face. It seems like you know Mr. Su very well? He suddenly frowned and scolded, "Very good, let's continue chatting." Believe it or not, in less than 5 minutes, your words have reached Mr. Su's ears? Just do your job well. You don't want to do it anymore, right? Chapter 55 Takeoff is just around the corner. 1 p.m. Jiang Chen came to the studio that Liang Yong rented temporarily. Due to limited company funds, we can only rent a place relatively far from the city center. This year's spring main styles will be photographed here in the next 2 days. As soon as I entered, I saw more than a dozen people inside. Most of them were CH employees, the rest were the camera crew, and there were 2 models. The model was wearing spring trendy clothes, standing in front of a black curtain, and posing under the spotlight. As the boss, Liang Yong had to take on the role of supervisor at this time. Jiang Chen stopped and watched. The space inside is small and crowded, and the surroundings are very messy. So except for a few people sitting on small benches, everyone else was basically standing or just sitting on the floor. Because Jiang Chen had appeared in the company before, the more senior employees recognized him. Someone with sharp eyes stood up on the spot and gestured to give his seat to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen waved his hand to indicate that everything was fine. Liang Yong, who noticed Jiang Chen's appearance, simply greeted him, because the filming was still going on and there were several other groups to arrange and dispatch, so he couldn't get away for the time being. As soon as he finished the work at hand, Liang Yong came to Jiang Chen and said respectfully, "Mr. Jiang." Although Liang Yong looks much older than Jiang Chen, this does not affect his respect for Jiang Chen at all. This actually has little to do with Jiang Chen's share of the company's shares. It is mainly because after a long conversation in the Western restaurant that night, Liang Yong was already deeply impressed by Jiang Chen's unique aesthetics and foresight. It feels like a 1,000-mile horse meeting a good horse trainer. Liang Yong is good at designing, and in fact he has done very well in this area. The only thing lacking is the ability to make decisions on the general direction of the company's operations. Although this is not Jiang Chen's specialty, he is at least much better than Liang Yong. In other words, Liang Yong can make good products. Jiang Chen can clearly know which of these different types of products can bring better sales. "How's the progress?" Jiang Chen asked. "We should be able to finish shooting the online store today. Time is a bit tight, but we can still handle it," Liang Yong added before Jiang Chen asked more. "All the clothes we tried out for the bloggers we worked with have been sent to them. They will be released this week. As for the virtual show, we arranged to work overtime last week. We will definitely be able to give the materials to the organizer before the end of get off work today." Jiang Chen nodded. "Very good. It seems that nothing has gone wrong. You go ahead and do your work. I'll just come and take a look and support you. Okay, if you have any opinions or ideas, just let me know." Jiang Chen then went to see the finished film. Thanks to the distinctive design style of CH, the overall shooting effect is quite good. Since Jiang Chen had already reviewed the model candidates before, there wouldn't be any big problems with this. Later, you can make appropriate adjustments based on the promotion results. In fact, there was nothing wrong with Liang Yong's previous approach of setting up a pop-up store. It's just the order that's wrong. In other words, the time is not right. Although the sales model of pop-up stores seems to be fast-paced, for brands, it is actually a long-term promotion method that is more suitable for the explosive period of product promotion. The outbreak period is preceded by a warm-up period. This is what CH did not do well before. As a result, when users see the CH brand, they have no idea what it means. To them, it was a completely unfamiliar brand. This makes it difficult to stand out from other brands. This is also the fundamental reason why the previous pop-up store had poor sales in Hanglong. It's like losing at the starting line. And what Jiang Chen is focusing on now is to warm up this matter. As long as we can do this well, through continuous exposure, establish a certain degree of brand awareness among potential user groups, and attract the attention of core user circles, then in the subsequent formal new product launch stage, everything will be twice as effective with half the effort and cause a greater response. If there is sufficient funding, you can even collaborate with artists with national trend style, such as Wang Jiar. But it doesn't matter if you don't have the money. It is more than enough to cooperate with many small bloggers on Xiaohongshu and Douyin. This budget is still affordable. Its purpose is not even to bring goods, but to gain exposure and let users see the brand. Only after seeing it, will you want to understand it further. According to the original plan, after the warm-up period, which is the explosive period of promotion, CH will also appear on other platforms. What Jiang Chen is optimistic about is the metaverse platform, which is currently in the limelight. In the virtual show, users can create digital avatars to try on CH's new spring products. It is more novel than the usual online and offline promotion. If you want to achieve a standout effect, it is definitely worth a try. It's just that time is a bit tight. The warm-up period was originally scheduled to be at least 1 month, but the virtual show I have to participate in will start next Monday. Therefore, the time for preheating and building momentum is shortened to 1 week. Of course, this does not mean that we will not continue to do it in the future, but it means that the timeline to achieve the expected results has been greatly shortened, and the original goal must be achieved in a shorter time. Later, if there is sufficient funding, Jiang Chen plans to continue investing in brand promotion. That's right, the purpose is still not to bring goods, but to gain exposure and firmly imprint the CH brand in the minds of target users. Compared with product promotion, online advertising and product promotion are more similar to traditional advertising. You may not place an order immediately after watching the promotional video, but when one day you really have such a need, you will involuntarily think of this brand in your mind. For example, when selling a second-hand mobile phone, you would think of Zhuan Zhuan. If the post-purchase experience is really good, you will most likely repurchase next time, or even stick with this brand in the future. This is the effect Jiang Chen wants to achieve. On the one hand, of course, it is for the sake of long-term sales. But on the other hand, what is more important is to establish CH's reputation and raise the level of CH to help it enter high-end shopping malls in the future. Once CH successfully enters shopping malls such as Hanglong, its brand influence will be further enhanced invisibly. It will be more conducive to future promotion. This will create a snowball effect, whereby sales will naturally increase and the company will grow bigger and bigger. From Jiang Chen's perspective, as long as he finishes the tasks at hand during this period, this day will come soon. He had anticipated this day as early as when he decided to invest in CH Company. Entering a large shopping mall will be an important turning point. Once this step is reached, sales will grow exponentially, or to put it more bluntly, the company will start to take off. Chapter 56. The company is saved. After receiving more than 2 million yuan, Jiang Chen believed that this company undoubtedly had the highest return on investment. Of course, it is not ruled out that from a god's perspective, there are other investments with higher returns, but based on the information he knows, CH is definitely the best choice. It is like a piece of unpolished jade. Or maybe a golden fish in a pond. As long as you meet a fashion master like yourself, you will soar to the sky. The key point is that the threshold for investing in CH is low. If it were other brands that set up pop-up stores in Hanglong at the same time, with his mere 2 million, he wouldn't have had the chance to get a share, let alone a relative controlling stake of more than 51%. According to Jiang Chen's prediction, if everything goes smoothly, he will be able to receive a considerable dividend in about a quarter at the earliest. This will only be a small part of the profit. Most of the remaining funds will continue to be injected into the company, because by then it will definitely have a stable profit model. Simply put, the more money you invest, the more you earn. However, compared to the original idea, the only thing that has changed so far is probably the cooperating shopping mall. At first, Jiang Chen thought it would be best to move directly into Hanglong. On the one hand, there are not many shopping malls in Shanghai that are more famous than Hanglong. If Hanglong Plaza says that it is the second in Shanghai, it will be difficult for other shopping malls to dare to say that they are the best in Shanghai. After all, although Hanglong's customer flow is not the highest, its average customer spending is ridiculously high, and people in the industry are well aware of this. Although Jiang Chen cannot be considered an insider in the industry in a strict sense. But after all, he was once an employee of Hanglong. It's better to do your homework before submitting your resume. I know quite a lot about Hanglong. In short, merchants who can settle in Hanglong Plaza basically don't have to worry about sales. Based on this point alone, cooperating with Hanglong is a sure win. On the other hand, Jiang Chen also has some selfish motives. That is to support the child's mother at the same time. After accidentally seeing the report that Su Shenhua placed in the living room that day, Jiang Chen had already vaguely realized the big goal of Hanglong Plaza in the first quarter, and also understood why so many pop-up stores of trendy brands suddenly appeared in the plaza on the first floor at that time. At that time, he was also thinking that he could take this opportunity to reach a business cooperation with Su Shenhua. This way, you can even have another reason to stay with your baby in the future. Looking back now, this idea was too naive. Because even if he was really tied to Su Shenhua in business, it didn't mean that they should continue that kind of special cohabitation. Besides, considering Su Shenhua's vision, if it were just this point, it would probably not make Su Shenhua so moved that she would want to cling to him. This is the gap between ideal and reality. After being kicked out, Jiang Chen's understanding of this became even more profound. He could do everything perfectly and try his best, but when it came down to it, whether to stay or leave was just a matter of Su Shenhua's decision. And if the decision is up to Su Shenhua, it's better not to expect anything. Having said that, if my company wants to cooperate with Hanglong again, that's probably a long way off. The main reason is that Hanglong has made its choice. ESL stood out among a number of pop-up stores and successfully settled in Hanglong. Jiang Chen was certainly not optimistic about this, but there was nothing he could do. Even so, he had no reason to say anything more. What's more, at this point, he no longer has the chance to speak. An afternoon passed quickly. Jiang Chen was free anyway, so he chatted with his employees from time to time and soon became friends with everyone. Logically speaking, as a company shareholder and big boss, you should keep a certain distance in front of others, so that you appear mysterious and awe-inspiring. But Jiang Chen doesn't care about that. Jiang Chen believes that CH will become a cash cow. But it is destined to be just one of its many industries in the future. There's no need to be so serious. In other words, with Jiang Chen's vision, he can clearly foresee the result of making a lot of money, so why should he be nervous? Isn't it nice for everyone to have fun together and make money happily? Jiang Chen's casual and approachable style naturally won the favor of his employees. At first, when everyone learned that the new boss was going to make drastic reforms and asked them to work overtime, they were a little panicked, and there was an inexplicable atmosphere of anxiety in the office. He was afraid that this would be one of the first things a new official would do upon taking office, and that he would become an example to others if he wasn't careful. After talking with Jiang Chen, I found that this new boss is actually a very nice person. There are reasons for asking them to work harder during this period, and it is not intentional. To put it bluntly, Jiang Chen's promise was successful. But in fact, when Jiang Chen talked about CH's future plans and expected results in his spare time, all the employees present listened attentively. No one thought that Jiang Chen was trying to pooh them. Why? Because what Jiang Chen said were all things related to their development. To put it bluntly, if the company goes bankrupt, no matter how well they perform, they will be forced to pack up and leave. If the company develops well, they, as core employees, will see increases in salary and bonuses. This is not just what Jiang Chen said, Liang Yong also said so. Liang Yong even said that he would reward these employees with equity. It was Jiang Chen who stopped him immediately and changed the words, saying that only the outstanding employees of the year could get equity. At that time, Liang Yong, who had just boasted, was very embarrassed. But this makes it feel real. You might say the new boss is stingy, but he's not really. But there is a bit of capitalist shadow in him. But equity is not comparable to ordinary promotions and salary increases. If CH really becomes big one day, even if it is just a small amount of equity, the value will be beyond words. How is this not a reason worth fighting for? You have to know that half a month ago, the company was full of rumors that the boss's partners were preparing to run away and the company was about to collapse. After Jiang Chen appeared, these demoralizing words almost never appeared again. Instead, the atmosphere of the entire company has been completely renewed. Although I am busier than before, at least I have something to look forward to, so I feel fulfilled even though I am tired. Almost everyone's intuitive feeling is that the company is saved. This is not something made up in the employees' minds, but the employees saw with their own eyes that the older brother Liang Yong, who had been increasingly dejected and haggard every day, suddenly became energetic and full of energy. When the company was first founded, the employees followed Liang Yong. Therefore, Liang Yong has always been everyone's spiritual pillar. Now seeing that he has regained his confidence because of Jiang Chen's arrival, everyone is naturally encouraged by this. Chapter 57, There seems to be a real difference in talent for raising children. It was soon dinner time. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen didn't have much cash on hand, so he couldn't be generous enough to treat everyone to a big meal. So I asked Liang Yong and the others to order lunchboxes. We sat in the studio and ate boxed lunches together. It wasn't any delicacies, but it was still a joyful meal. While eating, Liang Yong received a call, and after the call, he found Jiang Chen for a private chat. Boss Jiang, it's Baidu calling, saying they want to talk to us. Baidu? Jiang Chen seemed to be thinking about something. Baidu is a famous internet company in Daxia. Among its many businesses, the most famous is the search engine of the same name. The people of Daxia use it almost every day. And the reason why Baidu called them. That is naturally related to the virtual show that will be held soon. The virtual show that CH signed up for was hosted by Baidu. So when Jiang Chen heard Liang Yong say this, he immediately guessed what was going on. In all likelihood, you want to talk about the virtual show. But doesn't it mean that the materials have not been given to them yet? As if seeing Jiang Chen's confusion, Liang Yong explained, in the afternoon, when you just arrived, the materials had already been delivered to Baidu. Alas, I was so busy before that I forgot to tell you. They are also very efficient. Just a few hours after receiving the message, they gave us feedback and wanted to talk to us in person. I think it would be better for you, Mr. Jiang, to go in on this matter. Mr. Liang, are you sure you want me to go? Jiang Chen asked. The reason for this question is that when Jiang Chen first acquired the shares, he had clearly told Liang Yong about it before signing the contract. When it comes to company business decisions, he will do his best to ensure the company's profitability. But later on, when it comes to cooperation negotiations with other companies, Liang Yong himself needs to come forward. He himself would not show up unless it was absolutely necessary. The reason why Jiang Chen did this is very simple. That means he has to take care of the baby. There is no time to run around. What if the other company is not in Shanghai but in another province? Do I have to buy a high-speed rail ticket and leave my baby behind to go to another province? Of course, for this kind of cooperation, Jiang Chen would directly ask that they come to Shanghai to discuss it. But even so, he can't show up often. So this important task naturally fell to Liang Yong. This is only natural. You are the founder of the company and I am the largest shareholder. It's your own company. If you don't show up, who will? Oh, there's nothing I can do. You know I don't understand these things either, Liang Yong said with a wry smile. Besides, this metaverse show was your idea, so you have to be the one to do it. Ah, you want to be lazy, huh? Jiang Chen pointed at Liang Yong and teased, okay, I'll go this time, okay? Since you're so busy, I won't do it again next time. How can this be called laziness? I have other things to do. The point is that I really don't know anything about this metaverse. You have to go to discuss the cooperation this time, otherwise what if I ruin the cooperation? Liang Yong was somewhat helpless, and put on an exaggeratedly pitiful smile and said, they said tomorrow at noon, are you okay? No problem, Jiang Chen certainly had no objection. He was free now anyway, and that was because he was not taking care of the baby. Jiang Chen would agree to go and discuss things with Baidu in person. The location hasn't been decided yet, right? No, they said they'd give us a definite answer tomorrow morning, and you can just go there then. 8 p.m. Imperial Court. Room 2301, Building 2. Because Aunt Zhou is about to leave, Su Shenhua can't work overtime too late these days. After all, she will have to take on the responsibility of taking care of the baby alone in the next few days. While Aunt Zhou is still here, I should get familiar with the place quickly, so that if something goes wrong there will be no one to ask. I got home and just changed into my pajamas. Aunt Zhou, who had been waiting in the master bedroom, signaled Su Shenhua to change the baby's diapers herself. The 3 babies were already crying at this time. It starts with high intensity. Su Shenhua suddenly felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy. In the past, Aunt Zhou or Jiang Chen helped with changing diapers, so she had nothing to worry about. In her opinion, these were just some trivial matters, not worth mentioning. But now that she really has to do it, it's completely different. Just the sight of the babies crying and making a fuss was enough to make her nerves tense. Standing in front of the stroller and looking at the 3 babies inside, Su Shenhua's mind went blank for a moment. What now? What should be the first step? Aunt Zhou sat beside her, looking at her gently without saying a word. This is what Su Shenhua told Aunt Zhou herself: don't give her any hints when the time comes, just let her do it herself. I don't know why, maybe it's some kind of obsessive-compulsive disorder or something, but Su Shenhua treated changing diapers in front of Aunt Zhou as a final exam. The original intention is good. But it is precisely this that makes Su Shenhua feel an inexplicable pressure when facing such daily matters of raising children. After a long pause, Su Shenhua finally remembered that she had to prepare diapers and other things first. Fortunately, Aunt Zhou had already prepared diapers in the master bedroom, saving her the trouble of rummaging through drawers. Aunt Zhou had already demonstrated how to change a diaper last night. So when she really started, Su Shenhua didn't encounter any major problems. It's because I haven't done it for a long time and I'm not skilled enough, so I seem a little clumsy. However, just after she had finally taken off Sanbao's diaper, she was shocked to find that Sanbao had pooped a large ball. Smelling the pungent smell, Su Shenhua was dumbfounded again. What should I do now? Seeing that Sanbao's butt was covered with a lot of wet wipes, Su Shenhua stopped taking out the baby wipes. This spectacular scene doesn't seem like it can be cleaned up with just wet wipes. You have to use water to wash it, right? So Su Shenhua hurriedly went to get a basin of water and a towel. From Aunt Zhou's perspective, she only saw her own young lady running around, coming and going in a hurry. It was really a chaotic situation. The contrast between her awkward appearance when changing a diaper and Jiang Chen's was too stark. If it were Jiang Chen, although he couldn't be said to be calm and composed, at least he could be organized. Miss, it's a bit hard to put into words. However, we shouldn't ask too much of her. As long as the final result is good, it doesn't matter if the process is a little chaotic. But Aunt Jo couldn't help but wonder if the young lady's ability to take care of children was severely weakened because she was too capable in her career? After all, there is no perfect person in the world. There seems to be a slight difference in talent between mothers and fathers when it comes to raising children, which is visible to the naked eye. Chapter 58. Is he so thoughtful? I thought everything would go smoothly from then on, but unexpectedly Su Shanhua started her incredible move. She actually picked up Sanbao and threw him into a basin of water. Sanbao, who sat in the water inexplicably, looked at his biological mother in front of him in disbelief. The next moment, he went from crying to wailing loudly. It was as if it was complaining, "Dad, I've suffered so much without you around, oh my god. Oh, what should I do?" Su Shanhua finally realized that what she was doing was inappropriate. Seeing that Su Shanhua was panicking again, Aunt Jo couldn't bear it any longer and had to intervene quickly. First let Su Shanhua pick up Sanbao and wipe the water off his body. Then he took a towel and a basin to the bathroom, filled a basin with water, and demonstrated again how to wash the baby's buttocks. Only after the three treasures were finally cleaned did Aunt Jo let Su Shanhua take over again. Finally, the third baby's diaper was changed. At this time, Su Shanhua was already a little out of breath, and sweat began to appear on her forehead. Wiping the sweat off her face, Su Shanhua lifted her bangs and then tied her hair up, as if she was about to engage in a protracted battle. She really didn't expect that changing a diaper could be so difficult. And this is just the beginning. I just changed a baby's diaper. Next up are Dabao and Erbao. How did Jiang Chen manage to hold on and make it seem so easy? Oh, you're pretending to be relaxed, right? Maybe I feel very tired every time I change. Thinking of this, Su Shanhua suddenly felt a little hope that Jiang Chen could appear in front of her at this time. This way, she wouldn't have to do it herself. Secondly, it's a good opportunity to see if this guy is as flustered as I am when changing his diaper. But when this thought flashed through her mind, Su Shanhua remembered that Jiang Chen had come to resign this morning, and she suddenly became furious again. I immediately put him out of my mind and continued to change the diaper of the second baby. After finally changing diapers for all three babies, Su Shanhua felt a little sore in her back and waist due to sitting for a long time during the day and continuing to hunch over. After Aunt Jo told her what to pay attention to when changing diapers in the future, she started the next step. Preparing milk powder? Su Shanhua was surprised. It was not that she had not thought of this, but she did not expect that the two things would be connected so closely that she did not even have time to catch her breath. Looking at the three babies in the crib, the second baby is relatively well behaved, but the third and eldest baby are still yelling and looking like they want to cry but have no tears. As a mother, she could intuitively feel that the babies seemed to be hungry. So he quickly followed Aunt Jo to the kitchen. The bottles and milk powder are all in this cabinet. Aunt Jo pointed and was about to open the cabinet. Su Shanhua stopped her. Let me do it first. If there is any problem, tell me. After taking out the milk powder and the bottle and placing them on the table, Su Shanhua was suddenly stunned again. This time it was not because she couldn't remember what to do next, but because she found that the three bottles had cute animal labels on them: a pig, a puppy, and a kitten. The label on each bottle reads Dabao, Erbao and Sanbao, corresponding to the three babies' exclusive bottles. This is... Su Shanhua stretched out her slender fingers and gently stroked the label on one of the bottles. Seeing Su Shanhua's surprise, Aunt Jo smiled and explained, "Mr. Jiang put it on after he came to our house. I didn't expect him to be so thoughtful and even assign each baby his own bottle. Before, I didn't make such a clear distinction and just gave them the powdered milk." Hearing this, Su Shanhua's heart was slightly startled and ripples appeared in her heart. This sticker is pretty cute. But why is Dabao's a pig sticker? Do you think Dabao looks like a pig? You are the pig. I don't remember having this kind of stickers at home. It's impossible for Aunt Jo and I to buy these. So, did he buy this specially? When did you buy it? Su Shanhua suddenly thought that it seemed to be the second day after Jiang Chen came. A sky full of stars appeared on the ceiling of the second bedroom. Is that day? I think so. It was at noon that day that I caught him shopping in Hanglong. For a moment, Su Shanhua didn't know what to feel. I had obviously decided to hate him because of his resignation. But the fatherly love that almost overflowed from this small sticker moved her inexplicably. How thoughtful do you have to be to think of arranging exclusive bottles for babies? Su Shunhua could not deny this sincerity. But there is no time to savor it now, the babies are still hungry. So Su Shunhua immediately opened the can of milk powder and scooped a spoonful to pour it into Debayo's bottle. Hey, miss, wait a minute. Aunt Jo quickly stopped her. You can't pour the milk powder in right away, you have to pour hot water in first. Oh. Su Shunhua quickly put the spoon back into the jar. Aunt Jo couldn't help but smile, thinking of the familiar scene a few days ago. Mr. Jiang was like this at that time. Hearing this, Su Shunhua's mouth curled up for some reason, feeling a little proud. It seems that your child's father doesn't know everything right away. It must be said that Aunt Jo's words made Su Shunhua feel a lot more balanced. I feel better too. After all, this guy named Jiang, who claims to be reliable and thinks he is a model dad, mocks her all day long for not knowing how to take care of a baby. After all this time, he himself also had his moments as a newbie. So, Aunt Jo looked at the children's mother again and prepared milk powder for the 3 children. And she once again explained to Su Shunhua the details that should be paid attention to when making milk powder. The water temperature for mixing milk powder is about 40-50 C, and 42 C is about right. This way the milk powder can dissolve without destroying the nutrients in it. Too hot will burn the child, too cold will hurt the child's stomach. Yes, that's about 30 milliliters. Don't put less water. If the concentration is too high, the child will have indigestion. In Aunt Jo's impression, she said these words many times. The first few times, I talked to Su Shunhua. Later, I told Jiang Chen again. Now, almost a month has passed, and I told it to Su Shunhua again. She actually never tires of it. Even if it is possible. She was willing to nag about it over and over again to the young couple in the future. Until the child no longer needs to drink milk powder. Unfortunately, this was her last instruction regarding preparing milk powder. I couldn't help but sigh that time flies so fast. I will no longer be able to witness my children growing up in the happy family life. She only hoped that when she was gone, the young lady and the children could live just as happily. It would be even better if the child's father was there too. Chapter 59 Gift? After preparing the milk powder, Su Shunhua and Aunt Jo took the bottle and returned to the master bedroom. Babies, it's time for dinner, it's time for dinner. Su Shunhua came to the crib happily. For some reason, after making the milk powder, she felt in a good mood and seemed to be cheered up. Su Shunhua picked up Debayo and sat him on the edge of her bed first. Then she took off her shoes, put her feet on the bed, leaned back carefully, sat at the head of the bed, and began to feed Debayo. Maybe you feel that your baby is hungry and it's time to fill his stomach quickly. Or maybe he was subtly influenced by the pig sticker on the bottle in his hand, and mistakenly thought that Debayo was a big eater. In short, I fed Debayo a little too fast. As a result, Debayo accidentally choked, coughed, and spit out a large mouthful of milk, which splashed onto the bed. Oops, did you choke? I'm sorry, Debayo, it's mom's fault. Su Shunhua looked at Debayo with an apologetic face, then patted Debayo's back gently. After taking the photo, he patted her back, feeling so distressed. Only until Debayo was no longer abnormal did I gradually feel relieved. Without having time to clean up the wet sheets and quilt, Su Shunhua patiently finished feeding Debayo. On the other side, Aunt Jo had finished feeding the second baby. She told Su Shunhua not to worry and she took on the task of feeding the third baby. So, Su Shunhua, who had freed up her hands, started to change the sheets and quilts. Aunt Jo said that the spare sheets and quilts were all placed in the closet in the second bedroom. So Su Shunhua came to the second bedroom. The lights in the second bedroom were not on at this time. Countless stars were twinkling on the ceiling again. Su Shunhua looked up with some longing. I thought to myself that I should buy some fluorescent stickers like this and stick them in the master bedroom someday. After turning on the light, Su Shunhua recalled the day when Lu Wanqing was rummaging through boxes and drawers looking for the gift for Jiang Chen. So, what about the gift? Su Shunhua felt a little unwilling. Her intuition told her that if Jiang Chen really had prepared a gift, he would not change his mind because of her decision and deliberately take the gift away. He shouldn't be such a stingy person. In that case, the gift should still be at home. As for why Lu Wanqing couldn't find it, there's nothing strange about that. After all, it was a gift prepared by Jiang Chen. How could Lu Wanqing know where it was better than him? So, the original plan to change the bedding was interrupted by her sudden whim. A new round of rummaging through boxes begins. Unfortunately, I searched the bedside table, by the window, and even under the bed with a flashlight. There was no trace of the so-called gift. Su Shanhua wondered if this gift might be a small toy. So really no corner was left out. When I finally got nothing, I felt even more upset. Think about it. What kind of gift could be so small that there is no trace of it? Please, a gift. No packaging at all? If there is a package, does it have to have a certain volume? But if it is of a certain size, how is it possible that it has not been discovered even with such great effort? No way? Could it be that Zhangchen didn't even bother to wrap the gift? Isn't this a straight guy? It shouldn't be. Although he can be quite irritating sometimes. But it's not that exaggerated. Not to mention deliberately making me angry about this kind of thing. Maybe it's not in this room? Or maybe he really took the gift away in a fit of anger. Harmful. Who knows? In fact, Su Shanhua did not give up the idea of looking for it. A stubborn person like her can't stand being kept in suspense. If she didn't have a sore back and waist and couldn't continue the search, she would definitely try harder. There is a storage cabinet next to the kitchen, maybe we can find clues there. But this is certainly not something that can be accomplished today. She could only put it aside for now. Let's change the quilt and sheets first. The rest will come later. If it doesn't work, I'll wait until Zhangchen comes the day after tomorrow, confront him face to face, and ask him about the whereabouts of the gift. In this way, Su Shanhua finally returned to her original plan. Opened the wardrobe. There were bedding neatly folded inside, with sheets on top. She first took out the sheets and put them on the bed, then moved out the slightly heavy quilt. It was at this moment that a heavy object fell to the ground with a dull bang. After throwing the bedding onto the bed, Su Shanhua looked in the direction of the sound and found that what had fallen to the ground was an exquisite wooden box. Su Shanhua's pupils suddenly shrank and his heart was shocked. Then, out of curiosity, he picked up the wooden box. As far as she could remember, there had never been anything like this in her home. A strong intuition told her that this was what she was looking for. Restraining the excitement in her heart, she slowly opened the wooden box in her arms. All I saw inside was a group of wood carvings. A man and a woman. The man is handsome, with a baby in his left hand and another baby in his right hand, and he looks very proud. The woman is carved in a delicate and beautiful manner, holding a baby in her arms with a doting look on her face, like a loving mother. Who are this man and woman, and who are the three babies? The answer is self-evident. Su Shanhua picked up the wood sculpture, which was as big as a face, and admired it from different angles. An impeccable work of art. This was her first reaction. Upon closer inspection, she was pleasantly surprised to find that both herself and him, from their hairstyles to their clothes and even their faces, were perfectly reproduced on this wood carving. Even his own dress and appearance are very exquisite. If I am not mistaken, it is the YSL jacket I wore that day? The shirt underneath, the trousers underneath, and the high heels are all portrayed just right. There are three babies. The eldest one is laughing heartily, the second one is acting mischievous, and the third one is crying loudly. Puff. Can such details be portrayed? Su Shanhua stroked the wood carving gently, her eyes full of smiles. I accept the gift. Not bad. I didn't expect you had this skill. I really underestimated you. Su Shanhua placed the wood carving on the bedside table. In a good mood. Just as she was about to put the wooden box into the bedside table. Only then did I discover that there was something else in the wooden box. There is also a small wooden sculpture, only the size of a thumb. After taking a closer look, I discovered that it was actually a wooden carved golden toad. After looking at it carefully for a while, Su Shanhua was completely shocked. Because the level of detail of this wooden sculpture of the golden toad is in no way inferior to that of the wooden sculpture of the family portrait of parents and children. The volume of this golden toad is only 1/5 of it. What kind of amazing craftsmanship is this? How can such a small piece of wood carving be portrayed so vividly? Are the spots on the skin carved so vividly? Zhang Chen, was this made by him? Isn't this too exaggerated? But if it is custom made, it may not be able to produce to this level? After a while, Su Shanhua stopped worrying about it. Instead, he took out his cell phone, opened Little Red Potato, and searched for the meaning of sending a golden toad. Unknowingly, there was a letter lying quietly under the bed. Chapter 60. The second day after the child's father was away. Su Shunhua couldn't help but love this gift. The fundamental reason is that the wood sculpture that Jiang Chen gave is really beautiful. And the beauty lies in the details. There is a feeling that every detail is worth pondering, and the more you look at it, the more interesting it becomes. Even the wooden box used to wrap the gifts is very exquisite. It's a pity that the surface was a little scratched after the fall just now. But even so, it could not change Su Shunhua's satisfaction with this gift. I even wanted to take it directly back to the master bedroom. But I thought, if I put it in the master bedroom at this time, it is inevitable to attract Aunt Jo's attention. If Aunt Jo asked, Su Shunhua would have a hard time explaining where the gift came from. After all, the men and women in the sculptures are holding children, and there are 3 of them. There are so many clues given that anyone who sees it would probably think that the wood carvings are of this family. In fact, when Jiang Chen was preparing this gift, Lu Wanqing knew that Su Shunhua would definitely like it. The reason is simple. If it was a gift like a luxury item, Su Shunhua had plenty of them at home, so even if she received it, she wouldn't think it was rare. But anyone with a discerning eye can tell that this is a handmade wood carving. Its value is simply incomparable to ordinary luxury goods. Because even if it is a luxury product, even if it is limited edition, it is not the only one in the world. If you can have it, so can others. But something like this that can be called a work of art is different. There is no other wood carving like this in the world. Its rarity far exceeds that of ordinary luxury goods. Even if there are the same style, there are wood carvings of parents and triplets. It is impossible to carve it so lifelike. Therefore, Jiang Chen's gift can be said to be truly out of print. In addition, the care and effort that can be seen with the naked eye makes Su Shunhua feel particularly valuable. Su Shunhua carefully put the wood carving back into the wooden box and placed it on the bedside table. Then take out your cell phone. Open the sweet potato and search for the meaning of sending the golden toad. Of course she knew that this thing was most likely related to the meaning of bringing wealth. But maybe it was because Jiang Chen sent it, so she had to find out the whole story. The wooden carved golden toad symbolizes a steady flow of wealth, and can protect the house from falling wealth and bring good luck. It turned out to be just as she expected. But even though she had already expected the answer, Su Shunhua was still very happy. Although this little golden toad is very small, it can bring her wealth, which coincides with her goal this year. She had to admit that Jiang Chen's gift was really well delivered and touched her heart. It seems that Jiang Chen is actually very clear about his focus in his career. In fact, it was not only because she happened to have a sales target that she felt that Jiang Chen's gift was well deserved. The deeper reason is that Su Shunhua can feel the sense of propriety that Jiang Chen shows while being attentive. Just look at the results of the search. Wooden carved golden toads are generally given as gifts to friends. Even when preparing a birthday gift, Jiang Chen took into consideration the relationship between the 2 of them. I didn't intend to overly impress myself with gifts, thereby warming up the relationship and achieving some other unknown purpose. But in fact, what Su Shunhua would not admit in her heart was, even the gift Jiang Chen gave had a meaning that went beyond their original relationship. She wouldn't feel upset either. On the contrary, Jiang Chen's vague restraint made her feel a little disappointed. I can't help but fantasize, so does that mean he doesn't have any other thoughts about me? Of course, this thought was only fleeting. At this moment, Su Shunhua just felt that this birthday was perfect. She doesn't celebrate her birthday, and doesn't care about the sense of ritual that comes with this day. Compared to these, achieving monthly, quarterly or annual goals is more valuable and meaningful. But she never tells anyone. If there really is someone who is willing to spend time and effort on her, prepare for her birthday and give her good gifts, she would actually be very happy too. Especially when that person is someone she cares about. After the sheets and quilts were finally changed and the baby settled down, Aunt Jo went to sleep. Su Shunhua got what she wished for and placed the family portrait, one big and one small, and the golden toad wood carving on the bedside table in her master bedroom. I was in such a happy mood that I suddenly felt that I should take a photo to record it. So I picked up the Polaroid again. I placed the wooden sculpture of the family portrait in the crib and took several selfies. I selected the one with the best effect and then printed it out. Immediately afterwards, another photo was added to the parent-child commemorative album. It reads, March 24, 2025, baby and birthday present. As if feeling that something was missing, Su Shunhua added another stroke. The day after the child's father was away. I don't know why, but after writing this, I feel a little uncomfortable. It seems like some wonderful elements are missing in life, and it has suddenly become dull. But she just quietly put the Polaroid camera and photo album back into the bedside table. In fact, I have mixed feelings, a sense of enlightenment, and also a little sadness. It was as if I understood what faded but not meant to be meant overnight. For a moment, she really wanted to check Jiang Chen's zodiac sign and his MBTI personality. Even though she never believed it. But it seems that just by looking at these things, I can find more reasons why they are not suitable to be together. This will make it easier to convince yourself, right? Of course, Su Shanhua didn't think so. Fortunately, there was no chance to actually do that. Because it was at this time that she unexpectedly discovered that she didn't even know Jiang Chen's zodiac sign and MBTI personality. Next time we meet, I should ask you this. In fact, my family has been in contact with a feng shui fortune teller named Liang for several decades. If you really want to calculate this thing, you might as well just find him. But he is an old friend of my father, so if I want to find him, I will have to ask my father for help. Let us just forget it then. Let's start with the zodiac signs. That should be enough. The next day. It was early spring morning, and the sun was not shining as usual. Instead, it was cloudy and rainy. It seems that God is in a bad mood, with a bitter face, and wants all the people on earth to bear the burden together. Working people hate mornings like this the most. Because if you take a taxi, the traffic will be congested. If you leave at your original wake-up time, you will almost certainly be late. But if you take the subway, it will be even more annoying. Because many people who originally did not take the subway will choose to take the subway. This will cause the subway to be more crowded than usual. Therefore, many people who can take leave will choose to take leave in such weather, at least half a day. Make your working days more comfortable. But for Jiang Chen, there is no such worry. He got up early as always. When I woke up, it was daybreak, but it was overcast and it was raining heavily outside. For someone who doesn't need to go to work, it's actually somewhat therapeutic. Chapter 61 Miss Lu. When I wake up, it's 7 o'clock. Jiang Chen was in no hurry to get up. The baby was not around and he didn't have to go to work, so he felt a lot less stressed and took a good nap. It took me half an hour to get up. Then I prepared a breakfast for myself. By the time we finished breakfast, it was almost 9 o'clock. But so what? I don't have to go to work anyway. Not long after, he received a message from Liang Yong. He said he was the person in charge of the Baidu virtual show and made an appointment to have dinner at Hanlong Sisui at 12 noon. To be honest, Jiang Chen was a little speechless. There are so many places and delicious restaurants in this magic city. Why did you choose Hanlong? What if I meet her again? How embarrassing it would be then. Although I think so in my heart. But in fact, Jiang Chen inexplicably felt a little excited, as if he actually hoped that this would happen. 11:30 in the morning. Hanlong Plaza. President's office. There hasn't been much going on in the company recently. Because Su Shanhua has already done it. She signed a contract with ESL last Sunday. Yesterday, Monday, the ESL store on the 4th floor of Hanlong Plaza had already started to be renovated. If all goes well, ESL will be open next week. Boom boom boom. Come in. Secretary Zhu knocked on the door and came in. A triple espresso in hand. When it was handed to Su Shanhua, she yawned and looked up to take the coffee. Then take a deep breath and drink it all in one gulp. Looking at this scene, a trace of worry flashed in Secretary Zhu's eyes. You know, when Su Shanhua just arrived at the company this morning. I've already had a cup of Americano. He still looks very tired at this moment. To the point where you have to drink 3 servings of concentrated life-saving solution? How sleepy must you be to need so much caffeine to wake yourself up? Secretary Zhu certainly didn't know that Su Shanhua's sleep quality over the past 2 days was indeed worrying. She was very tired after changing the baby's diapers, feeding them, and changing their sheets and quilts last night. So I fell asleep before 11 o'clock. But she is a mother, and a mother of 3 children. How can it be so easy to have a good sleep? The first half of last night was peaceful and tranquil. But who would have thought that in the second half of the night, Debao started crying first, followed by Erbao and Sanbao who joined the symphony. The mother got up in a daze with her hair disheveled. Who understands the situation at that time? Even when Su Shanhua woke up in the morning, her memory of this period was still a little vague. She didn't remember how she finally comforted the 3 babies. I only remember that when I lay down to sleep again, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. This has been the second day in a row, even for someone as strong as Su Shanhua. I can hardly bear this kind of experience. So in the morning, I can only rely on coffee to survive. I have to say that the effect of espresso is still very significant. A concentrated portion is a shot. Usually, whether it is Americano or latte, there are 1-2 shots in it. When diluted with water and coffee, it doesn't feel particularly strong when you drink it. But if it is espresso, it's different. This is like the difference between drinking a glass of vodka mixed with orange juice and drinking a glass of pure vodka. Su Shanhua drank it all in one gulp, and the aftereffect was naturally strong. This is also the norm for Italians to drink coffee. I felt my whole body warm up almost instantly, and then all my fatigue disappeared, and I felt refreshed. Su Shanhua was staring at the computer screen at this time. This morning, she received the exact news that Queen Qin would be introduced to Daxia. For this reason, she, who was feeling sleepy and tired, immediately perked up with full energy. After all, if a brand like Queen Qin can settle in Hanglong, then her sales target of 20 billion this year will basically be achieved smoothly. So she was very excited and immediately looked up various information, especially Queen Qin's cooperation plans in other countries. She was eager to get ahead of the curve and memorize all the conditions for cooperation so that she could handle it with ease when the time came. So, it wasn't until shortly after Secretary Zhu handed her the coffee that she finally noticed that Secretary Zhu hadn't left yet. What's wrong? Su Shanhua shifted her attention and asked Secretary Zhu. Under normal circumstances, if nothing happened, Secretary Zhu should have left by now. No, I just want to ask, what do you plan to eat for lunch today? Secretary Zhu asked with concern. Normally, Su Shanhua would eat takeout at noon. It's not that she is like other workers who are too lazy to dine in. On the contrary, she actually prefers dining in because it is relatively healthier. But the problem is that Su Shanhua is too eager for time. To her, the word lunch break seemed to be non-existent. Because every noon, when the employees are resting, eating, or taking naps, she is still working. In fact, this is what being the boss of a company should be like. People always think that once they become a boss they don't have to work like a slave. You have the final say in everything, isn't that cool? But in reality, that is not the case at all. Being a boss means that all the responsibilities are on you alone. No matter how minor the mistakes made by subordinates are, the ultimate responsibility will fall on the boss. Employees work 5 days a week and have clear start and end times every day. But for the boss, every day, every minute, every second is work. In fact, if Su Shanhua had not given birth to the child, she was supposed to work 7 days a week. As for things like lunch breaks, that is a benefit only available to employees. But even so, Secretary Zhu would still ask Su Shanhua what she thought every day. Because sometimes, Su Shanhua would occasionally let herself go and find a restaurant to have a good meal. Of course, this restaurant will be in Hanglong. Because it's close and reliable. Most of Hanglong's restaurants are located on the 6th floor. Most of them are very famous restaurants. Perhaps because she was too tired from taking care of the baby in the past 2 days, after listening to Secretary Zhu's question, Su Shanhua thought about it and finally decided to reward herself. Let's go out and eat. Where are you going? Secretary Zhu asked. Su Shanhua thought about what flavor she wanted to eat today, and suddenly she couldn't help but think of the flavors of Jiang Chen's cooking that she had tasted in the past few days, so she chose the one that was closest to the entire Hanglong. Let's go to Suzhui. 12 noon. Jiang Chen arrived at Suzhui on time. I told the lady at the front desk, Mr. Liu has a reservation. Then the lady at the front desk took him to a seat by the window. It was not until then that Jiang Chen unexpectedly discovered that the person he thought was Mr. Liu was actually Miss Liu. What surprised him even more was that this Miss Liu was actually the beautiful girl who sat next to him in the bar last night. Chapter 62. Hello, Mr. Su. But Miss Liu's current identity is the director of the Baidu Metaverse platform. He is also the person in charge of next week's virtual show. Now that they met again in this way, both of them were very surprised, and they could read in each other's eyes the disbelief at this coincidence. Hello, my name is Lu Wanin. Lu Wanin stood up very politely and shook hands with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. After sitting down, Lu Wanin took the initiative to mention their last encounter. If I remember correctly, didn't we meet the night before last? The first time I saw you, I felt that you looked familiar. Was it in that bar? I have some impression of it. Jiang Chen did not deny it. After receiving Jiang Chen's affirmative answer, Lu Wanyin smiled and said, "It's you." Then he couldn't help but sigh. It seems that we are destined to be together. Jiang Chen smiled without comment. I never thought the boss of CH was so young. Same here. Lu Wanyin looks to be about the same age as me, probably the same age as Su Shenhua. After all, CH is just a small company, and being the boss doesn't mean much. But at such a young age, she is already the director of a big company like Baidu. That's amazing. It seems that her identity, or her family background, should not be simple? After ordering the dishes, Lu Wanyin got down to business and talked about why she wanted to invite Jiang Chen to dinner today. Mr. Jiang, you should also know that our platform's main theme this spring is the Chinese style, which is why we chose to cooperate with CH. Jiang Chen nodded and waited for Lu Wanyin's next words. We have received the materials from the exhibition, and we think they are very good. According to our current cooperation plan, CH's clothing will only appear during the virtual show. But I think if the final effect can meet expectations and the user response is good, we may try further cooperation. For example, we added the option of CH brand clothing to the permanent virtual fitting room set up on our official website, so that even after the event is over, users can log into the official website and continue to try on CH products online. I think it's going to be beneficial for both of us. After Lu Wanyin said this, Jiang Chen understood what she meant. It can be understood that they want Jiang Chen to authorize them to use the digital rights of CH brand clothing for a long time. Of course, this does no harm to Jiang Chen. It can even be said that it has added an additional advertising space to CH's Metaverse official website in Baidu. Baidu is certainly not doing charity. They have built a Metaverse platform, and their goal is naturally to attract more users to participate. In this case, there must be content to attract users to stay. This is the same reason why short video platforms need bloggers to create high-quality content. The virtual fitting room is undoubtedly a novel, interesting, and practical application scenario. If real clothing brands can be introduced into virtual fitting rooms, this will undoubtedly be more attractive to users. CH, which already has cooperation and fits the platform's quarterly theme, is obviously a good choice. I think there shouldn't be any problem with this, but Director Lu asked me out today, so it shouldn't be just for this matter, right? As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Wanyin looked at Jiang Chen with a hint of surprise in her eyes. She never expected that Jiang Chen, who looked a little immature, was actually more mature than his appearance suggested. With such a meticulous mind, one can guess what is going to happen from just a few sentences. Mr. Jiang is indeed a smart man. Yes, I actually have another matter today that I would like to ask your company for help. Please? Jiang Chen was a little surprised. He couldn't imagine how a big company like Baidu could help. Let me get straight to the point. We are very optimistic about CH's design style and hope CH can help design the virtual shows in the next few episodes. It turns out that the venue design for the virtual show organized by Lu Wanyin and others was outsourced. Due to some unexpected circumstances recently, the cooperation with the outsourcing company has been terminated. It's a bit difficult to find a suitable buyer in such a hurry. Of course there are choices, but the quality cannot be guaranteed. In other words, Lu Wanyin did not want to reduce the overall quality of the virtual show due to the temporary change of partners. Instead, it was the material submitted by CH that made her feel enlightened. It really fits in with their spring national style theme. So she thought about asking CH to help with the design. If CH can afford it, the reward will naturally be substantial. And maybe the two parties will have deeper cooperation in the future. For CH, if it can lean on the big tree of Baidu one day, it will be a complete takeoff. It can be said that there will be no need to worry about funding in the future, as Baidu is the biggest backer. Considering it from this perspective, Jiang Chen was actually a little moved. On the one hand, you can make some money in advance. On the other hand, this is definitely helpful for CH brand visibility in the industry. If word gets out, even big companies like Baidu will ask CH to do the design. It can be seen how high the gold content of CH is. This coincides with Jiang Chen's plan to increase brand awareness. It's simply taking a shortcut to achieve the publicity effect. But he can't decide this matter alone. We have to ask Liang Yong what he thinks. After all, they are the ones who do the hard work. So the final result of the discussion between the two was that Jiang Chen would need about a week to consider. It just so happens that after the virtual show ends next Monday, I can give Lu Wanyin a clear answer. Lu Wanyin, who heard there was hope, naturally agreed readily. So the serious work matters were discussed happily. Lu Wanyin also took the initiative to start looking for other topics. Mr. Jiang is so young and promising, there should be a lot of girls chasing after you, right? In response, Jiang Chen just casually used a teasing tone to brush it off. No way, even though I'm young, I'm actually divorced and have a child. Which girl would like a man with a child? Lu Wanyin certainly didn't believe it. On the contrary, because of Jiang Chen's words, she became even more curious about him. She stared at him with her beautiful eyes blinking. Mr. Jiang, please don't tease me. Looking at you like this, how could you be married and a father? It's just a joke, Jiang Chen admitted, but it's true that we have a child. Just as the two were chatting happily, Su Shanhua and Secretary Zhu walked in. As soon as she appeared, she immediately became the focus of the whole audience. The waiters who knew her would subconsciously nod in greeting after making eye contact with her. Those who have said a few words will politely say, "Hello, Mr. Su." Since Su Shanhua took over Hanlong, he has been a frequent visitor to Jiangsu and Zhejianghui. There is even a special private room. As long as Secretary Zhu calls in the morning, the store will reserve it for Su Shanhua. Even if the place was full, and even though Su Shanhua usually only came with Secretary Zhu. Chapter 63, Do you know the director of Baidu? When the foreman saw that it was General Manager Su who came, he immediately warmly welcomed and showed him the way. After exchanging a few pleasantries with her, Su Shanhua went to the private room on her own. While walking, she was still checking her phone, replying to messages and handling official business. At this moment, the sharp-eyed Secretary Zhu saw Jiang Chen in the lobby at a glance. After confirming that it was him, he immediately grabbed Su Shanhua, who was still walking forward without caring about anything else. Su Shanhua looked at Secretary Zhu in confusion. No one in the company knows my preferences better than Secretary Zhu, who is beside me. For example, she doesn't like being touched by others. Secretary Zhu would never have done this if something unexpected had not happened. So, what's up? Secretary Zhu said in a low voice with an embarrassed look on his face. Boss Su, how about we change stores today? To be honest, my boss met my ex-husband by chance. This is not a big deal, it's just a bit melodramatic. As a secretary, there was no need for her to act on her own. But as the person who knows Su Shanhua best in the workplace, Secretary Zhu knew clearly that if she saw Jiang Chen here having dinner with another woman, a beautiful woman at that, even if you appear calm on the surface, you will definitely be unhappy deep down. And the angry kind. From Jiang Chen's resignation on Monday, Secretary Zhu could tell that Su Shanhua actually still missed him a little. Or at least, I care. Otherwise, if you didn't care, why did you get so angry at that time? You have to know that when Su Shanhua gets angry, she won't curse like a shrew, nor will she overturn the table and throw things. On the contrary, her expression will be calmer than usual, but anyone who gets close to her will feel a suffocating sense of oppression. The calmer she was, the scarier she was. At times like this, even if she showed a warm smile, people would feel that she was hiding a dagger behind her smile. What Secretary Zhu fears most is Su Shanhua in this state. She had already experienced this once at the beginning of this Monday, and she didn't want to experience it again. As someone close to Su Shanhua, Secretary Zhu truly understands what it means to be with the emperor like being with a tiger. Anyway, if Su Shanhua were to see this scene right now, the sky in the company would probably be completely gloomy for the rest of the afternoon. And the one who will bear the brunt of the pressure from the female president will be her, the secretary. She could accept Su Shanhua assigning her a lot of work, but she really didn't want to experience the cold violence of the female president. What's wrong? Seeing Secretary Zhu's unusual expression, Su Shanhua frowned slightly. I suddenly remembered that there is a new South American barbecue restaurant next door. It is said to be delicious. President Su, you haven't been there yet, right? How about we go there and try it today? Secretary Zhu said with an idea. How could Su Shanhua be led away by her? Not to mention that her explanation was both inexplicable and far-fetched. You can tell at a glance that he seems to be trying to hide something. It doesn't make sense from a purely logical point of view. When did you say you wanted to eat barbecue? The main reason for coming to Suzhou in Zhejiang is to have a taste of the fragrant wine. Why are you changing your route now that you're here? As smart as Su Shanhua is, she immediately realized a possibility by intuition. Could it be that there was someone here that she didn't want to see? Lin Zihao? That's not right. Even if he was there was no need for me to hide from him. Su Shanhua looked around until she saw the familiar figure sitting by the window. Only then did she understand why Secretary Zhu had done this. This is dating someone else? Wow. There are so many places to go in the whole Magic City, but you have to come to Hanlong, right? Immediately afterwards, Su Shanhua noticed more things were wrong. Why does this woman sitting opposite Jiang Chen look so familiar? If I continue to stand there and stare at them, it would seem too abrupt. So Su Shanhua withdrew her gaze and walked straight towards the private room. Secretary Zhu followed with small, nervous steps, looking as if he wanted to cry but couldn't. In the private room, the air conditioner was obviously not on. But this atmosphere inexplicably made people shiver with cold. Secretary Zhu sat next to Su Shanhua, trembling with fear, as if treading on thin ice, and dared not say a word. The subsequent ordering environment further confirmed her concerns. Because Su Shanhua had been talking about the dish of wine-scented vanilla for a long time, but in the end she didn't order it. I didn't order the tomato egg soup, stinky tofu, and stir-fried pork, which are almost always ordered. Except for one dish of drunken shrimp, all the other dishes we ordered were ones we don't usually eat. It's so abnormal, it's visible to the naked eye. It gave people a vague feeling that she seemed to be angry about ordering food. After ordering the dishes, Secretary Zhu carefully poured a cup of tea for Su Shanhua. Then Su Shanhua held the teacup in one hand, with a blank look in her eyes, as if she was lost in deep thought. Then, she suddenly sneered, as if she had thought of something. But Secretary Zhu, who was already nervous, was frightened, fearing that the teacup in Su Shanhua's hand would be crushed by his bare hands in the next moment. Baidu, last year we created a metaverse platform. Did you know about this? Su Shanhua's sudden question was completely irrelevant and Secretary Zhu was confused as to where the question came from. But he didn't dare not answer, so he nodded and said, "I've heard of it, what's the matter?" Intelligent Cloud Metaverse Platform Innovation Department, that should be the name of the department. Su Shanhua smiled slightly. Do you know who is their head? As the secretary of the female president of a large shopping mall, how could Secretary Zhu know the structure of Baidu Company and the corresponding person in charge? I just feel more confused. You don't know? You probably don't know, she is the youngest daughter of the Lu family. You should know the Lu family. Baidu belongs to them. Secretary Zhu nodded doubtfully. I still don't understand what Su Shanhua is up to. Well, now you know it, and you've seen it. Huh? Secretary Zhu was completely confused. Have you seen it? When did it happen? Su Shanhua blew on the steaming tea and said calmly, just now. Secretary Zhu scratched his head, not understanding what Su Shanhua meant at once. But she was always quick to react, and the next moment, she suddenly realized what was going on. I realized what Su Shanhua meant. Woman, just met. Who else could it be other than the beautiful woman who was having dinner with Jiang Chen in the lobby outside? So, she is the head of the Baidu Metaverse department mentioned by President Su, the second lady of the Lu family? And they are currently. Oh my god, no way? I thought it was already dramatic enough that Ms. Su ran into her ex-husband, but she ended up having dinner with a woman she knew. Why are they eating together? Talk about work? Haha, how can that be possible? On Monday, Jiang Chen was still a new employee in the company's legal department. How was it possible to have work contact with the head of Baidu's department so quickly? So there seems to be only one possibility left as to the purpose of their eating this meal. And according to the eternal theorem that Mr. Su attracts the jealousy of rich girls, this Miss Lu must be at odds with Mr. Su. You can tell from the tone of her voice just now. Wouldn't that be even worse? Oh my god.